Hi, Councillor Kirby-Young. It's Kevin in the chamber. Just a sound check. Can you hear us okay?
Morning, Kevin. Yes, I can.
Great, thanks. We're just running a little bit late on starting, but the meeting will start soon.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope we're all rested and ready for another day of public hearing. We'll now call the public hearing of Thursday, July 23rd, 2026 to order. This meeting is being held in person and by electronic means. Council members and the public may participate by either method. Any council members joining electronically are reminded to enable the video in order to confirm quorum. The meeting is being live streamed on the city's website and YouTube. Meeting progress will be updated on X and Threads at Van City Clerk. Though due to new posting limits, updates will only cover essential items such as vote results. Speakers are encouraged to monitor the live stream to track meeting progress, but please note it is slightly delayed. Call in or arrive after receiving your email reminder so you are ready when your name is called. In the case of an emergency requiring evacuation, there are 2 exits located beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are blocked, please use one of the 4 additional exits within the chamber. Do not use the elevator, use the stairs instead. If you need mobility assistance, remain where you are and security staff will guide you to a safe location. A defibrillator is available at the end of the hallway outside the chamber. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and we thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I'll also recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we please have the roll call?
Yes, Mayor Sim. And Mayor Sim has a leave of absence for civic business from 9:30 to 2 p.m. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young has a leave of absence for civic business from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Councillor Dominato.
Yes.
Councillor Dominato has a leave of absence for civic business from 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Bly has a leave of absence for civic business all day. Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Montague.
Present.
Acting Mayor Klassen is in the chair. Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Councillor Meisner has a leave of absence for civic business from 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Councillor Joe. Councillor Maloney. Councillor Orr. Councillor Orr has a leave of absence for civic business from 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. You have quorum, Acting Mayor Klassen.
Thank you very much. The plan for today.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair, just I don't mean to interrupt, but the LOA for today for me was changed for a meeting with FCM from 10:30 to 12:30, not all day. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. The plan for today is to break at 10:30 a.m. and return at 12:30 p.m. to continue hearing from speakers. Adjourn by 5 p.m. as we have another public hearing at 6 p.m. Before we begin, a few announcements. The public may speak in person or by phone, or may submit written comments to Mayor and Council. Speakers may only speak once and will have up to 5 minutes to comment on the merits of the application. Please state whether you support or oppose the application, and if you are a Vancouver resident. Those representing 4 or more individuals or groups, including themselves, may speak for up to 8 minutes. Each person being represented must confirm their name and presence in person or by phone and may not speak separately. Written comments can be submitted through the Mayor and Council public hearing feedback form on the city's website. If you are pre-registered with a presentation, say next to have the clerk advance your slides. The procedure bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tone, or gestures that express negative views of individuals or groups. Members of the public are expected to follow the directions of the chair and not engage in improper conduct, such as hateful, defamatory, or discriminatory language. Council members may raise a point of order if language is not respectful, and I may ask speakers to adjust their remarks accordingly. A reminder, at public hearings, council acts as a quasi-judicial body and must focus solely on the merits of the rezoning or the heritage application. Members may ask clarifying questions of staff or speakers, including the applicant, but should reserve debate until the speakers list has closed. After hearing from speakers, council may 1. Approve the application in principle, 2. Approve the application in principle with amendments, 3. Refuse the application, or 4. Refer the application to staff for further consideration. Finally, if all speakers are not heard today, the public hearing will recess and reconvene at a date to be determined. So we are here to discuss item 4, CD1 rezoning 75 East 8th Avenue. The public hearing on July 16, 2026, council heard a presentation, asked questions to staff and the applicant, and heard from the first speaker. Council subsequently recessed and will now continue hearing from speakers. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered, unless the speaker requires and provides a translator, in which case they can speak for 10 minutes. Our first registered speaker is Representative Speaker number 2, Ashley Medlam. Is Ashley present? Yes, one moment. City Manager.
Sorry, I just joined from a meeting with our clerk's team and legal team, and understand that the chair has the ability to vary the rules before speakers commence. And one suggestion we would make to the chair on behalf of the clerk's team, legal team, is that those residing, that you ask those, sorry, just give me a second, Brandon. Those not residing in Canada for callers would be asked to speak at the end of the list. That would be our recommendation too. It will give our team some more time to work on these, work on some of the considerations.
Thank you. Noted. I'll put that into practice today. So if we do get callers from outside of Canada, and we will ask them to patiently move themselves to the end of our speakers list. Okay.
Chair, I have a question of clarification about that. I do appreciate the advice of City Manager, if I may, just a point of procedure. Are we able to identify if the phone number is coming from the US within our own system?
That's a question for the clerk.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. We are able to see incoming phone numbers, but for example, if we could see that an area code shows the United States as opposed to Canada, but it may be the case that someone still has an American area code and lives in Vancouver, so that it's not a reliable way of telling, but we can see the phone numbers that are coming in.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful information. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Very good. So now we will hear from our first registered speaker, who is representative speaker number 2, Ashley Medlem. Is Ashley present?
Speaker 2 is not on the line.
Okay. We will then move on to speaker 4, Javier Cepeda.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can I just find out if you are a resident of Vancouver?
I am a resident of Vancouver.
Very good. Thanks very much. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Deputy Mayor and Council. As mentioned before, my name is Javier Cepeda. I'm the managing partner at Calido Hospitality Group, and I'm here to speak on support of the hotel rezoning at 75 East 8th Avenue. I want to start by acknowledging that this application involves a real trade-off. It's an existing rental building, which means existing tenants, and I don't take that lightly, and I want to be clear about that. I know some of you have heard directly from residents about what this means for them. And those are very difficult conversations to have for a family to have. So, but really I'm here because I believe the broader need this project addresses is significant. And I'd like to share why, from my perspective, someone who operates this type of accommodations in the Vancouver on a every single day basis. Calido Hospitality Group is a Vancouver-based hospitality management company with a growing portfolio of boutique hotels, service apartments, and residential real estate across the Lower Mainland and BC. Our work has focused on creating accommodation that actually responds to how people are traveling and living today. It's not a traditional tourist hotel model that you potentially are familiar with, but it's something more closer to home. We recently opened Kiefer House in Chinatown. It's our newest addition to an extended stay model that we operate in the city. It joins a Smythe House that we operate in Yaletown and Block House in Gastown. We have had a significant first-hand experience on how this accommodation performs. We know who it serves in the different Vancouver neighborhoods. Mount Pleasant is one of Vancouver's most cherished neighborhoods. Currently has no hotels at all, which is surprising to me, to be honest with you. A property here will support the Mount Pleasant industrial area, generate new employment, and support the local businesses that already anchor this community. And with the new Sky training station opening nearby, this location will only become more accessible over time. That's my firm belief. Accommodation with walking distance of rapid transit means guests aren't reliant on cars. That matters for congestion and neighborhood and for the kind of guests that actually will be using this type of accommodation. In our experience, this type of accommodations tends to serve visiting hospital staff, lecturers, patients, and their families. Also, a lot of relocating professionals. Lots of people are coming to Vancouver from different companies, call it Microsoft, Amazon, and definitely a lot of film crews. They're not here for a night or two. They're here for 3, 4, 5, 6 months, and they need a place to stay. And those length of stays are typically a week, a month, sometimes even longer when there's TV shows. This is not the type of tourists that are here on a 1 or 2 night stays. And that distinction matters because Mount Pleasant is home to major employees, creative industries, emerging companies, VGH, and soon St. Paul's is going to be really, really close by. Those institutions and the people who work and visit them will benefit directly from having quality accommodations nearby. We as a company also know that the demand is real because we live it every single day. Our own portfolio has run at very high occupancies over the past years, and that is consistent with what Destination Vancouver and the city-owned hotel development policies have documented many different times. There is a real citywide shortage of hotel rooms that affects the whole visitor economy. It's not just only for downtown. So I encourage council to support this application, and to the extent it's useful, I'm glad to stay in touch with everyone, the staff, and even residents if they have any questions. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for calling in. Our next speaker, 5, is Dan Michaud.
Good morning, Acting Mayor and Council. My name is Daniel Michaud, and I live in Vancouver, specifically Mount Pleasant. I am in favor of this new hotel in our neighborhood, mostly because we currently don't have any, and we used to have 2 hotels, the Biltmore and the Best Western, but they've both been converted into supportive housing projects, which is great, but it leaves us with 0 hotels in this area. And I strongly feel that hotels are also needed to create a full community with services and amenities for everyone. And I'm very much in agreement with the previous speaker as well on the reasons for that. So it makes sense to me to build a hotel near the new subway station, which will be arriving in the next couple of years here, and not just for the convenience of visitors, but to fully leverage what I understand is a $3 billion investment that all levels of government have contributed to this valuable infrastructure project. So for those reasons, I'd respectfully ask you to consider approving this proposal, and thank you.
Thanks very much. And before I invite the next speaker, I just want to read a passage here from the procedure bylaw, and it's in response to the recommendation from the city manager. Pursuant to section 1314D of the procedure bylaw, the public hearing procedure is amended. Speakers who do not reside in Canada will be moved to the end of the speakers list. And with that, I'll be seeing if speaker 6, Debbie Jung, is available.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Hi. My name's Debbie Jung, and I'm calling in to support this hotel proposal. I agree with everything that has been submitted by the previous speakers in regards to why having a hotel in this neighborhood is a good idea. I'm a Mount Pleasant resident, and one of the things I love most about living in this neighborhood is how walkable and accessible everything is. And the completion of the subway is only going to enhance the appeal of this area. And the addition of a hotel within walking distance to rapid transit will help us create a more complete community. It'll increase foot traffic for local businesses, which have been which have experienced challenges over the last few years. And it will also reduce greenhouse gas emissions and traffic congestion. I think the hotel in our area is a great idea, and I would love to see it go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay. Speaker 7, Crystal Huba. Good morning.
My name is Crystal, and I am speaking in opposition to the CD1 rezoning application that would turn my home into a 21-story long-term stay hotel for tech workers. I have lived as a tenant at 75 East 8th for more than 20 years, and I am an essential civic worker for the City of Vancouver. I am also an artist and Emily Carr graduate. I have a non-visible disability that can be physically immobilizing and debilitating at times. My health condition is an energy-limiting condition that requires ample amounts of rest. As a result, I'm only able to work part-time. Despite my disability, I don't qualify for subsidized low-income housing. I am able to afford my home because my current rent is below market rate at about 30% of my income. Under the tenant rental protections, there is no guarantee I would find anything comparable. If this application went through, I would be forced into current rental market rates upwards of $2,449 a month for a one-bedroom at half the size. This is laid out in the information that was provided in the Broadway Plan area. Older apartment builds are potentially less, $2,000 per month, but they run the risk of getting redeveloped. This would force me into full-time work, as current market rental rates would absorb the majority of my income into living expenses over 50%. My quality of life would be greatly reduced, and I would be required to relocate outside of Metro Vancouver back to my remote hometown in interior BC. I love my home. I can walk to my doctor's office, the SkyTrain station, and see friends. If I were to relocate to a remote community, there would be little to no transit accessibility, and it would take anywhere from an hour to 5 hours to drive to see a doctor. On November 12th, 2025, tenants received a notice regarding the rezoning application. There was no mention of a hotel proposal. At this point, I had just come from months of not only advocating for my own health, but also advocating for my parents who are now in safe care. Having to advocate for my health and family members and now fighting to save my safe, quality, affordable housing has taken a significant toll on my health. There is nothing wrong with the building at 75 East 8th. It has a good foundation with no mold. And over this rezoning process of housing uncertainty, I have come to cherish my neighbors who make this community. On November 26, 2025, the city held the first and only meeting about the development application with us residents. We were told by city staff, a representative for the owner, and the relocation specialist that there would be stating clear communication, and we will be informed throughout the project to answer questions and minimize any disruptions. This has proven not to be the case, as on July 15th, the day before the initial public hearing start, tenants noticed a change on the rezoning signs matched in blue tape and white font, stating, while a hotel is not anticipated at this location, the Broadway plan enables hotel developments at other locations in the Mount Pleasant industrial area. Councillor Mayor, I please ask you to please refer to the slides emailed just now for speaker number 7. This is vague. And now with this unusual fast-tracked application where tenants had to request a public hearing, what is the proposal for if there is no planned hotel at 75 East 8th? To conclude, please reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th. If this development goes ahead, I will be forced to leave this city that I have lived in for 26 years. And lastly, at my job, I work with animals. I love reuniting people with pets, and I hope the same care we show pets is the same care we show humans. Thank you.
Thanks very much for coming. Okay, speaker 8 is Danila Shaw.
Hello?
Hi, you go right ahead.
Hi. Thank you, Council, for hearing us out today. My name is Danila Shaw. I am a resident of Myron Manor, 75 East 5th Avenue, with my husband, Michael, and my 2 children, who are 3.5 and 10 months old. We have lived in this building for a very long time, and we have had to reckon with the possibility of moving out and trying to find a home that is suitable for our family of 4, that is affordable for us, which has been extremely stressful while I'm on mat leave and just negotiating really, really big changes with all my neighbors who are really lovely members of our community and are intrinsic parts of our lives. And I'm also, by trade, I'm a chef, and I work at a local catering company for which I bike and or walk to work on a daily basis, which is integral to the quality of my life and the amount of time I spend commuting every day. And we service a lot of companies and charities and schools. And these charities and schools and companies are all in our community. And I just feel like if I'm able to live and work in my community, it's a very holistic and decent way to live. Our family is a very active member of this community. We go to St. Patrick's Church. Our child is in 2 local preschools. We meet Leonard's friends at the park and play and meet other parents. And we see people on the regular that we know by name. We know their children. We make sure that our children are safe, that they are watched. In addition to that, the local park that's about 200 meters from our door is Jonathan Rogers, which is located in this industrial zoned land that is under all kinds of zoning issues. And that park has been a place where we go to regularly with our family, and it's so important to young families to have a place to meet. And when we're there, the usage of that park is limited to these same tech workers that everyone's trying to cater to. They come for 1 hour on their lunch break, and then they leave, and then the park is empty. And Jonathan Rogers currently has a parks board up asking for input to improve the park because they want to invest in it. And I'm curious why the parks board wants to invest in transient workers for a hotel or transient employees who most of them don't live in the area. They commute in and out, and they don't bring their families, and they don't spend time there other than their 1 hour lunch break. And the whole point of having parks and gathering spaces is for the people that live nearby. And displacing us for a hotel is just so contrary to any logic. It blows my mind that council would consider that. Over and above that, I just wanted to mention that when I was at the July 16th meeting, which I was not able to speak at because we only had one speaker, there's a council member who was commenting on the very first proposal, which was some sort of development on West 41st Avenue. And one of the things that he said very proudly was, I'm very for this development because there's 0 displacements. And that's a wonderful thing to be for. That's exactly what council should be lauding and should be supporting. And our displacement will be 42 people, which include elders, which include people with disabilities, young families, young working professionals who are able to walk to work, who own businesses in our community. And, the displacement, to be proud of supporting a redevelopment because it has 0 displacement, and then 2 motions later to go and approve a motion that will displace 42 people, and as Crystal said, that live in a perfectly great building. Our building has great bones, and it is a wonderful place to live, and we all know our neighbors' names, and we say hi to each other, and we help each other out, and we watch each other's kids. And I think that, this idea of displacement is literally the only reason that this should be turned down, that this application should be voted no.
That's your time. Thanks very much for calling in. Okay, speaker 9 is Aaron Campbell.
Hi everyone, my name is Erin Campbell and I'm a resident of Myron Manor at 75 East 8th Avenue. I oppose this rezoning as it comes with devastating consequences to our community and to the people who currently live in our building. It seems like every week we are getting another rezoning notification in the mail wanting to tear down buildings in our area. When I hear rezoning, I hear increased rates of homelessness, gentrification, and the whitewashing of communities. The Mount Pleasant community gives us as much life as we give to it. The amazing artwork splashed all over buildings, the local bars, restaurants, and shops that bring their own uniqueness, the churches and schools, and the personal connections we make in these spaces. If this rezoning is approved, there will be no more community when you're finished. It is sure to be a domino effect of rezoning approvals of other buildings in our area. There is no common sense in this rezoning application. It is simply unnecessary. We've all heard the tall tales of this hotel crisis, so I ask you, what hotel crisis? We were able to host one of the biggest sporting events in the world, and our hotels were still not at capacity. What we do have is an affordable housing crisis, so why tear down our perfectly good home? It makes me sick to think what may happen to some of the residents if this rezoning is approved. So many cannot simply relocate to another area of the city, and the lists for assisted housing are already years long. Some of the people do not have the financial supports in place to essentially restart their life. The reality is that most of us will be pushed out of the city or even the province. As a representative from the City of Vancouver has shared with us, this will not be a lateral move. Have you tried to search for an apartment lately that fits your needs? Is it close to a hospital? Does it allow pets? Does it have enough space for yourself and your growing family? Is it accessible? Are there grocery stores nearby? These are just some of the concerns and needs of us as current tenants if we are displaced. These needs are already being met living in our home, so why make us leave? As for myself, I am a single occupant in a one-bedroom apartment with my dog in a building that is close to my workplace and resources such as grocery stores, pharmacies, and medical clinics that I access regularly for an autoimmune disease. If this rezoning is approved, I will likely have to move out of the city to avoid being rent poor. This would mean having to find new specialists and doctors and likely a new job. Also to note, these tenant relocation supports that are offered are meager at best, offering me approximately 3 months of reprieve in the current rental market. These relocation plans are also based off current rental rates that are individual to each tenant. Someone who has lived in the building for 10 years may get the same amount as somebody who has lived here for 2. This building is more than just a roof over my head. We're friends. Some of us are actually family. We watch each other's kids, we run errands when someone needs help, we celebrate birthdays and holidays, and we become an amazing support system for each other during this process, sharing the same feelings of anxiety, anger, sadness, and overall frustration. One thing we can all agree on is that we deserve better than this. I can see the forest for the trees here. If approved, what you'll have on your hands are people leaving the province, equaling less people to contribute to the economy. A community that once had personality and vibrancy will be traded for a concrete jungle, equaling less tourist traffic in the area. A decline in mental health, creating an even more strain on the already broken medical system. And the displacement of people, equaling a reliance on social assistance programs, or in some cases, homelessness. In short, this will be costing the government more money and grief long-term over a problem that did not need to happen in the first place. You sit where you are, representing the interests of the City of Vancouver and its population. We are those people. I am sure many of you started in this career path thinking your decisions would make a positive impact on your communities. This is your opportunity to be on the right side of these issues. Ask yourself, at what point do you stop allowing companies to take over our city? At what point do you say people are more important than lining the pockets of multi-billion-dollar companies? To Nicola Wealth, we are not people. We are roadblocks. They do not care to improve the community, they do not care about our well-being, and they are creating what can only be described as a tech bro hotel that will be filled with transient workers that do not care to invest in our city. So in closing, I leave you with 2 questions to ponder. Bless you. Do you have the backbone required to do what's right? Or are you just going to be another yes man aligning yourselves with corporate greed? Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Speaker 10, Cameron Gilbert.
Okay. Hi there. My name is Cameron Gilbert. I'm a renter in Mount Pleasant, living 4 blocks away from 75 East 8th Avenue. I'm a PhD candidate in philosophy at the University of British Columbia, and I oppose the rezoning at 75 East 8th, and I ask Council to please reject this application today. I would hope that the reasons to reject this rezoning are evident to all the councillors today. Given that every party, ABC, Greens, One City, Vote Vancouver, has at one point or another expressed a commitment to the need for housing in this city, I would expect that you will be able to see why this project does not serve this need. Rather, it simply demolishes existing affordable housing, pushing more tenants into housing precarity and potentially homelessness in the process. Perhaps, though, our councillors today will be weighing the need for housing against a different need, the stated need for hotels in Vancouver. It is this issue I want to focus on. In the referral report from city staff, it states there's a need for more hotels, and they cite the city's hotel development policy as evidence for this. But the claim that Vancouver needs more hotels comes from reports by Destination Vancouver. Destination Vancouver is a hotel lobby group. It is made up of industry stakeholders and developers with a vested interest in the development of more hotels. Any claims made by this group should at the very least be taken with some skepticism. And indeed, there are many reasons to be skeptical. Between January and June 2026, Council approved projects with 1,972 hotel rooms. In 2025, approvals were granted for projects with 1,011 hotel rooms. And even these new hotels may be unnecessary. As other speakers have noted, leading up to the hosting of FIFA this summer, the British Columbia Hotel Association's president and CEO, Paul Hayes, noted that we are ready to welcome the world and we have the hotel availability to do so. In fact, hotel bookings were reportedly down 20% this past June, during what was supposed to be a booming time for tourism in Vancouver. If Vancouver has enough hotels to host one of the largest tourism events in the world, it is unlikely our city needs more. In reality, what we have in Vancouver is not a hotel crisis. We actually are witnessing a crisis of profitability for developers. Developers in Vancouver are currently having difficulty building rental housing and selling the condo units they have built. Condo developers are being bailed out by federal and provincial governments with their latest scheme to purchase 2,200 unsold condos. The claim that there is a hotel crisis, the approval of the hotel development policy, and this very rezoning at 75 East 8th is another form of bailout. It opens up new avenues of profit making with high rates of returns for developers. Extended stay hotels, such as this one, can operate with minimal labor costs and can generate immense revenue, even with very low occupancy rates. They're a way of formalizing and multiplying the Airbnb model that has become so lucrative in recent years. But in contrast to the condo bailout that's been in the news, this bailout is not being paid by public dollars, but with the homes of tenants. And I fear 75 East 8th Avenue is just the beginning. Because the extended stay hotel model is so profitable, it is expected that many other developers will follow Nicola Welt's lead in building such hotels and displacing tenants. All of this is made possible by the blatant contradictions between various city planning policies. According to Section 3.2.2.1D of the Hotel Development Policy, developers are allowed to demolish rental apartments in areas with community plans. This means land speculators can tear down as much existing affordable housing as they want in vast swaths of the city without proposing any new housing. What's perplexing, though, is that the very community plans they cite also note a need for housing in Vancouver. One of the main goals of the Broadway plan is, quote, to increase supply of secured rental housing. It also states that, quote, protecting tenants and minimizing the negative impacts of redevelopment is a priority for the Broadway plan area, end quote. So which is it? Does City Council care more about a likely fabricated hotel room crisis and rescuing the profits of developers? Or does it care about the existence of affordably priced homes and the needs of its constituents? It's clear that city policies are contradictory here, and there's an opportunity for city councilors to show their priorities today. With this in mind, I support the earlier amendments that have been brought up. The hotel development policy needs to be amended to prevent displacement, and 75 East 8th Avenue should be redesignated as general urban as per the authority granted to it by the Metro Vancouver 2050 Regional Growth Strategy. Overall, I urge City Council to reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 11 is Stephen Bohas. Stephen, you ready to go?
1 second. Good morning, Council. My name's Stephen Bowes. I'm a Vancouver resident and a renter. I'm strongly opposed to this rezoning, and I stand in solidarity with the residents of Myron Manor. I was one of the many people who waited patiently here last week on Thursday night to speak, and only one person was heard. I will note that previously in the last term, public hearings would only reconvene at either at 3 p.m. or for 2 years at 6 p.m. Next slide. Here are many, many examples of other buildings in the Broadway plan area that would would require dumb evictions. Next slide. As I noted on June the 3rd during the debate on enhanced tenant protections, the City of Vancouver could provide housing for anyone being displaced in one of its buildings, such as this one, maybe at the same rate. Next slide. This is another existing rental building, a couple of streets blocks away, that also would fall under the same hotel rezoning. So it's not just this site. Next slide.
So with Myron Manor, it's an existing rental building in the industrial zone, and all the sites that Nikola Wealth could have acquired in this area, this firm chose the one that would require the demolition of 42 residents. Next slide. So my workplace is just a few blocks away. So last week I walked around the area and I just saw that there are so many buildings there just with purely commercial uses. Why did Nikola Wealth not purchase one of these properties if it had an intention to build a hotel? It would require no displacement. Or better yet, why did Nikola Wealth not purchase any of the Broadway Zone C3A sites that would enable hotels by default that would be on a commercial site that would not have any displacement? But no, they chose this site. And there is a tower going up at Broadway in Ontario. There was no real issue with that because there was no one living there. Next slide. There are, of course, a bunch of industrial uses, job spaces there. I know I do work in the area, and the land values could spike from increased property taxes. And regarding the comments made by planning staff around the edges of the industrial base, there's actually no provision in the Broadway plan to allow for hotel use in this part of Mount Pleasant, with the only exception being along Yukon. And to suggest that adjacency to one of the sub areas will permit another use is simply misleading. Next slide. I'll just remind you that you did approve a 25 and now it's a 29-story tower at 320 West, second in the Broadway, this industrial zone. Next slide. There were hotels here in Mount Pleasant, like the Biltmore and the Best Western, and they were converted to a good use, which is social housing. And they actually showed a lack of demand. And I believe yesterday you just approved a 225-room hotel at 375 East First, and there have been a slew of Broadway planned hotels being approved, and a whole bunch in downtown. And you also turned down a hotel on Barclay because of issues with neighborhood. Next slide. But these are one of several of the rezonings for hotels that have gone through or are going through. Next slide. And in terms of the costs, and there are victims of the Broadway plan, these are rental apartment buildings full of tenants that have been approved for towers. And what's going to become of the tenants who live here? Next slide. More rental displacement, and these were all approved on consent unanimously by this council in the last few months, including 1088 West 12th in the lower left corner. Next slide. So the Broadway plan is a failure in policy. And one of the biggest failures is its lack of protection for existing rental buildings. ODP change needs to be made by this council or the future council to protect existing rental buildings from rezoning, because the existing rental stock is too precious to be allowed for redevelopment. Next slide. Next slide. I just want to get, and one more slide. Yeah, and please consider the interests of the tenants. You know, if someone wants to build a hotel, they should buy land zoned for a hotel. Please turn down this rezoning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Simon Daniels, speaker 12.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Simon Daniels, and I am a resident of Myron Manor for more than 25 years. I stand before you today alongside the Myron Manor Collective to strongly oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. I urge this Council to reject the application to demolish our homes. This isn't just about one building. It's about the permanent loss of affordable housing and an existing community. The demoviction of Myron Manor would severely fracture our community's social fabric, cultural ties, and mutual support systems by permanently scattering a deeply rooted network of long-term residents. Myron Manor is not just a building. or a non-conforming land use anomaly on a city spreadsheet. It is a community to roughly 40 working class residents. Myron Manor is not just a building or a non-conforming land use anomaly on a city spreadsheet. It is a community to roughly 40 working class residents, including young families, seniors, people with disabilities, an indigenous elder, and a vibrant community of Filipino immigrants who live just blocks from their church and the planned Filipino Cultural Center. The city cannot claim to celebrate the Filipino community's place in Mount Pleasant while evicting long-term Filipino residents from Myron Manor. Many of my neighbors have lived here for over a decade. Some have spent their entire lives here. Seniors at Myron Manor currently benefit from an exceptionally accessible location. The building is in immediate walking distance to essential senior infrastructure, including St. Patrick's Catholic Church, community green spaces, local shopping centers, community center, and a medical care at the nearby hospital. The rezoning of Myron Manor would permanently displace our community. Many of us will be forced to leave Vancouver or the province entirely because we cannot afford today's market rents. Developers Nicola Wealth Real Estate and Lotus Capital Corp are leveraging a commercial loophole to build a 21-story extended stay tech hotel rather than residential housing. As a result, tenants are denied the Broadway's plan right of first refusal. This means the erasure of our shared community space is permanent. Vancouver is in the middle of a housing crisis. Every existing affordable rental home matters. At a time when working people are struggling to remain in the city, it makes no sense to replace our homes with an extended stay commercial hotel serving transient guests instead of permanent neighbors who invest emotionally and socially into Mount Pleasant. The building becomes a labor-light commercial enterprise. You lose the sense of safety and mutual trust that comes from knowing exactly who lives next door. Tenants in 75 East 8 are told they are entitled to the tenant relocation and protection policy. Yet, they are not entitled to a right of first refusal in this new building. And upon moving to a new market rate rental, the compensation being offered would be spent in a few months. City staff admitted to the tenants that this will not be a lateral move, meaning tenants will face worse quality of life and likely have to leave the neighborhood or the city if this hotel is built. Council, today you have a choice. You can approve a project that permanently displaces nearly 40 residents and erases a long-standing community, or you can protect the people who already call this neighborhood home. Please stand with your residents, protect the Myron Manor, and reject the rezoning application for 75 East 8th Avenue. Thank you.
Thanks very much for speaking. Moment. Question from you, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a question, just on point of parliamentary procedure. No, it's actually not even that. Given that I think we have a number of people on leave shortly, I'd like to propose a path forward so we can continue. We have a number of in-person speakers. I believe we can form 6 to have quorum, that we can continue hearing speakers. And I also heard from you, Chair, that potentially we could even shorten lunch because we have, I think, over 300 speakers to this item, or almost 300. So,
200, yeah.
So I'd like to propose, and I just need confirmation from one more councillor that they can stay online for the duration, at least up till 12 noon. So maybe if any councillors want to put themselves in the queue. I know a couple have other obligations with, so.
Other agency.
I'm just putting that out to council.
Okay. It would be good to establish that, but we may take a minute or two just to try and figure that out.
Yeah.
But I did hear a proposal for a shortened lunch break at 12 to 12:30.
Yeah, and that would also be an option, but I'd like to, if we can, be able to
I'm prepared to do that.
I'm prepared to take over the chair
make sure
during
that it's
that
clear.
hour and a half.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Okay, you know what? I'm going to just, because it sounds like we got a little wrangling to do, just to make sure that we can keep the meeting going. I'm just going to take a 2-minute recess and then we'll come back.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, we will resume the meeting. Our next speaker is Louis Villegas. I will. Okay, before you, while you're getting set up there, Louis, we've got a presentation from you. We're going to keep proceeding as long as possible, and we'll take a 45-minute lunch break today. Go ahead, Louis. Oh, you haven't quite got there yet? You ready to go?
Good.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Louis Villegas. I've been a resident in the city for 41 years. Next slide, please. And the next one. As an architect, planner, and urban design specialist, I oppose this proposal, as I oppose all towers in the neighborhoods. Next, the human cost. 42 people, 5 families, 5 children, 3 babies, not all in the photo, all evicted. Next, the Rosetta Stone for good urbanism in Vancouver. Mountains, towers, houses, river. Natural containment is our Rosetta Stone. Towers downtown, human scale in the neighborhoods. Next, visual proof of tower containment. The Rosetta Stone is visible in Steve's model. Mountains on top, downtown towers, and the neighborhood. Downtown towers built profitably without disrupting the vernacular. Not so in the foreground, in the neighborhood of Kitsilano. Steve's model also shows a downtown peninsula jutting out into Burrard Inlet and taking the towers with it. The towers look smaller because they're further away. At this distance, they don't block the sky, the sun, or the mountain views in the neighborhoods. Next, view compression. In this magnificent location, government will compress a 25-kilometer view into a wall building just 1 kilometer away. Next, the takeaway. Canada is the largest democracy by land mass. We're not running out of land, but government is all out of good ideas. Next, the density fallacy. Government will deliver affordable housing by adding towers in greater numbers. Nothing could be further from the truth. Next, the policy blind spot. Towers inflate land values, creating the opposite of affordability. Next, the humanity of it all. Micro apartments are structurally unfit for individuals and growing families. I know, I'm an architect. Next, the economic distortions. Giving away density and height aligns public revenue with developer profits, throwing out the babies with the bathwater. Next, a bad bargain. Government is upzoning land without regard for the sense of place. Next, the affordability trap. Changing the definition of affordability, government loses all credibility. Pegging rents to market rates fails a CMHC gold standard for affordability. Housing costs at 30% net household income. Buying gap guaranteed affordable houses in perpetuity. Next, serving the wrong master. Hyperdensity breeds, next slide, please. Hyperdensity breeds speculation, yet government also is elected to keep housing costs within the reach of local, moderate incomes. Next, the paradigm shift. The pivot to the regions. Next. How did we get here? Left, the 1976 Livable Region Plan, enshrined at the Regional Growth Strategy 2050, triggered a 25-year housing crisis with no end in sight. The SkyTrain would end gridlock and sprawl by compressing all growth inside a tiny, puny regional core. Right, we cut the Gordian knot by building expansive LRT streetcar technology, by unlocking cheap land in sufficient quality to deliver guaranteed affordable housing to all Canadians, Mr. Mayor. Next, the politics of it all. Vancouver benefits as a regional core. All transit lines converge here. Capital aligns, investments flow. However, when policy concentrates all benefits in one sector, it creates winners and losers. That must not stand. We will create more wealth with neighborhood infill and tramp towns than we will by building towers. All roads lead to Rome.
Thanks. Okay, our next moment. Just checking to see if we have quorum. Councillor Fry, can you enable your camera? And other councillors, just making sure you can enable your camera. Thanks very much.
Chair, I'm here. I don't know what's going on with my camera.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if you've got that little cover or something that's on it. That's fine. Thanks, Councillor Fry. Okay, we'll keep going.
Chair, I'm going to just restart my thing.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, great. We'll keep going then. Thanks. Okay, our next speaker is Noah Porzartip. Yeah, go right ahead. There's a little control for the podium. You can lower it just on your right hand. Just on the lower part there, lower right.
Lower right.
Yeah, just you can adjust it. Good stuff. Okay, thanks. Go right ahead.
Good morning, councillors. I'm Noah Porzartip, a lifelong resident of this city. In my own name, I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue, long called Myron Manor, and urge you to refuse it. This proposed rezoning threatens the homes of around 40 residents, including an Indigenous elder, fellow elders, people with disabilities, and young families. The tenants have been told that they'll be entitled to the tenant relocation and protection policy, yet the tenants won't be entitled to a right of first refusal in the new building, nor will the compensation offered to the tenants suffice for them to afford remaining in Mount Pleasant or even Vancouver. Thus, as even city staff have admitted to the tenants, this won't be a lateral move. Deceptively, the referral report claims that Myron Manor must be replaced because it is non-conforming to the Mount Pleasant industrial area and the Broadway plan. Yet in fact, the Metro Vancouver 2050 regional growth strategy will allow the city to rezone Myron Manor from industrial to general urban use. Thus, Myron Manor can survive as an apartment building. Councillors, the Broadway plan is meant to incentivize the construction of housing, yet the plan is now being manipulated in combination with the hotel development policy to justify the destruction of housing in the Broadway corridor. No amount of bureaucratic sophistry can hide such obvious hypocrisy. To add insult to injury, the proposed hotel will damage Mount Pleasant's cultural character. Nearly a third of Myron Manor's tenants are Filipino. Do they not deserve to live near the Filipino cultural center that this very council approved? Councillors, you can't seriously claim to celebrate the Filipino diaspora's presence in Mount Pleasant while displacing so many Filipinos from the same neighborhood. Just as the Filipino diaspora will suffer from this displacement, so will St. Patrick's Roman Catholic parish. It shouldn't take someone as irreligious as me quoting the Bible to remind this council of basic ethics, but here we are. From the book of Proverbs, do not rob the poor because they are poor. To approve this rezoning is to let a greedy few do just that. From the book of Isaiah, my people will abide in secure dwellings. Councillors, if you approve this rezoning, 40 of our people will no longer reside in secure dwellings. From the book of Micah, alas for those who devise wickedness. They perform it because it is in their power. They covet houses and take them away. They oppress householder and house. To approve this rezoning is to commit just such an abuse of power. From the book of Mark, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. There is no other commandment greater. Councillors, if you are tempted to approve this rezoning, I ask you this. Are you loving your neighbors as yourself? Would you want such displacement to happen to you or your closest loved ones without any reliable promise of relief? You and I know full well that you would not. Councillors, to approve this rezoning is to violate the golden rule, to make our neighborhoods less neighborly, to make our city less of a city. Thank you, councillors. Long live Myron Manor.
Our next speaker is Neil Wiles. Neil, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Excellent. Good morning, Chair Klassen and the Council. Again, my name is Neil Wiles. I'm the Executive Director of the Mount Pleasant BIA, and I am a resident of Vancouver. As you know, the Mount Pleasant BIA is one of Vancouver's largest and most established BIAs, representing over 1,200 businesses in the neighborhood. Our boundaries generally stretch along Main and Kingsway with portions of Broadway, East 2nd, 16th, and all the way up to 29th. We advocate for local businesses while leading initiatives focused on economic development, public realm improvements, safety initiatives, hosting events, and we are very proud of our walkable commercial district. During my time with the Mount Pleasant BIA, we've seen constant redevelopment in the area, as well as, you know, the Broadway line, which is going on. Currently, I think there are more than 30 of those big blue redevelopment signs on our streets right now. But through the last decade or so, Mount Pleasant has lost all our hotels. An earlier speaker said there was 2. There was, in fact, 3, 2 of them being repurposed to social housing, and the third one, which is, oddly enough, a Nicola Wealth product, is the City Center Motel, which is now an artist space for the time being. I've seen a number of hotel projects floated for the area, and none of them have come to fruition. A hotel would support our local businesses and some of our shops, and definitely bolster our tourism industry. The recent World Cup tournament would have been vastly different if our area had had any hotels. With all of that said, I am in support of this, but I am very sympathetic to the residents on site, and you cannot be moved by some of the passion and some of the things that have been said. I think at this point, it is incumbent upon City Council, if they were to move forward with this project, to ensure that the proponent not only meets but exceeds the requirements set forth for these tenants. The Business Association does not take lightly anything that affects the residents of the neighborhood, for they are the very economic engine that drives our businesses. So I would hopefully see that Council would tread lightly on this and make sure that the proponent exceeds whatever requirements are required. Again, the Business Association supports this. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Our next speaker, I believe is in person, is James Pangilinan. Sorry about the pronunciation. Hi, James. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is James Pangilinan, and I live in Sunset Fraser on 43rd Avenue, where the Lapu-Lapu Day tragedy happened. I'm a PhD candidate in geography at UBC, where my research and teaching focuses on geographies of Southeast Asian displacement, Filipino migration, and the study of humanitarian crises. I have taught at SFU and UBC. I come here both as a scholar and as a concerned community member, specifically from the Filipino diaspora, urging you to reject this proposal. This proposal threatens some 42 residents, including Indigenous, Black, and other tenants, folks with disabilities, elders, and immigrants from Sri Lanka and South Africa to China and the Philippines. Over an unjustly fast-track process, Myron Manor Collective has shown us the clarity of their refusal to be pushed aside by elite asset managers seeking a buck catering to techno-tourists. Myron Manor has taught us how they value their home, their care networks, their kinship in Mount Pleasant over decades, yet now Nicola and Lotus want to undo decades of memories and connections. For this, Nicola deserves reputational damage, even proposing this hotel with dismal branding prospects. Ironically, when I mentioned this proposal to my closest kin, including my big brother, tech bro who works for Apple, my little brother working in Seattle's booming health tech industry, neither of them would want to stay in a hotel like this. They expressed disgust at the prospect of staying somewhere built on displacing elders, families, kids from their home. Notably, a third of Myron Manor tenants are long-residing Filipino elders and workers who have sacrificed themselves in the care, medical, maritime, and hospitality industries, which every Canadian depends on. Due to proximity to St. Pat's Church and 2 working hospitals, which wouldn't run without Filipino labor, Mount Pleasant figures significantly in Filipino-Canadian history. Yet city census data shows Filipinos have been displaced there more than almost any other group through gentrification and land speculation. This proposal accelerates Filipino displacement, and I find it ironic and especially cruel that the proposed hotel would be mere blocks from some of this council's highly controversial hotel with a Filipino cultural center. Listen, you can't have it both ways. On the one hand, pandering to Filipinos for votes, building a cultural center, offering a bailout to Port Living, which is fairly, in financial straits, while also kicking out actual Filipino families and working and working class elders from Mount Pleasant. Instead of symbolically recognizing and morally celebrating the community after Lapu Lapu Day, your decision here would materially show your true colors. Do you value or do you racially abandon actual Filipino family and elders, many of whom spent the majority of their time in Canada at Myron Manor? As Will, one tenant of 24 years, stressed to me, Filipino tenants were always popular with the management of Myron Manor, partly because they religiously paid their rent on time. But when notice of redevelopment and possible eviction was given, it was as if this moral contract was rent asunder. As Will put it, it was as if heaven and earth collapsed. And for what? FIFA has come and gone. The math on the hotel shortage has not added up. If anything, rentals were down year over year. Moreover, this council has over-approved hotel developments over housing, thereby worsening market excesses by now adding too many unnecessary hotel rooms to too many unaffordable condos. Yet the costs of this market exuberance are paid by real people in real communities. This is the crisis, and as a scholar of humanitarian crisis, it's safe to say the hotel room shortage is not a crisis. It's not on par with COVID in 2020, famine in Gaza, or climate change. The hotel crisis room shortage is a cruel narrative of developers struggling to extract profits from questionably industrial zones, quote unquote. And 75 East 8th is not even the only industrial asset owned by Nikola Wealth. We know this because at a May 13th meeting, with the so-called relocation specialist, Nikola representative subtle bragged about owning a lion's share of industrial holdings. Instead of developing other sites, this proposal rationalized displacement to build a dystopian extended stay hotel. Extended stays are super profitable as they're labor light, and they won't create many, and I highly doubt they would create any unionized jobs. Simply put, as even a Myron Manor tenant working in the hotel industry, facing displacement through this proposal would not benefit from Myron's redevelopment. Add that to an impossible right of first refusal, because this proposal is for a hotel, not homes. For these reasons, I strongly oppose this rezoning and urge you to deny its approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in and speaking today. Our next speaker is speaker number 17, Rhonda Toth by phone. Go ahead, Rhonda. You have 5 minutes to address
Thank
council.
Thank you. My name is Rhonda Toth. I have lived in Vancouver for 15 years. I am against the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue, known as Myron Manor. Please reject this proposal today. The reason I oppose this development is quite simple. The so-called hotel crisis is fake. It does not exist. But the housing affordability crisis, that is a very real crisis and is being felt by many very real people who are living in Vancouver right now. Let's start with the hotel crisis that never was. There are hotel rooms available in Vancouver. There were even empty rooms while the city was in full swing during the World Cup. We survived the era of Taylor Swift. So what is pushing this flurry of hotel applications and approvals? We may never really know exactly, but let's ask some questions about how we got here. The hotel crisis story began in 2022 when a Destination Vancouver, a lobby group, reported the need for 10,000 additional hotel rooms in Vancouver by 2050. I believe some council members are quite familiar with Destination Vancouver. This came with dire warnings of billions lost in visitor spending if hotel supply was not aggressively expanded. Mr. Stanley D., founder of commercial real estate company D Corp., declared that FIFA would be a gong show due to a hotel shortage. Well, Mr. D at that time had a 464-room downtown hotel proposal awaiting rezoning from City Council. And, Council approved Mr. D's rezoning weeks later. But now we have a Vancouver City Hall mandate. 10,000 additional hotel rooms are needed by 2050. And boy, City Hall is really taking this seriously with a 2050 target of 10,000 hotel rooms. There are now, in 2026, 7,000 hotel rooms in development, and pipelines with more than half of those are approved. At the current pace, Vancouver could be basically at its 2050 hotel target by 2027. Hotel rooms. Yet the overwhelming majority of Vancouver residents say, quote, affordable housing is the most important issue to them and hotels can wait. So the questions I ask are, why does City Council believe that hotel developers need this special treatment? Is it really a struggling industry that council holds as the number one priority for our city and its residents? Will you, as city councilor, vote for or against this amendment? Well, I don't know how you'll vote, but I guess I will know once you vote on this proposal. What I do know is that so far, this council has approved measures to increase profitability for hotel development. These include your reduction of community amenity contributions, so hotel pools, fitness centers, meeting rooms are given credit in lieu of funding towards supportive housing, community pools, affordable childcare spaces for locals. You pre-zoned for hotel to bypass public hearings. And in December 2025, you reduced development levies. In December, you held a 20% off sale for all in-string applications that had not yet had their building permitted. A kind of holiday cheer for developers. Sounds quite festive. If the community does not benefit from amenities, then perhaps I think that will be the creation of ongoing stable jobs. But apparently no. Myron Manor's longtime residents who live and work in Vancouver will lose their stable, dignified, affordable housing and have no right to return, and the hotel to replace their houses is designed for short-term nomadic tech workers and will be filled with electronic booking, check-in, electronic checkout, CCTV monitoring, robot staff, no laundry workers, en-suite cleaners, concierge services. So no staff, no employees, maximum profit. And that is the point of these types of development. Nicola Wealth and Lotus Capital Corp have billions of dollars in holdings. And yet when the sale of Myron Manor was completed in 2021, the transaction was funneled through a holding company to avoid paying property transfer tax that most normal people pay when they're property owners completing real estate transactions. So again, no money, no support for the vital services that elected representatives need to run a city that works for all citizens. I don't understand this love-in with hotel developers. They will be fine without your helicopter parenting. They are actually really, really smart. But so are the normal residents who vote in municipal elections. How will you vote today, councillors? Do the right thing.
Thank you, Rhonda, and that is perfectly timed. I'll move on to speak. Will just be a brief moment, council, and to anyone listening online. Okay, council, we're going to resume with speaker number 18, Ian Tostenson by phone. Ian, if you're on the line, you just need to confirm if you're a resident of Vancouver or not.
Speaker 18 is not on the line.
Okay. Next speaker is speaker number 19, Christina Florencio.
Speaker 19 is not on the line.
Speaker number 20, Rajpreet Sidhu, sorry. No?
Hello?
Is this Rajpreet?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
You have up to 5 minutes to address council on this item. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Rajpreet, and I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 5th Avenue and ask council to reject it today. And also, I just want to say that, scheduling this at, 9:30 on a work day is, really inconvenient for, a lot of people who work like me. I live in the Fairview neighborhood right next to Mount Pleasant. I have the pleasure to meet the Myron Manor tenants. Some already spoke today and are clearly very passionate about staying in their home. The idea of turning their affordable and solid homes of these residents who are young families, seniors, people with disabilities, 1/3 Filipino, into hotels for digital nomads seems very silly to me. It makes no sense in the policy landscape of Vancouver to keep it for working class residents. This is why Vancouver is the most expensive city to live in. It is also the permanent eviction of 40 residents, where Mount Pleasant is their home and they shared how they use their parks, go to their local church, go to the local schools, and work in the area. They're necessary members of the community who deserve to stay. So while it's extremely silly, it is also extremely violent. This proposal is asking for the removal of 40 residents from their home and their community to benefit rich tech workers and Lotus Capital Corp and Nicola Wealth. It is asking the city to co-sign the transfer of wealth and capital by destroying affordable rentals displacing residents so an ultra developer can build a whole, which we obviously know City Hall is tied in with these developers, especially these hotel developers. Hence, to end, council should reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th in solidarity with the Myron Manning Collective.
Is that it, speaker?
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments today. Next speaker is speaker 21, Rusaba Alam, in person. Is Rusaba here? Yeah, okay, we're just gonna give Rusaba a moment here. Yeah. Oh, doors aren't. Uh-oh. Good morning, Rusaba. You can adjust the podium. There's a button on your right to lower it. It's too high.
Sorry.
Staff are How's gonna just come over and help you there. Just to maybe a little high.
Just be like here?
Okay, and you have up to 5 minutes to address council. And we do have just, some councillors online as well, even if you don't see them here in chamber.
Okay, sorry, I just need a sec to...
Yeah, no problem. Take your time.
Good morning. My name is Rusaba. I'm a resident of Mount Pleasant, living not too far from Myron Manor, and I'm speaking to oppose this rezoning and the plan to replace the rental building at 75 East 8th with a long-term stay hotel for tech workers. I teach literature to undergraduate students, so I was delighted to learn that there's a bit of a connection today to a literary classic. Nicola Wealth, the wealth management company that owns the property at 75 East 8th, also supports a number of other projects locally in addition to real estate development. They are, for example, the primary sponsor of Bard on the Beach, which is putting on a great production of Macbeth this summer. So I want to thank them for giving us an opportunity to reflect on Shakespeare's famous cautionary tale about the dangers of unbridled ambition for power. Famously, in the play, while they wait for Macbeth to arrive, the witch's prophecy foretells, by the pricking of my thumbs, something wicked this way comes. In keeping with their support for the arts, just around the corner from Myron Manor, Nicola Wealth also owns the City Center Motor Hotel, the former motel on Main Street currently serving as artist studios while it awaits redevelopment. In other words, within 400 meters of each other, Nicola Wealth owns two properties slated for redevelopment, a motel they plan to tear down to build an apartment building, and an apartment building they plan to tear down to build a hotel. In the idiom of Shakespeare's witches, fair is foul and foul is fair. Shakespearean absurdity aside, my primary concern is for the distress and disruption this plan would cause in the lives of more than 40 residents who would be displaced. The referral report for today's hearing states that the applicant has offered to extend additional support in relocating these tenants. I'm sure others will speak to what that tenant relocation support looks like in practice. So instead, I will say that as I read these words in the report, I'm reminded of the last time I was standing here just over a year ago, speaking at the public hearing for the rezoning of the East 10th Avenue building where I live. In that instance, in response to the concerns we raised that over a third of the tenants slated to be displaced would be ineligible for Broadway Plan tenant relocation protections, myself included, Council cited the developer's informal comments during the hearing that he would consider extending support to ineligible tenants when the proposal has passed. As you consider the promises of relocation support alluded to in today's referral report, you may be interested to know that in the case of the 10th Avenue rezoning, that promise has not materialized. In more than a year that has passed between the rezoning hearing and today, my neighbors and I have heard nothing further about that promise from the developer or the city, but we have watched as on the next block over from us, TRPP ineligible tenants have been dem-evicted with no protection to speak of. Some may say that the answer is to formalize the commitments and requirements for the developer to provide, for instance, monetary compensation to the affected tenants, and that this could balance out the distress caused to these neighbors through the displacement. This raises an obvious question for me, which is, why should the city's staff, time, and money be put toward enforcing an ever-growing suite of administrative requirements when we could instead simply say no to a proposal that would replace an entire apartment building's worth of livable and affordable rental units with exactly zero? I hope that as you consider this question, councillors will remember that under the Vancouver Charter, both a yes vote and an abstention are understood in legal terms as votes in favor of a proposal. And I quote from that document. A member of council present at the meeting at the time of the vote who abstains from voting is deemed to have voted in the affirmative, end quote. As such, only a no vote can express that you do not agree that this project should go forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're just going to pause a moment. Councillor Montague, we just need to have you online. Okay, thank you. Speaker number 23, May Bickley. We have May in person? Yes, okay. Council, just one moment. Good morning, May. You can just go to the podium there on, I guess your left. You have up to 5 minutes to address council this morning.
I'm against lag. Hey, the wayo. Kan hada the petigo. The gata the will watu. Vancouver the will jogging. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is May. I am from Hartley Bay, the people of the ceremonial cane, and I belong to the Raven clan. I currently live at 75 East 8th Meyer Manor for 24 years. As an Indigenous elder, I have never imagined I would stand before City Hall fighting for a right to remain in the place I call home. The TRC states that you are to help take care of us Indigenous people, and I'm not speaking just for myself. I speak on behalf of the South African, Filipino, and any other cultural group that are living in my home, in the building that I've been in. You know, for some it may look like development, or for me it feels like displacement. And I have generations of history as Indigenous people. Many of us have generations of displacement in the name of progress. When I hear that my home may be torn down to make room for a hotel, I cannot separate a lifetime building stability, belonging, and community. I've been impacted physically, emotionally because of this since November. Council, property is not simply a development, it is my home, where I feel safe and secure, where friends and family gather, where I have put down my roots. After years of struggling to find stable housing, this became the place where I finally felt I belonged. The sense of belonging means everything. As you get older, I think that I find it deeply troubling that permanent residents are being displaced so temporary visitors can take our place. Tonight, Council, I ask you to not approve a project that would replace our homes with a hotel. Not affordable housing, not family housing, not housing for seniors, a hotel. I speak as an Indigenous elder, but I support all the neighbors that I have because they are family. There are families raising children, workers who support local businesses, long-term residents who contribute to this neighborhood every day. We may come from different backgrounds, but we share one important truth. This is our home. We belong here. What hurts most is not only the possible loss of a building, it is the messages that comes with that: homes, relationships, and sense of community people built over decades matter less than a developmental proposal. How do you place value on community? How do you measure the worth of neighbors who care for one another? How do you calculate the importance of a place where people feel safe? You cannot. Because some things are worth more than money. Home is more than a roof over our heads. As I mentioned, it's where we care for one another, where there's stability, support, and belonging. I understand cities must grow and change, but growth should not come at the expense of people who already live here. A great city doesn't choose visitors over those who live here. It does not place profit ahead of community. It should not approve projects that displace residents without fully considering what will be lost. If this building housed your parents, your grandparents, would replacing their homes with a hotel feel like progress to you? Unfortunately, you can't see the people that I live with because they're not in the room with me. But look at that community that exists. Ask yourself whether destroying their home is truly worth the cost. You're not choosing an empty lot in a new hotel. I ask you to stand with the elders, stand with the family, stand with the community that exists. I never expected to stand before my own city and ask for your permission to remain in my home.
Thank you, May. May, that is...
Here I am. I'm asking you to reject that proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in person today. Thank you, May. Our next speaker is speaker number 24, Jonathan Petrov, by phone.
Hello.
Hi, Jonathan. Go
Can you
ahead.
hear
You
me?
have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Petrov. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose the rezoning application. And frankly, I would like to give a few seconds of silence out of respect for the courage that the last speaker, May, one of the most courageous tenants of Myron Manor. So I'm just gonna let that hang for a moment because I think everyone should sit with that. Oh, thank you so much, May. How can you not all be just shook to your core? Like I said, I'm a resident of Vancouver. I live in the West End. I've been living here for a few years. So I'm a neighbor of Mount Pleasant and of the tenants of Myron Manor. About a year ago in Chambers, City Council approved a motion to adopt the National Housing Strategy Act recognition of housing as a fundamental human right, wherein housing is described as essential to the inherent dignity and well-being of the people. Quoting straight from the original council motion, quote, governments must ensure that the housing system enables everyone to live somewhere in security, peace, and dignity, end quote. I impress on you all today that with respect to this hotel development at 75 East 8th, the unnecessary displacement of friends, families, elders, migrants, Indigenous, that to displace them from their long-term, deeply affordable housing is counterproductive to your duties with respect to upholding this resolution. Approving the rezoning and demolition of the homes at Myron Manor will contribute to the disruption of their peace. With considerable gaps in the Broadway plan's TRPP, you would be creating insecurity for all the tenants who are inevitably going to be outpriced from their neighborhood in this completely out of control, off the rails market. And the denial of the right to return, which has been referenced a lot, is one of the most obvious gaps here. Amongst others, this is unfair and it's a slight against the dignity of these residents. You know, there's nothing for them to return to with a hotel because there's no residential units. That much has been said already pretty clearly, and it's pretty much one of the most obvious points. But I want to look at another component of the so-called additional enhanced protections that have been proposed by the applicant. And just to point out that it's so lacking in meaning that it's embarrassing. One of the ones I want to point out in this enhanced plans, and I'll paraphrase, but it purports to help tenants find alternative housing at 20% below market rent. The market rents are arbitrarily geared towards market rate, and this is systematically unfair to the tenants. Market rates are entirely out of our hands. Market rates are a developer's and landlord's toy. It's their tool and it's a lever that they have control over, something tenants do not at all. The market is in a chokehold by developers and landlords who set the rents such that tenants are squeezed and pushed to the brink with the most overpriced rents that they can get away with. That is not affordability. The tenants of Myron Manor already live in housing that is affordable to them. And in some cases, 20% below market does not come close to cutting it for them and will lead to them being displaced much further out of reach of Mount Pleasant. So why should we give preferential treatment to developers and landlords to set the terms and put the cost of what displacement is so that it's out of reach for many? And fundamentally, why should we be giving up affordable housing that is deeply needed in a current housing crisis
Jonathan,
in
that's your
exchange
time.
for hotels that is not?
Thank you, Jonathan. That's your 5 minutes. Moving on to next speaker, 25, Erica Mildner. Is Erica in person here? Okay. Okay, Erica's not here. Okay, thank you. Speaker number 26, Soumya Joshi. Good morning. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, so please feel free to correct it. Your pronunciation of your first name, I'm sorry. Soumya, thank you. Soumya, you have up to 5 minutes. Oh, sorry, my apologies. We just need to restore quorum, so just give us 1 minute. Council, we're just going to take a 3-minute recess just to restore quorum. And Soumya, so just wait for a moment. So 3-minute recess for everyone. Thank you. Okay, Council, we're going to continue. So back to our speaker number 26, Samia. You can come back in chambers. Welcome back. And Samia, you have up to 5 minutes to address Council. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Samia, and I'm a resident and renter in Vancouver. I strongly oppose the rezoning of Myron Manor. A little bit about me. I'm an economist, and I'm also a PhD candidate at the University of British Columbia. One of the main facts that stood out to me from the last two censuses of Vancouver is that the median household in Vancouver is not only a tenant household, but also paying more than 30% of its income in rent. There is an affordability of housing issue in Vancouver, and it is dire. If the median household is struggling to pay the median rent, it is also struggling to pay the average rent. And what that means is that the people who have put the councillors in front of me in power are also struggling to find housing that they can afford while supporting their families and continuing to enjoy life in a city that they have built. I want to examine this proposal a little more closely. In my opinion, it is eviscerating an existing rent-controlled house without building any replacement. This is also crucial because Mount Pleasant Industrial Area is one of those rare neighborhoods where people are residing close to their place of work. It is an urban planner's most desired outcome to build a city where the residents of the city live where they work and are not displaced to the further ends of the city and have to commute in every day. I would hope that as councillors with foresight, you would want to design a city where the people who vote you in are also employed close to their homes and don't have to commute for hours or be flung out because they cannot find houses within that city. Not to just limit myself to that point, but the classification of the Mount Pleasant industrial area was meant to encourage the production, distribution, or repair space. I'm quoting exactly from the report that created this area. This hotel does not produce any employment, it does not distribute a product, and it definitely does not repair anything. I don't believe the claim that the tech nomads that the proposal says this hotel will support will provide any essential production services to Vancouver that the existing hotel infrastructure is not able to provide. I think these are residents who are not tax-paying residents of the city, who are here to enjoy the public infrastructure that has been built from the taxpayer residents' money, and the culture and vibrancy that the residents of the city bring to it. I'm also not sure what Nicola Wealth wants us to believe about the target audience for this hotel, because they keep switching the target audience from tech nomads to medical tourists, whatever will fit the empathy bill at a particular moment. So it is hard for me to follow where the production is coming from, because it really just seems to me like a hotel that people will use. As previous speakers have qualified, I don't believe that there is really a demand gap when it comes to hotels. The only source that justifies this demand gap has been funded by the hotel lobby. And as we witnessed with the FIFA and periods of high tourism in the city, the existing hotel infrastructure is very much able to suffice. Another thing I would like to say is that having lived all over the world before settling in Vancouver, tourism is never a good idea to base your economy on. Firstly, because in a city like Vancouver, where you get 2 months of summer, it is a highly unsustainable economic prospect. The only employment a hotel can generate is for its hotel workers, and that has been firmly rejected by the hotel workers union within the city. I don't think this hotel provides anything except an eviction for the 42 residents who live in Myron Manor and are satisfied with the building. These are people who have created the community people come from far and wide to enjoy. These are the people who've paid for our buses. These are the people who've paid for our parks. And these are people who are immigrants and elderly and young families in good school districts who deserve to live there because they have been there for so many years and contributed to what we all come to enjoy here.
Thank you, Samia. That's your time, and thank you for coming to speak. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is speaker number 27, Tintin Yang. Good morning. Hi. You have up to 5 minutes to address council this morning.
How do I move this?
And there's a button.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool.
Perfect.
Okay.
Go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so good morning, Mayor Sim and members of City Council. My name is Tintin Yang, and I'm a resident living in Mount Pleasant, a few blocks away from my neighbors at Myron Manor. I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and request that council reject it today. I'm really heartened by the outpouring of support that I've witnessed today from my neighbors and fellow residents who want to say no to the extended stay hotel proposed by Nicola Wealth. So the so-called hotel crisis that justifies the development of the extended stay hotel is, in my view, a complete fabrication that undermines affordability in the city. As developments such as the one that we are discussing today cater to cosmopolitan, transitory, high-income tech workers, they come at the cost of existing affordable rental units. To develop a hotel while the number of affordable housing units in the city dwindles day by day, year over year, is so deeply cynical that it makes me question if City Council has any real interest in addressing the cost of living crisis in Vancouver at all. As we've seen during the summer, as Vancouver hosted the FIFA World Cup, there have been a lower than expected demand for hotel accommodations. So despite hosting one of the world's largest sporting events in the world, in the world in June, hotel occupancy in Vancouver was down up to 20% compared to the same time as last year. So as the demand for hotels remains low and the need for affordable housing in the city is high, how can any rational person possibly justify this development? The Broadway plan has been touted with the supposed aim to accelerate the development of housing to ease housing cost pressures on tenants through a supply-side logic. The Broadway plan also allegedly intends to implement, quote, the province's second largest job center. I'm skeptical of these logics, but that said, a minimally staffed hotel being built in the Broadway corridor, in my view, does not align with the labor nor housing goals initiated by the Broadway plan. If the City of Vancouver was serious about its plans to accelerate the creation of decent jobs for people who live in the city, it would not be supporting a development that would employ few workers and displace those who currently work and live in it. So, if we've established that the hotel crisis is a hoax largely concocted by the real estate and tourism lobbies, and that this development does not meet the goals set by the Broadway plan, what reasons could City Council have to possibly approve it? By my estimation, the only reasonable conclusion for why the quote tech brotel might be proposed or approved or backed by City Council must therefore be that it is a cynical attempt to generate wealth through a manufactured crisis. Nicola Wealth is at the end of the day an asset management company for the ultra wealthy, with the goal of bringing returns on investment to their clients. They do not care about the people, seniors, and children who are most directly impacted by their actions, despite their efforts to launder the reputation through acts of charity and philanthropy. Currently, the average asking rent for a one-bedroom in Vancouver is $2,470, which means that a single person would have to make, after taxes, nearly $100,000 a year for their rent to be considered affordable. That is 30% of their income. The median household income in Vancouver is $90,000, meaning that the average working person in Vancouver cannot afford to rent in the city. And let's not even get into talking about, the average income for a hotel worker that is supposedly going to benefit from this hotel development. Losing those affordable rental housing units in the city that is becoming increasingly hostile to working class and low-income tenants erases the contributions that these workers and tenants make to their communities, workplaces, and neighborhoods by displacing them. I hope that City Council will truly take in and listen to the perspectives of the tenants who live in Myron Manor and those who oppose a hotel that undermines the goals of the city's own official development plans. I guess that's all I really have to say. Thank you, Council, for your time.
Thank you very much for speaking to Council today. Our next speaker is speaker number 28, Anastasia Soliavra. Anastasia here?
Yes.
On the phone?
Hello.
Okay. Go ahead, Anastasia.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Anastasia. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I strongly oppose the rezoning at 75 East 8th Avenue. Nicola Welf's website describes Myron Manor as, quote, a well-positioned multifamily asset. The asset offers long-term value within a high desirable urban node, unquote. To me, this is an alien language. This is how developers see the homes and communities that people live in, nothing more than a financial asset, and the people who reside in these homes are seen as a nuisance that needs to be relocated. The plan to create accommodations for a future imagined tech elite while permanently displacing the working class people, children, and elders who live at Myron Manor is an alarming reality. The rezoning application states, quote, this development provides desperately needed extended stay hotel rooms to support the relocation of the talent required for the booming high-tech and biotech firms in Mount Pleasant, while significantly contributing to the City Council's objective to solve the hotel room supply crisis, unquote. I'd like to counter both of these claims. Booming tech industry. As someone who was recently laid off from the tech industry, I don't think anyone could describe it as booming. In fact, the large tech company I worked for recently laid off 40% of their workforce. All of the friends I made early in my career have been laid off from their tech jobs in the past year. All of my friends have been laid off. Hotel room supply crisis. As you know, the supposed urgency of hotel supply during the World Cup fell flat. Bookings are down 20% from this time last year. During the world's largest sporting event, we had plenty of hotel vacancies. So why are residents made to feel like we're in an accommodation crisis? The tourism nonprofit Destination Vancouver is the source of a report that says we are desperately short 10,000 hotel rooms. Destination Vancouver's board consists of hotel and tourism industry executives. Destination Vancouver also generates revenue from the MRD tax, a 3% charge on all room bookings. A source manufacturing a crisis that they directly benefit from should not be driving major development decisions at City Hall. As of January 2026, there are over 5,000 hotel rooms in the development pipeline, outpacing co-op and affordable housing units. What message does this send to residents when tourism takes priority over their own right to housing? Nicola Welf spent a significant portion of their speaking time listing their charitable practices. I don't believe their tax-deductible contribution should be a consideration for this proposal, especially when the risk of hotel development has been severely diluted by city policy, in turn leading to less revenue that can be invested in our communities. Some of these include reduced community amenity contributions. Hotel projects can exclude up to 20% of their floor area from density calculations, the fast tracking of rezonings, reduced development levies, and density bonuses. It is telling who this hotel will be serving based on the written submissions for the rezoning. Those who support include the largest taxi company in the city, a restaurant group, Destination Vancouver, Shocker, and those in the construction and real estate industry. Those who support the rezoning are hoping to reap the financial benefits of the hotel, while those who oppose the rezoning are tenants who don't want to be displaced from their neighborhood. A decision to approve Nicola Welf's hotel proposal is a decision to permanently displace the tenants who reside in Myron Manor. They will not get the right to a rental unit in the new development, and whatever lump sum they are offered will not cover a lifetime of significantly higher market rent. As Vancouver's development plans aim to demolish and redevelop a large amount of the affordable housing left in the city, the people who make our communities great will be forced to leave the neighborhood, the city, the province. I ask the city to please vote against Nicola Welf's hotel proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all?
Yeah. Okay.
Is that it? Thank you, Anastasia. Next speaker is speaker number 29, Azraf Ahmad. In person.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, you're on the line. Go ahead, Azraf.
Yes. Right. Hi, I'm Dr. Ashraf Ahmed. I'm a resident at Main and 14th. So the proposed rezoning is of my neighbors who live like 6 blocks away, and I strongly oppose this. What I'd like to do is sort of contextualize this rezoning in terms of the broader developments that are happening within the city. Currently, the city is experiencing large-scale rezoning where the proposal is in 5 to 10 years, we're going to have a largest number of condos buildings, right? However, if you look at any kind of event study conducted by economists in recent years, Beauclair and Lutz, McGrivy and Phillips, and others, upzoning of large scale, far larger than the ones that we're seeing in Vancouver and cities like Auckland and in cities in Switzerland, show that this kinds of rezoning that is being done by the Broadway plan only produces increasing in housing stock 4 to 6 years down the line, i.e., the housing stock in the intermediate times goes down, right? So that's the kind of that's where we find ourselves in, right? The situation in which upzoning is causing reductions in housing stock all over Vancouver, right? And this is producing a crisis of affordable housing as tons of families all over the Broadway plan area are displaced from their homes despite the best intentions of City Hall and the planners, right? So in this context where people are being forced out of their homes, there's a shortage of affordable housing, how do we justify further displacement in the name of building this temporary deck hotel, right? I think what this rezoning does is it contributes to the increasing of land value on the site and in the neighborhood, which is great for a asset management company like Nicola Wealth. However, these kinds of rezoning, by making land value higher, slows down construction, slows down the pace which you can build renewable housing, because it makes financing all that much harder on these higher value parcels of land. So it again goes against the stated intentions of the Broadway plan and the broader intentions of City Hall to build more affordable housing faster. I think we need to sort of take a look at the broader intention of building a hotel to solve this hotel room crisis that has been questioned by speakers earlier, right? One of the reasons that's given is that we need more hotels close to transit. However, this does not bear scrutiny when you bear in mind that the entire point of building a transit line in Mount Pleasant and through Mount Pleasant is that now people from further away are now connected to the neighborhood. So if folks who live downtown, in hotels downtown or near Metrotown can get to Mount Pleasant all that much faster, what exact purpose does this hotel serve, right? If tech workers are actually going to be the people coming in, I'm pretty sure that their companies can pay, would prefer that they be located downtown elsewhere and not in the industrial hub of Mount Pleasant. In any case, right, what we need to bear in mind, given that there's 1,000 additional rooms of hotels that have been approved by City Council, how is it exactly sort of proposed that this hotel or any other hotel is going to be profitable in the long run, given that we can't fully book up hotels even during the World Cup? I think at this point we need to sort of examine the economic conditions and identify that, look, if you increase the supply of hotel rooms, right, it doesn't necessarily equate to more profit for the people operating the hotels, does not equate to more jobs for folks in the hotel industry, but necessarily acts as a transfer to the folks who are in the investment in real estate business. That's not what we want to do. Right before an election, right, with these sort of uncertain economic outcomes, I want to question if displacing the folks who live in this house is worth it, right? The people who live here will not be able to live here if they're sort of displaced and out from this house, and the increased precarity created by this and the surrounding Broadway plan means that we lose all these folks, people who are currently rely on the local school, the parish, and form an integral part of our community. It would be heartbreaking to lose any one of them, but losing 40 of them is unthinkable, especially for a proposal with as many uncertain economic outcomes and one that exacerbates existing crises that we're going through. So that's why I would like you and urge you to vote this down. Thank you.
Thank you, Azraf, for your comments. Speaker number 30 is Isabel Rowe-Codner. Good morning, Isabel. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Okay. Hello, Vancouver City Council. My name is Isabel. I'm a renter in Vancouver, a part of the Vancouver Tenants Union, and I strongly oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. I've lived in the city and the Greater Vancouver area for all of my life. When my mother was pregnant with me, she lived in the Santa Rosa apartments, which are right across the street from the building that we are talking about today. The first place that I would have called home was a building a few blocks down the street, which no longer exists. My parents were both in their early 20s at the time, one of them a student and the other an entry-level technician. If it weren't for affordable housing in Mount Pleasant, they simply would not have been able to come become parents when they did, and neither myself nor my younger siblings would have been able to enjoy the same life that we do today. So, I personally am grateful for that which was afforded to my parents in the neighborhood, but I also think that the context which I am coming from, that which is rooted in this community, is by some measure exceedingly normal. You will have and will continue to hear from speakers today and the previous session from the building, from the neighborhood, who in some variety of way share in their reliance on affordable housing, who would not and will not be able to live in the area without it. This seems obvious that housing and livability are a necessity for everyone in a given community. It seems obvious, but we are here today discussing whether or not hotel rooms that might be profitable should take precedent over the homes of young families, elders, migrants, workers, and more generally, our neighbors. I find the application for rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue to be completely out of touch with the realities of this city, to the point of being shameful and contemptible. To highlight this, I would like to take a moment to read a portion directly from Nicola Wealth's application for rezoning. Quote, above the podium, a boutique hotel addresses Vancouver's acute citywide shortage of hotel rooms, particularly near rapid transit. The hotel's placement in Mount Pleasant, a neighborhood known for creative culture, breweries, and independent businesses, presents the opportunity for a character-driven, locally inspired hotel experience that appeals to visitors seeking authentic urban environments connected to transit and employment centers. End quote. So I think that an authentic urban environment is, by necessity, one that people can live in. Local businesses and creative centers can only exist with the patronage and the labor of locals. A thriving local economy only matters if its benefits can be enjoyed by the city's workers and the residents. All of this beauty and liveliness and creativity that exists in Mount Pleasant, that which Nicola Wealth would like to take advantage of, exists in great part due to the affordable housing in the neighborhood, however scarce it already is. As for the acute citywide shortage of hotel rooms, to be completely honest, I struggle to understand why I or why anyone else should really care. I'm sure you will hear from many others during these sessions about the falsities of the hotel room shortage narrative, but beyond that, even if there is a shortage, I don't particularly care. People can barely afford and oftentimes can't afford to live here. People are being pushed to the margins at an ever-accelerated rate, and there is little to no protection or recourse for those who have their lives completely upended. I do not really care how many hotel rooms there aren't or how many you would like to see. I don't care how much authentic charm you see in Mount Pleasant, displacing children and families and elders, and anyone in the community in favor of this hotel is reprehensible. Those are the stakes of the choice in front of you today. The choice is either approving the potential profits of a couple real estate companies and appending numerous lives in the process, or it is giving people already in this neighborhood a chance to live and a chance to thrive. It is this latter option that I personally find preferable. As such, I am urging you to please reject the application for rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments today. Our next speaker is Speaker 31, Cassandra Channon. Good morning.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Cassandra Chanin. I'm a tenant in Mount Pleasant. I'm speaking in opposition to this application and in solidarity with the Myron Manor collective tenants. The application at 75 East 8th demolishes existing affordable housing. And when I say that, I mean housing that tenants currently live in and can literally afford to live in, not an arbitrary 20% metric tied to fluctuating market rents, and not a building full of empty condos like many of the new builds in our city. It's shocking to me that in a city with skyrocketing rents and widespread housing insecurity, that this council would even consider an application that adds no new housing while taking away existing affordable units, which are increasingly rare. At the same time, this council has eroded regulations that support new affordable housing construction, with justifications explaining that 20% of no new units is zero. Thank you for doing this math, but I urge you to consider the math in the case that this proposal is passed, because this takes us way past zero into the negatives. Voting for this proposal means that you are actively voting for the displacement of 40 tenants, including many seniors and children, with no right to return to the neighborhood, and levels of financial compensation that are frankly insulting in comparison to the profits being made by these developers and the reality of market rents in the neighborhood. Many of these tenants will not be able to stay in the neighborhood. As a newer resident, I know that what has made and shaped Mount Pleasant and what has made this neighborhood as amazing as it is are the people who live here, the tenants like those at Myron Manor, who show me what coming together as a community looks like. The value that these developers want to profit off of is the value that they created every day by living and working in this neighborhood. And all of this for a hotel, for tech companies, a precarious industry currently facing mass layoffs affecting workers across our city. As City Council, do you serve these multinational tech corporations and their theoretical future employees, or do you serve the residents of this city who live here now? This proposal abandons working class residents who built this neighborhood, and you should be ashamed to vote anything but in opposition to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for addressing council. Our next speaker is Speaker 32, Will Barracan. I understand Will has an interpreter, and so we'll have up to 10 minutes to speak. And so council, just in the event we run long, could I just get a motion to extend past 12 noon to hear this speaker? That's all. I don't think we'll need it. Moved and then seconded. That's seconded. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. So welcome, Will, and I understand you have an interpreter, and that means you have up to 10 minutes to address council. Thank you. Go ahead.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Ako po ay si Will Barracan. 72 years old na po ako at naninirahan sa Myron Manor at 75 East 8. Hindi po ako sang-ayon sa rezoning ng 75 East 8. Nahihirapan na rin po ako na maglakad ng malayo. At medyo ang balanse ko po ay hindi na maganda. May asawa po ako at siya po ay nagkatrabaho sa downtown. Para po at least madagdagan ang budget namin para sa gastusin pang araw-araw.
Good morning to all of you. My name is Will Barracan, 72 years old, and a resident of Myron Manor. I oppose the application for rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. I have a hard time walking long distances and my balance is not very good. I have a wife and she works in the downtown area, and this adds to our budget for our daily needs.
Nakatira po ako dito sa building ng Myron Manor for more than 24 years. Malapit po kami sa halos lahat ng aming pangangailangan. Tulad ng family doctor po namin, grocery store, restaurant, church, SkyTrain, at buses. Wala po akong sasakyan kaya umaasa lang po ako sa public transportation. Kung kami po ay nakatira malapit sa halos lahat ng aming pangangailangan, di po ba dapat na para sa residential po at hindi industrial purposes ang aming lugar? Malaki pong pagbabago sa kalidad ng aming pamumuhay kung kami po ay mapapaalis sa aming tirahan. Nakakatakot po. Lalo na po ngayon na ang renta ay abot langit ang halaga. Hindi po kakayanin ng aking pensyon ang renta. Kung kami po ay mapapaalis sa aming tirahan. Ganyan.
Sorry about that. My wife and I have lived in this building for more than 24 years, and so we are familiar with our surroundings. Many of our needs are met nearby, like the family doctor, the church, the grocery store and restaurant, the SkyTrain, and the bus. I don't have a car, so I rely on public transportation. We live in an area where most of our needs are met, and so I ask, isn't it only right that this area is kept for residential purposes and not for industrial purposes? It would be a big change in the quality of our lives if we are evicted from our home. I am afraid more so when the rents are sky high. I won't be able to afford the rent with my government pension if we are forced to leave.
Ang akala ko po, basta nagbabayad ka ng renta, ay hindi ka gumagawa ng masama, ay hindi ka mapapaalis. Nasaan naman ang hustisya diyan? Ako po ay naniniwala na the government starts at the bottom. For the government exists basically for the welfare of the masses. At naniniwala rin po ako na he who has less in life should be more in law. Magalang po akong humihingi sa city government to carefully consider the impact on long-term resident, particularly seniors like myself, in evaluating the rezoning application. Stress po ako everyday because of this rezoning and could damage my health. Hawak niyo po ang bit to reject the rezoning application of Myron Manor at 75 East 8. Thank you po sa inyong lahat. Marami pong salamat.
I had thought that if I paid my house rent every month, then I would not be asked to leave. It seems that I have thought wrong. If that happens, I beg to ask, where's the justice in that? I believe in the principle that the government starts at the bottom and moves upward, where government exists basically for the welfare of the masses. I also believe that he who has less in life should have more in law. I respectfully ask that the city government to carefully consider the impact of the rezoning on the long-term residents, particularly their seniors like myself, in evaluating the rezoning application. I am stressed out every day because of this rezoning application and fear it would damage my health. Hawak mo ang beat, as a popular Filipino song goes, it means you hold the power to reject the rezoning application of Myron Manor at 75 East 8th Avenue. I thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you very much for addressing council today. With that, council, speaker number 33 has withdrawn. Just in the interest of time, I think we will conclude there. And just as a reminder, the plan for the day is we will recess for lunch until 12:45, and then we'll continue with speakers for this item. Then we will break at 5 o'clock for dinner, and then at 6 p.m. we will return for different public hearing with, I think, 5 items on that agenda. So just so everyone's clear, and also hopefully the speakers on the line understand that. So we will continue with speakers at 12:45. Thank you. Thank you, council. Thank you to councilors online.
Virtual participants will be removed from the Teams meeting for the recess, and the meeting will be locked. Please rejoin the meeting when it is scheduled to resume.
The meeting is in recess. The meeting is in recess. The meeting is in recess. The meeting is in recess.
Welcome to
Hi, Steph. Can you hear me?
It's good.
Amazing. Thank you.
site would be the priority? The art gallery? And she wouldn't know.
All right, folks.
The meeting is in recess.
Sorry. All the counselors online, just please put your camera on, then we'll have quorum to get going here. Okay. All right. We will now resume the meeting with Speaker 34, Michelle Travis.
Speaker 34 is not on the line.
Speaker 35 is William Gladman.
Hello.
Is that you, William?
It is, yeah. Hi.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Council. My name's William Gladman. I'm speaking to oppose the project. I'm a Strathcona resident, but for some time I did live a block away approximately from 75 East 8th at 133 7th, which is yet another non-conforming apartment building in Mount Pleasant on what's ostensibly industrial land. Speakers on behalf of the city, the developer, various commercial interests have got up here today, and they've talked about Mount Pleasant as a tech hub and as a site of industrial innovation deserving of quote-unquote renewal. But that's not the Mount Pleasant that I or many others recognize. Mount Pleasant is, in fact, a working-class neighborhood that for a long time has been under siege by tech capital and real estate developers that bring with them a tide of gentrification and displacement. And I think as you've seen from the energy surrounding this item today, people have had enough. You're hearing from hundreds of real people who want to protect their homes, their neighborhoods, and the communities that they've built in the city. And so for an $18 billion asset manager to come in and try and appropriate Mount Pleasant's cachet as a vibrant, quote, authentic, character-driven urban environment while displacing the very people who actually built this neighborhood is frankly revolting. And while this council, with all due respect, has made all kinds of decisions that I disagree with and that risk displacing thousands of tenants from their homes, this application somehow stands out as particularly egregious. There are too many problems to list, but first and foremost, we're talking about displacing dozens of people, including families, children, elders, immigrants, workers, artists, from their affordable homes and the communities that they've built in this city to build a hotel. And each of you, in one way or another, has made a commitment to protecting and creating more affordable housing for the city. To approve this project would flatly contradict that commitment. And with an election coming up, I hope that everyone has in mind that housing affordability is the number one priority on most people's minds. The tenants, who, as you've seen and heard, are really central pillars of the Mount Pleasant neighborhood, they've been subjected to a stream of miscommunications from people who are tasked with keeping them informed about the future of their homes. All of us are puzzled by claims from the city that it's powerless and that it's somehow Metro Vancouver's responsibility to rezone the site as anything other than industrial. And while this claim is a faulty one in so many ways, zooming out, this should cause real concern given the large number of apartment buildings across the city and in Mount Pleasant in particular that have non-conforming zoning because they predate the zoning district maps. And so your decision here could set a really appalling precedent for so many tenants, people who are living in these affordable but non-conforming homes. The project represents the wholesale discarding of existing city policies with no clear explanation, including inconsistencies with the ODP and the Broadway plan, and here even the inadequate protections granted to tenants who are displaced by the Broadway plan normally will not apply. These people, once they're displaced, will have nowhere to go. And so success for the applicant today would raise some really serious questions, I think, about the influence that multi-billion-dollar asset management firms and lobby groups like Destination Vancouver and the BC Tech Association have over the direction of our city. What exactly is the urgency that led to this proposal being fast-tracked through the normal city processes? Thousands of hotel rooms sat empty during the World Cup. They continue to sit empty at the height of the summer. We do not have a hotel crisis. We have a displacement crisis. We have a rental crisis where almost nobody can find a place in the city where they can afford to live. And again, you're being asked by the applicant to displace 40 people from their homes to build a hotel. In early 2023, the CBC article cited 1,100 hotel rooms in development, which surely have since come online, and a previous speaker noted that you've already approved recently a number of other hotel rooms in the city. Interviewed by the CBC in 2023 was Councillor Kirby Young, who has some experience in these matters as a former executive for Destination Vancouver. And Councillor Kirby Young, you cited the importance of keeping local housing stock for locals in your interview with CBC when you were talking about the proliferation of Airbnbs. Well, what is an extended hotel if not a giant Airbnb? And what is Myron Manor if not local housing stock for locals? And so we can't continue on this path as a city whose growth is dependent on displacement of its working class residents. 40% of last year's homeless count respondents said that they were homeless because of an eviction. And so when we have conversations too about resolving the city's homelessness crisis, this is one of the places where it needs to start as well. So asking you today to please do the right thing and keep these people in their homes and deny the application. Thank you.
Next speaker, 36, is Caitlin Milham.
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. So yes, my name is Caitlin Milham. I live in Mount Pleasant, and I'm a member of the Mount Pleasant chapter of the Vancouver Tenants Union, as well as a physiotherapist for Vancouver Coastal Health, working at GS Strong. I strongly oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue, and I ask the council to reject it today. As we have heard from many incredible speakers already, if this rezoning is approved, Nicola Wealth will be displacing 40 tenants. Many of these tenants have lived in this neighborhood for over 20 years. These people are important community members, including immigrants from many countries, young families, seniors, people with disabilities, and an inspiring Indigenous elder, May, that we have heard from earlier today, who delivered an incredible, truly incredible speech. No one wants to have their home taken away from them. Now, typically, these rezoning proposals are still taking people's homes, but at least they are offering them a right of first refusal to return to the new building once it's built. As we keep hearing, and it's worth mentioning again, this proposed rezoning is especially devastating because it denies these tenants a right of first refusal. Without this right of first refusal, the small compensation offered would only last a few months on a new market rental. And after that, this neighborhood would be completely unaffordable to most. This means most of these tenants would lose not only their homes, but also their entire Mount Pleasant community. We've heard from these tenants, this is the community where they work, exercise, go to church, and where their kids go to school. They love living here, and it's been absolutely inspiring seeing their determination to stay in their homes and their resilience to fight for their homes. So I ask that the council, please do not let the greed of Nicola Wealth take that away from them. Despite the determination and resilience of these tenants, I can only imagine the amount of stress that this rezoning proposal has caused them. I previously lived in a building that had a rezoning proposal under the Broadway plan. In this case, my building was offered the right of first refusal, and even with this right of first refusal, we still felt an immense amount of stress about the unknowns that come with a redevelopment, and especially concerned for our neighbors who had more vulnerabilities than myself. I often think about a quote that comes from a book by two respected tenant organizers, Tracy Rosenthal and Leonardo Vilches. In this book, they say, eviction is personal for us. It should be personal for our landlords too. This is so true. For most of these tenants, I imagine that since they were told about this rezoning in November, they have been forced to think about their impending potential evictions just about every day since. There's not a chance that this weighs as heavily on the minds of the developers or the landlords. And that's why we need City Council to be hearing us today. We need City Council to do what is right and reject this proposal. Please reject this proposal to protect these tenants' homes and to protect this neighborhood from a hotel that nobody wants or needs. As we've heard, this hotel is meant to provide short-term housing for employees in Vancouver's tech and biotech firms. Forcing long-term residents to leave their neighborhoods to accommodate short-term tech workers is wrong. The housing affordability crisis is only made worse by proposals like this. As we keep hearing, we need homes, not hotels. I also fear that if approved, this rezoning sets a dangerous precedent for what developers can get away with. We already know that there are tons of empty condos in this city. We do not need a ton more empty hotel rooms. So please, again, I ask that you continue to listen to all the speakers today and to really hear the stories of the tenants that this proposal affects the most. Remember that it is extremely personal for them, and I hope that council can take on a little bit of that burden by listening and feeling the emotion that I'm sure is in the room. And thank you for the time to speak. Please reject the rezoning of 75th East Avenue. Thank you.
Thanks. Speaker 37 is Kalinga Sunny.
Speaker 37 is not present.
Speaker 38, Alex Worrier.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Alex Warrior, and I am speaking in opposition to this motion. I am a longtime resident of Vancouver, and like so many who live in this city, I have seen the city I love become less and less accessible to more and more people. We all know the state of housing in this city is not sustainable. Rents remain high, homeownership remains unobtainable for the vast majority of people, and those who do manage to secure affordable housing remain constantly at risk of eviction and displacement. Throughout this process, we are told by many, including members of our own city council, that this is why we must build more housing at any cost. This belief that nothing matters except more than expanding our housing stock has been used to justify countless evictions. When concerns are raised about the human cost of these actions, of the people who will find themselves homeless or priced out of the city they call home, we are told in response that this is a tragic but necessary cost that must be paid if we are to improve our housing supply. With this in mind, I ask why they are now considering demolishing existing affordable housing, not to increase our supply of even unaffordable housing, but to build a hotel. I must ask what kind of crisis our mayor and council believe that we are facing. Is the crisis that some visitors don't have enough suitable hotel space? Or is the crisis the growing number of people every day who cannot find anywhere to live? In a time when Vancouver's lack of secure and affordable housing is such a profound concern that everyone, including members of this council, will at the very least pay lip service to the severity of the issue, it is perplexing to me why they now might demolish existing housing without even the flimsy pretense of increased density. What conclusions are we meant to draw from this? I find it difficult to see this as anything other than a handout to the rich. This rezoning, which will undoubtedly lead to homelessness, displacement, and loss, which will provide very few jobs and offer no discernible benefit to the people of Vancouver, seems like nothing more than a means to enrich a few wealthy investors and developers. I ask you, what is the public good here? Are we really willing to force these people out of their homes for a hotel? Are the people of Vancouver desperately pleading for more boutique hotel rooms? Does anyone other than a few developers really view this as worthwhile if it means reducing the city's already meager supply of affordable housing? Is the spurious notion that we may someday face a shortage of hotel rooms a real concern for anyone when compared to the immediate and urgent need to house the people living here today? I feel the need to remind this council that the people they may choose to evict today are more than numbers on a spreadsheet. To force someone out of their home is a profoundly violent act. It means that real people would be uprooted from their communities and support networks. It means forcing people who are already struggling to pay more in order to receive less. It means ensuring that people must live for months or even years with the uncertainty of not knowing that they have a place to go at all. The tenant relocation plan will not even provide the residents of 75 East 8th with the right of first refusal for the new building because, again, there will be no new housing to have right of first refusal for. The TRPP does not provide nearly enough to insulate people against the realities of losing their homes. Nicola Wealth says that they are promising to assist with finding a new home for those evicted, but this is an incredibly vague commitment that in no way guarantees that those affected will be able to stay in their neighborhoods or even in their city. I find Nicola Wealth's lauding of their past charitable donations in their presentation as a means to demonstrate how much they apparently care to be frankly insulting. It's difficult for me to care that they spend some small portion of their millions of dollars to feed the homeless, so long as they are actively ensuring that fewer people have a home. What I instead care about is the fact that they are now actively pursuing a plan that at best means tenants would be forcibly uprooted from their homes and communities, and at worst will lead to permanent displacement, impoverishment, and yes, even homelessness. Are we really willing to subject people to all of this and to reduce our already meager supply of supportable housing just to build a boutique hotel during a housing crisis? I urge you to think of the people who live here as you cast your vote today. And I urge you to reject the rezoning of 75 East Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker 39 is Liam Fox.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Hi. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name's Liam Fox, and I'm a housing researcher here in Vancouver. I live in Mount Pleasant, and the Myron Manor tenants are my neighbors down the street. I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue, and I ask Council today to reject the staff recommendation to do so. My research is focused more on the qualitative experiences of renters who are living through the housing crisis, and so that's mainly what I wanted to talk about here today. Obviously, that's a hugely overlooked element in the decision-making process here in City Council. Obviously, we've heard so much from the tenants already themselves on their experiences, so my comments here are more about the ways the decision-making process systematically brackets questions of impacts and the consequences of these proposals. Looking at the summary and recommendation document or the referral report in front of you today gives a sense of the way that the city goes about these kinds of decisions, which is they present one interpretation of these policies as the only interpretation rather than acknowledging the real uncertainty and discretion and potential flexibility involved in the decision-making process. So, for example, I read those documents and the sense that I came away with is that council's hands are tied and that they have no choice here but to rezone, while the concept of highest and best use totally sidelines the consequences that will be borne by the people who already live here. Though these reports assume that they can thoroughly measure the economic benefits of this project, there's no attempt to measure the impacts, including displacement. So these reports ultimately make it seem as though this is a transparent and straightforward technical exercise, but it isn't. And most of the speakers today have made that point clear. It's a political choice with major costs for the people who live at Myron Manor, as well as in the broader neighborhood and the city, and those consequences are virtually absent from the staff analysis. So my point here is that compliance with, a regional planning strategy does not relieve council of the responsibility to properly weigh those social consequences of implementing that strategy in a specific place. I want to point to one relevant finding in current housing research, which has to do with the longer-term impacts that decisions like these have on human quality of life and health. One of the biggest factors right now shaping people's health in cities like Vancouver as we know it is whether or not they have safe and secure housing, and that security piece is increasingly important. Housing researchers such as myself constantly hear in interviews with renters that one of the biggest stressors in their lives is the uncertainty that comes with displacement through renovation or redevelopment, even if it's only the potential threat for this displacement through proposals for rezonings such as the one today in front of us. People often describe secure housing as feeling like they can finally have a calm nervous system. They can sleep, they can plan for the future, they can care for their families, they can contribute to their communities, they can volunteer, and this is all because they know that their lives won't be upended or thrown into upheaval through displacement. Decisions like this one today threaten exactly that kind of security. When your housing is insecure, when the possibility of having your life totally uprooted is constantly looming over you, when you and your neighbors are refused tenant protections, it creates trauma and stress and poorer health outcomes. It also creates knock-on effects like more fragmented communities and higher demands on healthcare and social welfare services. And I find it for a council that's expressed such an interest in making Vancouver a vibrant and lively city, I think this is a hugely overlooked problem, the long-term social and cultural impacts of inequitable development. As many speakers today have already pointed out, it's a cruel irony that Nicola Welf's development proposal for a boutique hotel describes the community as a hub of creativity, culture, and character, but obscures how its proposed project will actively displace the people who constitute that very liveliness that they're attempting to commodify. A lot of these impacts are invisible to decision makers, or more accurately, the reports measure what can easily be counted, but they largely overlook what residents will actually experience. And the research shows that decisions like the one staff recommends today are highly likely to exacerbate poorer quality of life and health factors for both individuals in the broader neighborhood and the city of Vancouver. So ultimately, this is not a decision about land use. It's a decision about whether the security, health, and well-being of the people who live at Myron Manor count as relevant considerations in city planning. The overall impression created by these reports is that council has little choice but to approve this rezoning. But if that were truly the choice, then obviously this hearing would be unnecessary. The fact that this matters before you today means that that discretion exists. We all know it does, and the question is how you choose to exercise it. Council is being asked today to weigh competing interests between fiscal demands, developer interests, and the real needs of the people who would bear the cost of this decision. And I urge you not to treat displacement and housing insecurity as an unfortunate side effect of planning policy, but as a core consideration. And for that reason, I ask you to reject the recommendation to rezone 75 East 8th Avenue. Thank you.
Thanks very much for calling in today. Our next speaker, 40, has withdrawn. Speaker 41 is Kevin Quincho by phone.
Speaker 41 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 42, Francesca Pizzi.
Hello?
Hi, Francesca.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Francesca Pizzi. I'm a renter, a worker, and a taxpayer in Vancouver, and I'm a member of the Vancouver Tenants Union. I'm speaking today to strongly oppose the redevelopment of 75 East 8th Avenue, currently occupied by a residential building, the Mayor Manor. Mayor Manor has been the long-term house of 42 Vancouverites, including seniors, workers, families with children, and people with disabilities that are now facing displacement. They will be thrown out from their long-term safe and stable homes to be dispersed in a difficult and unstable housing market, forced to leave their community and maybe to relocate outside the city because it will be too hard for them to find an affordable place in a well-served area. Nicola Wells, the Wealth and Asset Managers that bought the lot, is asking the city to approve the demolition of Myron Manor to build an hotel. An hotel in an industrial park that doesn't serve anyone and nobody asked for. They are claiming that there is a shortage of hotels and that the demand comes in particular from temporary tech workers. But the reports from the British Columbia Hotel Association show that the occupancy rate was even 9% lower than in June last year, while other sources report almost 15%. And the Canadian Housing and Mortgage Corporation reports that the vacancy rate in Vancouver touched this year the highest historical record since 1988. Meanwhile, tech companies in Vancouver are shutting down. Employees are being laid off, and they're struggling to find new employment in the industry. Migrants that came to Vancouver with a tech background or to study STEM majors are working in hospitality. There are already plenty of hotels, Airbnb, and empty condos that not even a world-scale event like FIFA World Cup was able to fill up. Visitors and temporary tech workers have more than enough places to stay, and there is no need for a specialized hotel. Meantime, the population that can no longer afford a place to live in is growing. Tearing down a relatively affordable residential building with happy long-term tenants to replace it with the unthinked concrete monster that will likely stay half empty for most of the time is an absurd and out-of-touch demand. He shows how much human lives and common goods are meaningless in the eyes of developers. In some instances, it could be even understandable that a corporation would do anything to pursue their own interest. We might be horrified but not surprised. In the other end, this shouldn't be the case of the City Hall, a government institution that should operate in respect of democracy and human rights to make sure that individual greed will not damage the collective good. For these reasons, if the City Hall will approve this project, we'd be failing its own purpose. With that said, it's evident that the health of our city is in decline and its future is not going in the right direction. The good news is that the City Hall can still do something to save it by making the right decision. The right decision is to not let your people down, to not approve projects that will destroy our lives, our city, and our communities, but encourage developers to use their money wisely for projects that we actually need and will actually improve the lives of Vancouverites. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Our next speaker, 43, is Q Lawrence.
Speaker 43 is not present.
Speaker 44, Catherine Pavitt.
Hello?
Hi, go ahead.
Oh, hi. My name is Catherine Pavitt. I'm born and raised Vancouverite. I'm a long-time resident of Mount Pleasant. Everyone has spoken much more eloquently than me, with facts and figures that I don't have. So I'm not gonna pretend to do a much worse version of what everyone else has done. But I think we kind of all know on the face of it that this is silly. Nobody wants this. Nobody needs this. Who does it benefit? I think we all know the answer to these things. And I will say, I am not. I'm a homeowner. I'm not a renter, but I am a voter, and I do talk to a lot of people. And I think this would be a real stain if you were to allow this to go ahead. So please do the right thing. Please do the obvious thing and reject this. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thanks very much. Okay. Our next speaker is Derek O'Keefe.
Hello, thank you. My name is Derek O'Keefe. I'm a Vancouver resident and renter in Fairview. I oppose this rezoning at 75 East 8th. I urge you all to reject this rezoning. Do not displace and harm this diverse group of working class tenants and families. The residents of Myron Manor are the people who make our city work. Their labor and their rent, the rent they pay helps build the enormous wealth that others in the city hoard. Please let these tenants keep their homes. Nicola Wealth, founded by John Nicola, has $18 billion of assets under management, much of it in real estate. According to their own promotional materials, this is a business dedicated to maximizing the intergenerational wealth of ultra-high net worth individuals and families. One way they do this is by providing advice on tax mitigation, quote unquote, for the ultra-wealthy. Another way they do this is by pooling funds into speculative real estate investments. According to local election public disclosures, one John Nicola donated $1,200 to ABC in 2021. That same year, Nicola Real Estate partnered with other investors to buy Myron Manor. This proposed hotel would harm the neighborhood in a number of ways. Close to a third of the tenants are Filipino. As you've heard, this is walking distance from St. Patrick's Church and school. The city's celebration of Filipino culture in this community and throughout the city would ring hollow if you proceed with the eviction of long-term Filipino residents from Myron Manor. The current rezoning is not consistent with tenant protections elsewhere in the Broadway plan. You know that as well, because of the proposal is for a new development of a so-called boutique hotel, not housing. It avoids the requirement of providing a right of return to the tenants. So really with this application, the predatory business model of Nicola Wealth's real estate division is taking advantage of a quirk in zoning to harm people, displace families, and destroy bonds of community. Nicola Wealth and its partner in this proposal, Lotus Capital, are asking the city to forget basic morality and the responsibilities that come with being part of a city and a society. Now, somebody else had the quotes from Scripture earlier, but I'll ask from Matthew 16:26, "For what shall it profit a man to gain the whole world, yet lose their own soul?" You should ask yourselves, and we should all ask ourselves, for what shall it profit a city to lose its own soul so that the super rich can gain even more? The soul of the city is worth fighting for. We can't allow the billionaire class and the ultra-wealthy to continue to harm and displace renters. We all have a responsibility to fight against a system that produces wasteful levels of wealth at the top for a few, off the backs of poverty and insecurity for the rest of us. Please say no to harming these renters, no to displacement, no to this rezoning. Thank you.
The next speaker, 46, is Chloe Leslie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi there, my name is Chloe. I'm a Vancouver resident and I am here to speak in opposition of this redevelopment. To me, displacement is not just about changing your address. It means losing your community, losing the support networks that keep people healthy and connected. It means seniors being isolated, and it means families being pushed further from the schools and childcare that they rely on. It also means leaving the neighborhoods that they have built a life in because they simply can't afford to come back. We are being asked to tell long-term renters that the homes they've lived in for years matter less than the temporary accommodation for private industry and corporate profit. I don't believe this is the message the council wants to send. If this rezoning is approved, we're telling every renter in Vancouver that their home is only secure until someone discovers a more profitable use for it. And I think that should concern all of us. This council has spent years talking about reducing displacement, about putting renters first, and about making Vancouver a city where local people can put down roots and build a life. And I think those commitments should mean something. I know that every single one of you has a place that feels like home, where you know the faces and streets and the rhythms of daily life. And today you have the power to protect that feeling for the residents of Myron Manor. I ask you to stand with them and vote against this rezoning. Homes should never be treated as expendable, and the people who have built our community should not be displaced so that Nicola Wealth can profit. As many other speakers have communicated, we do not have a hotel crisis, we have a housing affordability crisis, and I hope you'll stand in solidarity with the residents of Myron Manor and reject this rezoning. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker 47 is Saniha Incios.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Saniha. I'm calling to strongly oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue, and I urge council to reject it. I'm a renter and I live pretty close to Myron Manor, and I do not want to see my neighbors become displaced. Vancouver has been and is becoming increasingly unaffordable for the average person. For many, eviction means being priced out of the neighborhood and even the city they've called home, maybe for their entire lives. This is the case for many of the residents of Myron Manor, which includes seniors, people with disabilities, and Indigenous elder, members of the Filipino community, and others. When even the world's largest sporting events was not enough to fill the existing hotel rooms in the city, how will you justify prioritizing more hotels being built over preserving existing, relatively affordable housing like Myron Manor, which houses over 40 tenants right now? City Hall accurately identifies affordable housing as a priority, but when it's time to put money where their mouth is, actions fall short. Please do not let that be the case today. The residents of Vancouver do not want this hotel. They want affordable housing. This City Council has a responsibility to the residents of Vancouver. You have a responsibility to each of the residents of Myron Manor, not to developers, not to wealthy visitors. Nothing justifies evicting seniors and families from their homes. There are zero actual public benefits that will come from this proposal, and the Myron Manor residents will suffer the catastrophic loss of their homes. Lotus Capital and Nikola Wealth have the most to gain from this, and they already have their billions. They have been dishonest to the tenants of Myron Manor, and they're being dishonest to us and to you. They talk about this project, about how this project will improve the community in Mount Pleasant while actively trying to displace the members of the Mount Pleasant community. They talk about Myron Manor not fitting the current industrial zoning, yet their hotel doesn't even really fit it either. They do not care about our communities. They only care about their profits, and they try to sell us these lies about a hotel crisis in Vancouver. Vancouver does not have a hotel crisis, as many of the other speakers have said. We have a housing crisis. In 2025, I experienced a no-fault eviction myself. Without the right support from family and friends, I could have found myself without a roof and scrambling to find housing that I can afford. This is the fate of many Vancouverites who are victims of poor tenant protections in this province. If council allows this to go through, you would be approving the displacement of tenants in the middle of a housing crisis. What a shameful and disgraceful legacy that will be for you. You should ask yourselves, why would we vote you in again if you choose to pander to wealthy developers rather than serving the people you promised to serve? Please do not give in to corporate greed. Reject this motion and halt the eviction of the residents of Myron Manor, or rest assured we will evict you from City Hall. Again, I want to emphasize that I very strongly oppose this motion, and I urge council to please reject it. Thank you for listening.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker 48 is Jackson Slaney. Hi.
Hello, Council. My name is Jackson Slaney, and I'm a part of the Vancouver Tenants Union, and I'm an Urban and Economic Geography Master's student at the University of British Columbia, researching Vancouver's housing affordability crisis by critically analyzing the Broadway Plan. UBC Geography is one of the top geography departments in Canada, and its research has advised local and national governments around the world. I live in Vancouver, and I oppose the rezoning for 75 East 8th Avenue. I oppose this rezoning due to the displacement of 40 tenants, which include families, seniors, people with disabilities, and immigrants for the development of extended stay hotel rooms. I understand cities are always bound to change and that Vancouver wants to continue enhancing its economy. But to demolish affordable housing and demo-evict tenants, many of them long-term, to allegedly attract talent required for supposedly booming high-tech and biotech firms is not the answer. What justified the City of Vancouver to open 500 blocks for development in the Broadway Plan area in 2022 was to, quote, support the long-term renewal of aging rental apartments, ensure preservation of affordability, and protect existing tenants, end quote. This application does not align with this at all. Even though this site is considered to be in the Mount Pleasant industrial area, it does not negate the fact that there is already an existing residential building home to tenants and is one of the many buildings that comprise of the 25% of affordable housing stock found in the Broadway Plan. By demolishing this building, City Council is actively contributing to the housing pressures in Vancouver. The pressures I'm referring to are the 54,000 renter households paying 30% or more on housing, and also the approximately 6,340 households waitlisted on BC social housing in Vancouver. This is all mentioned in your referral reports. So, often, planning decisions are reduced to trade-offs. In leaning into this idea of trade-offs amidst a housing affordability crisis, I believe there should be greater priority towards preserving already existing affordable housing and affirming tenant rights to remain in their homes rather than leveraging this rezoning to solve the so-called hotel room supply crisis. Beyond what I and many others believe, including the Myron Manor Tenant Collective, let's point to some of the failures of this egregious rezoning application. First, not only does it threaten to displace tenants, but this development does not grant tenants the same enhanced tenant protections in the Broadway plan. That being no right of first refusal and associated compensations for relocation. Here, the top-ups offered are monetarily and morally weak, and not sufficient enough to provide tenants long-term security to rent in Vancouver. In fact, tenants of Myron Manor, many who've already spoken today, were explicitly told that this would not be a lateral move. Second, in a report from the Unite Here Local 40, which other people have also mentioned, shows how the hotel room shortage defends kind of this, defends this application is based on an optimistic future demand projections over actual indications of a true shortage. And we saw that with FIFA and how the released empty rooms stayed vacant during peak season. And lastly, to close, there's 1/3 of Myron Manor tenants are Filipino, living close to community hubs such as St. Patrick's Church and the proposed Filipino Cultural Center. This proposed hotel will forever disrupt this neighborhood and deprive of tenants accessibility to services and supports, driving Filipino residents out of the area. This is not only a snapshot of the shortcomings that come with this hotel development, but for the sake of time, those are the 3 main ones I want to bring forward today. And Council, if you approve this rezoning, you not only severely impact 40 tenants' lives, but also set a clear precedent for future developments in the city. Specifically in the Broadway plan, that hotels are ultimately more important than homes. So with that, I oppose this rezoning application and I urge Council to oppose it as well. And to add to that, revoke the city's hotel development policy and really devote your resources towards innovatively addressing affordability. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Speaker 49 is Adrian Tom.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Adrian Tom, and I live in Mount Pleasant with my husband and our 2 children. I'm here today to speak in support of this proposal at 75 East 8th Avenue, and I will keep my comments focused on the proposed development itself. We've chosen to raise our family in Mount Pleasant because it's a walkable, vibrant neighborhood. We love being able to go to the local shops, visit local parks, restaurants, community events, and it's really exciting to see the area continue to grow. One thing that's always surprised me is that there isn't a hotel nearby. We regularly have family and friends come visit from out of town, and they've never had the option to stay close to us. Instead, they usually end up downtown or elsewhere and have to drive or take transit back and forth. Having a hotel in the neighborhood would make visiting much easier and allow them to experience everything Mount Pleasant has to offer. I think it's also a natural fit for the area. With the Broadway subway, Vancouver General Hospital, nearby offices, and all of the restaurants and small businesses in the neighborhood, there are a lot of reasons people would want to stay here. This specific area is an employment hub, and I believe a well-designed hotel will support local businesses and fit well with the direction Mount Pleasant is already heading. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker 50 is Sunny Ham.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Sunny Ham. Thank you for your time. I'm a Mount Pleasant resident and also a self-employed independent business owner that worked just down the street at Pavilion Co-work on 7th in Quebec. I'm speaking in support of this project here as well. I strongly support adding jobs to this neighborhood as a local business owner. This area has become truly one of a thriving sort of economic area for the city, not just from a certain one type of use, but many different business owners, creative shops, creators being able to participate, especially with the location being close to the new transit station on Main and Broadway. I think this is a very natural fit for this location. This proposal, as mentioned, would create employment opportunities both in the hotel and the hospitality world and also in the light industrial space below. Mount Pleasant has always been a long-standing hub for creativity and entrepreneurship, and the addition of the modern industrial space and the hotel use will bring new businesses and believe it'll attract a lot of new, great, vibrant energy to the neighborhood as well. As a result, I am very much in support of this project, and we welcome this addition to this neighborhood. I'd be happy, very happy to see this approved. We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker 51 is Hong Kim Lee.
Hello, my name is Hong Lee. I am a resident of Myron Manor, and I wish to oppose the application for rezoning. I would like to reiterate some of the points made by previous speakers. I feel that if this application goes through, then I will be displaced. I will suffer financial hardship. I believe that it would be hard for me to find housing comparable to where I am right at this moment. And I will also lose out on the community and all the amenities in the community, shopping, medical care, and all the green space, proximity to transit. And I feel that there would be a loss for the community as a whole for to have all the residents being displaced. I have no further remarks. Thank you for your time, and please reject this application for rezoning.
Thank you for coming in. Speaker 52, Maya McKibben.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, so I feel like you probably heard a lot from people who've already spoken about being displaced, and that is like a huge thing in Vancouver that's happening not just in this place, but to so many people I know around me, and it like breaks my heart. And from this specific address, like approximately 40 people will be displaced by the city if this place is rezoned. And people that live there, it's like, it's everybody in the community. It's like people with disabilities, there's like families, young families, there's elders, like Indigenous elders, there's immigrants, and like, I was talking with a friend the other day and they pointed out actually that by rezoning this and unhousing without like consideration for where these people will go, Article 21 in UNDRIP is being violated because there's Indigenous elders and Indigenous people in that housing. So if you're serious about reconciliation and Indigenous people being housed, like, and about adhering to UNDRIP, like, that matters too. And like in an ideal world, housing and market like wouldn't be in a sentence together because housing and shelter are not negotiables, but here we are. And tenants in 75 East 8th are told that they're entitled to the tenant relocation protection policy, but they're not entitled to the right of first refusal in this new building or anywhere that they're being like referred to. Upon moving to a new market rate rental, like the compensation they're being offered is going to run out really quickly because everything going up or anything available now is like it's not the same as what they're currently paying. It's not a long-term solution. And people are here, lots of people are here and have been here and are telling you that this isn't going to work for them. And as constituents of the city of Vancouver, I really hope that you can hear and see like the people that are here telling you that this is going to destroy their lives and they're not going to have a place to go. And these are people that you need to look after because they live here in this city right now. And they're telling you right now that this isn't going to work and it's not working. And in Vancouver, there's no hotel crisis. I mean, FIFA just happened, and there was people here, but hotel bookings were down. Less people come from out of town to Vancouver for like multiple reasons. For the price of living, cost of events, shows, everything is so expensive here, and creating short-term stay hotels that don't require services or staffing of regular hotels won't generate local jobs, and it definitely won't help the people who are currently living in this place who are already outpriced and like being displaced. And forcing long-term residents to leave the neighborhood or the city like to accommodate short-term people who are here, who are going to create or perpetuate this already like transient culture that Vancouver has become, is creating a ghost town. Vancouver is becoming like a ghost city, I feel like, where like you walk down the street and there's Starbucks everywhere, and that's not culture at all. And the cycle, how much time do I have left?
Just over a minute.
Okay. Yeah. I just think I'll end with like the city of Vancouver and the people making these decisions. You really need to like, you're going to prove to us that if you approve this rezoning, that you are prioritizing like wealth, perpetuating wealth. Like you're not thinking about the people that are currently living and who you currently need to be supporting. You're prioritizing people that have like that are millionaires that want to make more money, and for who it's not for the community. And I really want to believe that Vancouver is a place where people want to live and hold each other up and listen and work together to make like a good place to live. But that's not what I feel like is happening right now if this gets rezoned. I think that's what I'll say.
Okay,
Thank you for listening to me.
Thanks for calling. Okay. Speaker 53, Lena Garawani.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
You bet. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lena, and I'm a Vancouver resident. I live just blocks away from Mount Pleasant, and I'm speaking here today to oppose the rezoning of 75th East 8th Avenue. And I'm out asking council to reject it today. I believe that replacing Myron Manor with a hotel will do much more harm than good, and I'd like to explain my reasoning. Firstly, evicting tenants will ensure that at least some of them will be priced out of the city, where they work, where they live, and where their communities are. This also puts people at risk of homelessness. In last April, this council released a report on homelessness in the city, and you reported that the number of unhoused people reached an all-time high last year in the greater Vancouver area. And you also highlighted that seniors, Indigenous, and other racialized people are at a disproportionate risk. These are some of the very people that you are evicting from Myron Manor if you allow this rezoning. And as someone who has experienced an eviction, I know firsthand how stressful and sometimes just an impossible situation it is. In this case, I don't trust that the TRPP support will be sufficient for like the current tenants in Myron Manor. And as we are all well aware that the housing crisis in Vancouver has become increasingly difficult to find and also to keep. So, and also approving this rezoning application would go against the Vancouver 10-year housing targets that was introduced in 2024. A plan that was made to help meet the rental needs of the city and acknowledges the limited rental spaces that we have. Yet here we are still fighting to prevent our neighbors from getting priced out of the city. I think that prioritizing short-term accommodations for tourists over current residents is a betrayal for the very people that you serve. And if this is the type of rezoning that would supposedly be in line with the Broadway plan, then there is no doubt that it will exacerbate the housing crisis in the city. And the applicants themselves, in their application, admit that the rental vacancy in the Broadway area is low. Yes, it is low because there are a lot of people that need to or want to live here, close to where they work or close to family and their community. And then the applicants proceed to state that Myron Manor does not conform to the current zoning regulations because it's residential and not industrial. Apparently, this area is meant to be for employment, industry, and arts. However, as other people pointed out, a hotel is none of that. They want to displace residents, remove rental units from the market, and add nothing to the neighborhood. Not industry and not art. It is distasteful, to say the least, that they're painting it to be a valuable addition to the Mount Pleasant neighborhood. And if this council hasn't already realized it, I think from listening to the people here today, it's clear that the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue will do more harm than good, and it is imperative that you reject the application. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, we're going to take just a moment, speakers, to restore quorum. So just give me a moment. Councillors, if you are online, please have your videos enabled. I'll just confirm yet we have quorum. Okay, great. Okay, thank you, Lena. Our next speaker is Speaker 54, Keegan Colwell. Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vancouver City Council. I'm Keegan, an architecture student and renter in Vancouver. I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Ave and ask Council to reject it. I find it unfortunate that I have to make an argument against displacing 40 people to build a hotel. Hope with Speaker number 54, you've heard everyone else's points and already understand why you should reject this rezoning. But I'll reiterate. The stated goals of the Broadway plan are to create neighborhoods which are, quote, vibrant, inclusive, with distinctive places to live, work, play, and learn. This proposal is clearly not inclusive, as again, it displaces approximately 40 residents and does not offer adequate compensation. Compensation being offered would be spent in a few months in new market rate housing, and as you know, the current residents are not entitled to a right of first refusal. It's difficult to understand how this glossy hotel is in any way vibrant or distinctive. From the renderings on the development proposal, it has the cheap, frictionless sheen of every big capital project in North America. It in fact exemplifies the soulless aesthetic of all giant developers that treat housing as a tool to extract from communities and exploit tenants. The industrial space at the ground level also, if it were to be built, fail to meet the criteria of inclusive or vibrant. Given the size of the space on the ground floor and the nature of this hotel in general, it will only be a space that large corporations can afford to occupy, instead of providing space for any kind of vibrant or distinctive organizations or small business. Vancouver doesn't need another space for monopoly capitalism while destroying existing affordable homes. Again, the stated goal of the Broadway plan is to create vibrant, inclusive neighborhoods. Yet the language in the development proposal about how this building will engage with the public realm is actively hostile. It includes explicit descriptions of how the building will facilitate, quote, natural surveillance, territorial reinforcement, with clear distinctions of private property, signage, and signage that establishes ownership, and programming and lighting for passive surveillance. And that's taken directly from the proposal. This is the language of hostile design that puts private profit over community. If the fundamental question at stake is how development should be done in the city, this proposal means we value architecture that is aggressively committed to surveillance, private property, and profit over affordable housing. I hope that instead we can move forward in a way that makes Vancouver livable with an economy that serves the people. Please reject rezoning of 75 East 8th Ave for a hotel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in today. Our next speaker is 55, Melissa Henderson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Melissa, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm also a neighbor of Myron Manor in Mount Pleasant. I'm calling today to strongly oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and ask City Council to reject it today. Nothing I'm saying here is going to be new today, but it's been said countless times, and I'm going to say it again. There's no Vancouver hotel room crisis. There's not a crisis of unhoused high-end tech firm employees, but there is a housing crisis of affordability in Vancouver. The choice to be a host city for FIFA proves that there's not a lack of accommodation for tourists across the city, and the decision to approve a proposal that displaces families, children, and seniors in favor of generating wealth for developers is unjust and an act of violence. According to census housing data, renters make up the majority of households in the city, and this motion tells over half the residents of the city that there's no future for us here. It tells us that we cannot grow where we live, we cannot feel secure in homes that we care for and live in for decades. I asked City Council, do you represent the residents of this city, or do you just represent the developers and tech firms? To quote the proposal from Nicola Real Estate, Mount Pleasant offers an inspiring blend of community and creativity and is known for its vibrant character, heritage architecture, tight-knit community, and distinct cultural hub. How ironic is it that these qualities are exactly what proposals like this are looking to destroy and replace with generic, sterile, and soulless facades? How ironic is it that Nicola Wealth is pretending to support with relocation when these residents will never find equal housing costs because of companies like Nicola Wealth that are making them no longer exist? Extended stay hotel occupants do not know their neighbors, they do not build community, they do not contribute to the local economy by being regulars at small businesses nearby, they do not go to the nearby church, they do not send their kids to the nearby school, and they do not contribute to the culture of the neighborhood. I love Mount Pleasant, these are my neighbors, and this is my community. The residents of this building are what makes neighborhoods in East Vancouver like Mount Pleasant special and livable. So council members, please reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and maintain the building as rental apartment for its current residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Our next speaker is Speaker 56, Ben Jer, in person on the phone.
Oh, sorry, I'm calling in on the line.
Oh, no problem. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Okay, thank you. Hi, yeah, as was stated, my name is Ben Gare. I'm a resident of the downtown east side, but I used to live like a block away from Myron Manor at 1337 7th, and I'm also a member of the Vancouver Tenants Union. I'm calling in to speak against the development and the eviction of the Myron Manor tenants. A lot of people have spoken about, I guess, some of the more technical merits, or I guess the lack thereof merits. And I guess I just want to start off by stating something that's maybe a little bit more obvious. I think a previous speaker said this as well, but I mean, what are we doing here? We're talking about a tech hotel, guys. I mean, like, there really couldn't be something that's like more comically evil to evict people for. You know, beyond the sort of technocratic reasoning that, you know, I guess some of the city hall bureaucrats might come up with to justify this, this is like a fundamentally immoral thing to do. And the people of Vancouver, I think, in large, really recognize this. You know, like, not only is a tech hotel something that, like, clearly flies in the face of what so many in the YIMBY crowd or, you know, the real estate industry have been saying is needed, which is more units. It's also just like, you know, a part of this larger wave of trying to turn our city into a place where AI flourishes, and people ultimately are pushed, working class people are ultimately pushed to sort of the perimeter. Yeah, I mean, people have already said that we didn't fill all our hotel rooms during FIFA, but it's worthwhile repeating that there is truly no need to build more hotels when we can't even fill the ones that we have right now. I'd also like to spend a little bit of time talking to the left of City Council, or, you know, the center in the left, I suppose. Obviously, renters across the city, workers across the city expect that you will vote against this motion. But if the motion passes, these developers, Nicola Wealth, you know, anyone who is trying to evict tenants, but in particular right now, Nicola Wealth should have no assurance that this project is going to go forward. You know, at the very least, we should see a commitment from, you know, what we hope is the council that will be coming in, a much more left council, to bring this vote back if it passes. And if if it fails, fantastic. But if they try to push this thing through, it should be back over and over and over again until it's voted down. You know, the investors in this project should have no assurance that it's going to go forward, and the people who are profiting off of these evictions should have no assurance. I can say also the union in general is very pleased to see the amount of solidarity that is happening here. I mean, they should worry the right of city council. It should be exciting to the left, but I mean, it is also the case that 99% of this turnout is because of the union. The tenants union is not a small force. We're well organized, and if anyone has the ambition of being a movement politician or a movement party, you got to be listening to the organized renters movement. To my fellow workers and renters, the solution to our problems are in each other. We have to build unity, we have to get organized, and we have to win. I encourage you to think of this hearing and development not as an obviously psycho and historically unique incident, but as a symptom of a larger fight that you, me, and all of us are in as the working class, whether we realize it or not. Billionaires and developers like Nikola Wealth are trying to kick us out of our homes. The counterbalance is not, elected officials. It's a well-organized working class that can defend itself and fight for something better. Our power doesn't come from showing up to City Hall like this. It comes from organizing our neighborhoods and building associations and collectives across the city. So I encourage you to join the union. And to end, I'd like to say something to our enemies, including some of the goons from Nikola Wealth that are both in this room and also at their offices, I'm sure, listening right now. People are turning against what is going on here.
Speaker, just be mindful in your language, please. I'll let you continue, but please be mindful of the language you're using. Sorry, Councillor Meister.
People are aware
we have
of how much of a fraud this is.
Speaker, we have a point of order.
I don't have my mic.
Go ahead, Councillor Meister.
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to raise the same point of order. Just ask the Speaker to please be respectful of everybody. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Speaker. Actually, you've got 10 seconds left.
I mean, I just lost a bunch of seconds to that, so I would appreciate some back. I mean, people are aware of how much of a sham this is. An $18 billion company that has given money to the ruling ABC party.
Thank you, Ben. That is your time. Thank you. Next speaker is Speaker 57, Benjamin Ingoldsby. Benjamin on the line?
Speaker 57 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 58, Cecile Reveau.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Cecile, you have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Okay, before that, could I just ask, I'm at work and I wasn't able to come in person. Could I ask which councillors are there in person?
Sorry, what was your question? It's not clear.
Can I ask which councillors are there? Because on the live stream, it looks like the room is empty.
Oh, yeah, we have a majority of council here. So Councillor Zhou, Councillor Fry, Councillor Orr, Councillor Meisner, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Bly, Councillor Klassen, and Councillor Montague, and myself. So you have a full council here. Go ahead. You have 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
Oh, wow, that was taken off. Okay, my name is Cécile Reveau. I have been a resident of Mount Pleasant for 11 years, and I want to speak to oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8 and ask council to reject it. I think it's unconscionable for the city to allow another developer to destroy a rental building and displace 40 residents to nowhere. I'm Speaker 58. I didn't have the chance to listen to everybody, but I'm sure all those arguments have been spoken to already. The violence of targeting a working class building, of displacing elders and families from their homes, of pushing residents away from their parish, schools, and support networks. It makes really no sense to displace the Myron Manor tenants because there are no homes for them to move to. I wanted to bring the stories of the East End tenants which were displaced earlier this year. They had the same relocation specialist as well that 75 East 8 tenants have. And Neswell earlier this year had 5 months to relocate 7 units. 4 months and a half later, 2 of those units still had nowhere to go, and the 5 units that did find housing, they found it on their own. So if Neswell can't even relocate 7 units in 5 months, how are they going to relocate an entire building? They just can't do it because there's nowhere to go at the price that the tenants are currently paying. I also wanted to bring to attention that one of the units on East 10th was rented by a family, 2 adults and 2 children, a situation that's really similar to some of the tenants in Myron Manor. It was a nightmare for them, as units fit for families are almost impossible to come by. They ended up moving to a unit half the size of their past home 1 day before the eviction deadline. And it also ended up moldy, even though it was a new build. And that's the tenants that are supposed to be the lucky ones, because they were eligible for the first right of refusal, unlike Myron Manor residents. So there's no reason to build that hotel. Nicola's wealth only argument to destroy Myron Manor relies on a made-up hotel crisis. There's no such thing, as many people have pointed out. The study that they used to back their ugly project was created by no other than Destination Vancouver and the BC Hotel Association. So it's like the tourism industry made a report that they want more tourists. Like, yeah, of course they're going to say that. And the only good thing, if any, that FIFA brought to the city is to show us very clearly that we don't need more hotel rooms. The real crisis is that rents are impossibly high, and this rezoning would only make it worse. We need to keep those homes for the tenants that are there. Turning those stable and affordable homes into a profit machine for well-off tech bros would be devastating for Mount Pleasant, especially because this project caters to the rich. And that's the thing about being rich, is like they could go anywhere they want. Why do they need to come here? As a quick reminder, there's currently 25,000 hotel rooms in the greater Vancouver area, and that's without counting Airbnbs. So, and as other people say, workers and tenants of the city are taking the brunt of the violence created by the city council, hell-bent on protecting land speculators and landlords at all costs. This redevelopment isn't for us, and the companies supporting this project seem to forget that they are nothing without their workers. I've been really fortunate to get to know the Myron Manor tenants. They're absolutely amazing. I've been blown away by their solidarity, creativity, and strength. Myron Manor stands not only for its residents, but against the whole concept that our communities are disposable and our own communities. So they're not going anywhere. I'm asking respectfully, Nicola Welf to back off 75 East State Avenue, and I asked the council to reject this rezoning.
Thank you.
I am also a member of the Vancouver Tenants Union.
Yes, thank you very
and
much,
there are like
Cecile. That is your
speakers.
time. Thank you. Thank you, Cecile. Our next speaker is Speaker 59, Charnveer Gill.
Speaker 59 is not on the line.
Next speaker is Speaker 60, Keith Chan.
Yes, hello. Just want to confirm you can hear me, first of all.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a member of the Vancouver Tenants Union and a resident of Vancouver, and I strongly support this motion to redevelop the site. It will create a crisis of availability if you send the horrible message to owners that their investment is not welcome. If you take a look at the downtown area of Vancouver and the East End and the West End, it's done by investors. Without investors, we wouldn't have housing. This development supports the goals of prosperity, employment, the construction, the tourism industry. The employees that will be given employment will be of great benefit to Vancouver and will provide prosperity. And the message will be vibrancy. That investment will be welcome in Vancouver. Employment, construction, development, housing, abundance will be available when the message is that a consistent zoning policy makes sense with the official community plan. The first story will hopefully provide business and commercial opportunities consistent with the area and the official community plan. yes, perhaps some people will have to relocate, but the constant that is constant is change. There is progress, there is development. The message will be vibrancy, stimulated economy, modernization, a thriving, a prosperous, regeneration, change. The infusion of talent will provide investment opportunities. We have to also understand that failure to house both our employment generators, investors, and extended stay residents will also provide employment and talent. It's revitalization, modernization. You have to promise that your role as counselors is to allow for the highest and best use of property. And the message you need to send is that investment, construction, redevelopment is welcome. It's going to provide 21 floors of housing. Whether the developer is right or wrong in that there's a need or not for extended stay housing is a business decision, and business needs to be able to make a decision based on business, not bureaucracy. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you allow the proposal to proceed, because the question must be whether it meets the test or not. Does it meet the test? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Speaker number 61, Emmy Balagtas. You have the speaker? No?
Speaker 61 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker number 62, Laura Lamb. We have Laura in person? I believe she... Just be a moment, council. Good afternoon, Laura.
Hello, my name is Laura Lamb. I am a Vancouver resident and a Mount Pleasant resident. I oppose the rezoning and ask council to reject it today. I've lived in Mount Pleasant for more than 30 years, and for 25 years I've lived 1 block away from Myron Manor at Quebec Manor and 7th. Quebec Manor is the name of the building that I live in, and it's at 7th in Quebec. I've just learned that there will be a series on CBC, the Massey Lectures, about housing as a human right and how that right is being eroded. The series is presented by a person who was the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the right to housing. Her name is Leilani Farah. Hearing about that series reminded me housing is a human right. I have to admit that that isn't something that I've actually thought about very much, because I don't have to think about it, because I've been living it. I live in a housing co-op. I am one of the very few people of limited or moderate income in Vancouver who actually is living with what everyone is entitled to: the right to safe, affordable, and secure housing. I don't have to worry that I will have to line up at a food bank because most of my income goes to rent. I don't have to dread the inevitable yearly maximum rent increase. I have affordable housing. Most renters in Vancouver have been denied that human right. I don't have to think about the rent eviction or demo eviction that may drop any day, and that I could be displaced from my friends, my family, my neighborhood, and my community so that the landlord can make a profit. I have the right to security of tenure. Most renters in Vancouver have been denied that right. I have been able to thrive, and my daughter was able to grow up in stability, comfort, and community in the heart of a great neighborhood. I have lived that human right to housing that all people have, but most people in Vancouver are denied. Byron Manor is only 1 block away from Quebec Manor, but in terms of fundamental human rights to housing, it is a world away. Like me, some of my neighbors at Byron Manor have lived in the same home for decades. Like I did, many of them are bringing up children in a comfortable place with affordable rent, near good schools, near community institutions, near a park and a library and a community center, near their friends, family, and longtime neighbors. Like me, they have the right to a safe, secure, and affordable housing, but that right is being blatantly and criminally disregarded by this proposed demolition of their home. Because of the decisions made by this council, because of policies implemented by this council, the right to safe, affordable, and secure housing is being eroded to the point where it is almost non-existent in Mount Pleasant. Hundreds, if not thousands of people in Mount Pleasant have already lost their affordable housing to demo evictions in the past few years. This trend must be reversed. The city must prioritize the human right to housing. There is no right to build a hotel, but there is a human right to housing, particularly the right to safe, secure, and affordable rental housing. A small step towards this would be to support Speaker Number 1's amendment to designate the site of Byron Manor as a general urban and strengthen the hotel development policy to prevent displacement of rental accommodation with hotels. And for today, please reject the rezoning of 75 East 8. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. Our next speaker is Speaker 63, Aaron O'Brien. Hello.
My name is Aaron O'Brien. I've lived in Mount Pleasant for the past 40 years. I've seen a lot of different developments come and go. But the last 5 years have seemed to accelerated everything, which basically means I live in a construction zone. It's noisy, it's dirty, traffic gets resorted all over the place. Anyway, I am strongly opposed to the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. This proposal rezoning from a 4-story residential building to a 21-story hotel, which is more than double the height of any structure in the immediate area, only maximizes profits for the developers. It would be another step in the destruction of our neighborhood. A hotel is not needed here. Even during FIFA, hotel occupancy in the city was low. So what is the city's rationale for this rezoning? The Broadway plan was meant to be an incentive for construction of housing, but in this case, it is obviously not a priority. And what of the residents of 75 East 8th Avenue? These are people who would face a severing of community ties and uprooted neighborhood. It is a heartless proposal. And why does it seem to be fast-tracked? And what of a long-term future for this area? Overheight glass towers that conflict with the heritage gems now present. Our immediate environment heated by reflected light, green areas gone. Who wins in this scenario? The city loses most of its heart by thinking a developer's money is worth more than the housing of people that vote, pay taxes, grow families, have businesses, and a long history here. I think it's important to think of the future. to think about what is being created by these decisions. Do we want to preserve a nugget of the city's heritage, or do we construct a hollow, could be anywhere non-space? This is a time to think about the impact of these decisions. 75 East 8th Avenue should remain as it is. We should not bow to developers' greed. Again, I'm strongly opposed to this rezoning application.
Thank you very much for coming in person today. Our next speaker is Speaker 64, Zach Daw.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name's Zach. I'm a renter in Mount Pleasant, a member of the Vancouver Tenants Union. I'm at work right now, a few blocks away from Myron Manor. I feel like I'd like to highlight the barrier to entry that's been created by holding this meeting from 9 to 5 on a work day today. Calling it from work, and I'm sure many other working people scheduled to speak today have struggled to speak today. I'm calling in to oppose the application. I would like to urge council to refuse the application for the obvious reason that demolishing affordable housing to replace them with hotels is silly. The city just held one of the largest sporting events in the world, and there was no shortage of temporary stay. The fact that we all need to come speak against this is really upsetting because it displaces 42 people who have their home here, who work here, who have family and friends here, who, if they're displaced, a lot of them can't afford to live here anymore. And we're doing all of this just for a hotel that isn't needed at all. And I feel like it's just obvious that displacing a bunch of people who live in relatively affordable housing is a ridiculous thing. And I feel like it goes against what a lot of city councils have said as well. But yeah, I think that displacement is inherently violent, and I think that what a lot of people have said today is great. And you know, I'm not really saying anything new, but you know, the violence of uprooting these people from their families and friends and communities is boring.
Speaker, you are very muffled, so it's very hard to hear your comments. Just noting that.
Sorry, I'm calling it from work. It's loud.
Okay.
But I think that displacing all of these people from their relatively affordable housing is a very violent thing. And you know, it's abhorrent, and I think that we shouldn't be here discussing this right now. I don't think that this is something that really should be very contentious. But here we are. Please reject this. And yeah, that's all, I think.
Okay, thank you very much for calling in. Speaker number 65 is Mariah Main.
Speaker 65 is not on the line.
Speaker 66, Hudson Smith.
Speaker 66 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 67, Catherine Slewitz.
Speaker 67 is not on the line.
Speaker number 68, Tracy.
Speaker 68 is not on the line.
Fighting to attend this event
Speaker,
and celebrate
I think we have,
culture.
could whoever's speaking mute themselves?
Vancouver period.
We're going to move to Speaker 69, Samina Sheriff. I'm going to keep moving. Speaker 70, James Lloyd. Good afternoon. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you. Hello, my name is James Lloyd, and I'm a longtime renter in the Mount Pleasant neighborhood of Vancouver, living and working as an illustrator, not far from 75 East 8th, and I'm speaking today in strong opposition of this rezoning proposal. I've spoken before on behalf of tenants in my neighborhood since the Broadway plan was introduced and implemented, more times now than I would like. I think a lot of us here are a little shell-shocked about what's happened in the intervening years. We saw what had been proposed and figured checks and balances would prevent such a sweeping policy, stretching a full 500 city blocks, from truly taking hold. I didn't believe my neighbors would actually lose their homes, and I would witness the tearing down of functioning, livable buildings housing the people who have made up the neighborhood for so long. We, the community, must have some say. Turns out that was naivete. This February, I saw some of the first evictions of the Broadway plan enacted not far from where I live on East 10th Avenue, where a string of family homes occupied by renters of all walks, including families, were emptied and demolished. A grim reminder of the apartment fire that displaced 70 tenants just down the street, leaving a large crater on the block that still sits untended. Last I checked, that lot was on sale for over $20 million. The stretch of East 10th has become emblematic of the painful erosion of Mount Pleasant. Now we have the 75 East 8th apartment, about 5 blocks away from that scarred neighborhood. And as been pointed out, more long-standing members of their communities face permanent displacement for the sake of an alleged hotel crisis that we now know post-FIFA doesn't actually exist. I find it hard to believe that this is even up for consideration, but as I said before, I'm a little shell-shocked by everything that has occurred or is set to occur in Mount Pleasant. I understand that the city's hotel development policy contains a loophole that potentially allows developers to tear down thousands of rental apartments to build hotels. It seems to me that we've now dropped the facade that the Broadway plan was about addressing a housing crisis in the first place. As for the developer's assertion that the hotels are so needed in the neighborhood, why then not convert the historic City Center Lodge, which they also own, back to a hotel instead of building the one proposed? I don't want to see the artists that have studios there turned out for a hotel conversion, but that will happen anyways when Nikola sets a date to tear down the place to build yet more towers. And with their billions of dollars in holdings and owning at least 12 properties in the area, Nikola Wealth can build something much bigger to house artist studios at a bargain rental rate in an unused area zoned for it. But that hasn't been proposed. And this needs to be understood when the developers in question present an altruistic front as grand patrons of the arts. The studio I've occupied for 15 years across from the City Center Lodge has now been sold and will be lost to the Broadway development machinery in a short matter of time. It's a very painful prospect. But that is the sum total of gentrification. We are forced out, period. Temporary spaces granted by developers as dictated by policy are all just placebo effects, while the wounds to the creative community grow larger and larger. Now we're being told that what our neighborhood is by the developers. The Nikola development team asserts that somehow there was never meant to be a residency at East 8th because that area is solely intended for industrial purposes. But as a longtime resident, I can attest that the supposed industrial zone has always contained residences of all kinds, as well as small businesses, parks, recreational places, and even artist spaces, such as the James Black Gallery, also facing destruction by development. The fact that the applicant can produce a map with a number of purple squares suggesting otherwise doesn't really change any of that. It doesn't change the fact that a building filled with long-term tenants stands at 75 East 8th, and there is no viable reason to destroy it. We knew the untested and unenforceable protections of the Broadway plan were never really going to replace the homes lost to eviction, but the right to first refusal isn't even there this time, and won't be there for any of the residents in those thousands of units lost to this new hotel policy. So who finds homes for these people? What is the service that goes out and finds the equivalent of the housing they're losing within the community, secures it for them, and moves them in at their comfort and convenience? That service doesn't exist. Why has the damage of eviction been so consistently downplayed in these chambers? Since I first spoke here, it's been treated as one of inconvenience or a frustration. It's not frustrating to lose your home and community after decades. There's widespread and life-changing consequence. As one of the tenants of 75 East 8th has said about current policy, the city can only protect us from displacement by not displacing us. Please vote against this proposal. Allow this community of renters, all wonderful people, to continue to enrich each other's lives with a roof over their heads. That is village, that is neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Thanks for coming in person. Our next speaker is Speaker 71, Steph Ling.
Speaker 71 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 72, Niranjan Raja. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Niranjan Raja. I live a block away from 75 East 8th Avenue. I have graduate and postgraduate degrees in economics, law, and art. I brought my children up in the neighborhood a block away, as I said before. And so I feel I have some vested interest and no little knowledge in the areas of economics and even technology, as I work as a professor at the Interactive Arts and Technology, Simon Fraser University. Now, what's been proposed here is housing essential for a tech hub. And I wonder how meaningful that proposal is. And even if it is meaningful in economic terms, how just and fair it is for council to fulfill this need at the expense of housing and living housed individuals who are going to be displaced. So this lot is presently zoned as industrial, and it is used for housing under a grandfathered exception. It is going to be, if this zoning application passes, it's going to become a comprehensive development for which some industrial component needs to be instituted, within which, in order to produce this housing, temporary housing facility, which to call a spade, to be achieved. Now, I suggest that this is not as straightforward as it seems. Ethically, morally, this is a very extraordinary application. And in order to make this argument, I'm going to ask Council to consider the idea of natural law. As lawmakers and decision makers whose votes impact the lives of people, natural law is something that should be in your hearts, in your consideration, in all your actions. God's law, according to Thomas Aquinas, human rights, according to John Locke. The moral principles behind grandfathering in include recognizing vested interests. Lives have been vested on this site. This should be recognized. Protecting justifiable reliance. As people have eloquently and emotionally spoken, people are reliant on this facility and this affordance, and this will be taken away. The compensation paid is not meaningful, given the reliance at stake. The implausibility of transition, meaningful equivalence in transition. Again, I don't need to speak to this. The notion of distributive justice. We live in the city together, and you, councillors, are responsible for all of us. It is not correct, at least in a state or city where natural law exists, that some people bear the cost for the benefit for all. This is an extreme version of distributive injustice. So overall, grandfathering in protects occupants from retrospective injustice. This is being traded for the proposed economic benefits of this tower that is meant to take its place. This is an extraordinary application, technically, because it's a rezoning. Grandfathering in should be considered part of the present zoning condition. Now you're asking for a rezoning to bring something else in. This is like threading a needle with a camel. A very, very complex maneuver. In order to bring housing for temporary occupants, you have to rezone, build industrial, and come on. This is not reasonable as it seems in terms of the way people have put it. There are individual implications. I would also speculate that there are long-term implications for housing because tech occupants today might be homeless and normal people, not specifically tech people, looking for short-term housing in a very tight situation in Vancouver. And we might be the ones occupying these temporary places without rent control.
Thank you very much
Thank
for your
you.
comments today. Right on time. Thank you. Our next speaker is Speaker 73, Jane Frankish. Good afternoon, Jane. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Vancouver City Council. My name is Jane Frankish and I'm a retired librarian from Vancouver Public Library. I have lived in Quebec Manor Housing Co-op at Main and East 7th Avenue in Mount Pleasant for 17 years. I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and ask Council to reject it today. The rezoning application states that this hotel is meant to provide short-term housing for employees working at Vancouver's booming high-tech and biotech firms. This extended stay style of hotel doesn't require the services or staffing of regular hotels and won't create local jobs. Forcing long-term residents to leave the neighborhood for the city to accommodate short-term tech workers is wrong. Say no to a digital nomad hotel in Mount Pleasant. Council, I implore you to reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue for a hotel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in person today.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Speaker 74, Simon DeWert. I think Simon's just walking in. Welcome, Simon. We'll just use the podium over here. Yeah, to your left, my right. You have up to 5 minutes to address council. And if you need to adjust the podium, it's on your right there on the inside.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors, mayor, chair, for this opportunity today. My name is Simon DeWert. I'm a Vancouver resident. I live in Grandview Woodland, and I strongly oppose this motion. Vancouver has been going to great lengths to ensure affordable housing so that people who work in the city can afford to live in the city, so that hospitals and businesses, large and small, can find accommodation for employees, so that our sons and daughters who have spent many years here can also find homes. Since 2010, Vancouver has allowed increased density in return for below-market housing. This reflects ongoing efforts to balance the need for affordable housing with the realities of the construction market. Vancouver has gone to great lengths to secure affordable housing. We cannot, in good conscience, simply let this go. The Myron Manor Collective is affordable housing. We would require a 14-story, 135-unit building to get 27 units of below-market housing, currently in 75 East 8th. We have been giving increased density to get increased supply, to get affordable housing. And so we've conflated these things. But in this case, we're considering sacrificing affordable housing to get potential benefit. Tenants need to have secure housing support in a definite agreement with not vague promises. The Metro Vancouver zoning of this site is an odd fit for tenant protections under the Broadway plan, where displaced renters may be eligible for protections that include financial compensation and a right to return to the unit. The good news is that the zoning can be corrected to fit the use since 1961 as residential. And I submitted a paper which includes this. I believe this has been mentioned by a number of other people, so it's probably well known to all of you. It's important to be fair and clear with residents. This is actually why I'm here today, is that I saw a bit of this evolving, and I got the strong sense that the developer had great access to staff and that the residents did not. So I'm just here as a resident, acknowledging this and hoping that you as councillors who represent a connection with the community, not just developers, will consult your consciences. And this is also reinforced by Unite Here Local 40, who represent workers in these hotels, who've urged you to consider affordable housing over hotels. So that's the substance of my proposal.
Thank you for your comments today. Our next speaker is Speaker 75, Christopher Leonin.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Christopher Laninen. I'm a Vancouver renter and a TV animation worker, and I'm calling in from work to express my vehement opposition to this rezoning proposal. I've worked in Mount Pleasant since 2017. I've lived here since 2012. I've lived along Main Street since 2007 and in Vancouver since 2002. I've seen the city change a lot over that time, and not all of it has been for the better. I've seen friends and neighbors priced out of the neighborhood, many out of the city, and many others out of the province altogether. An extended stay hotel that replaces existing affordable housing doesn't even have the smokescreen of adding housing that the Broadway plan calls for. At least a 20-story purpose-built rental increases the housing supply, regardless of whether it's actually affordable or not. As the staff report explains, this hotel is not a residential build. I want to take a moment also to respond to something that I heard a speaker claim earlier in the hearing about how Vancouver lacks proper accommodation for entertainment and tech workers in this neighborhood. This is true in the sense that Vancouver lacks enough affordable housing for its residents. I'm an animation worker, one of the industries that this speaker claimed to speak in support of. And while I can't speak for tech, in the case of the entertainment industry, most workers need to be residents in order for the employer to qualify for well-needed tax credits. The problem for us isn't a lack of hotel accommodation, it's a lack of affordable rentals in Vancouver and Mount Pleasant, places like Myron Manor, which this hotel would destroy. That this proposal was submitted at all is frankly kind of disgraceful and indicates a real lack of care for the residents of this city. First right of refusal is codified into the Broadway plan, which, when it was written, was meant to have the strongest tenant protections within the city. This was a big part of how it got passed at all. So my opinion, and one shared with many who've spoken today, are that those protections weren't strong enough. But regardless, the proposed rezoning of Myron Manor stomps on the protections that the tenants who have lived there, some for decades, are meant to have. First right of refusal means that displacement isn't guaranteed, and in the case of this hotel replacing an apartment building, it is. It's common knowledge that Vancouver is an expensive city, and anyone saying differently is either out of touch or with the average person or is lying. The tenant relocation and protection policy mentioned in the referral report has time and again been proven to be inadequate to meet the needs of tenants, especially for seniors, those on fixed incomes, those who have difficulty navigating the bureaucracy of city forms, and apartment hunting generally. In many cases, a landlord will fulfill their TRPP obligations by sending a few Craigslist posts to tenants once a week for apartments that aren't in the same neighborhood, are far more expensive, smaller, or simply worse than the place that those tenants already live. I've lived in my apartment for 10 years, and I would expect a similar place in a similar location to cost nearly twice as much as I'm currently paying if I were forced to move, which would quickly become very difficult for me to manage. Even with a landlord payout to supplement rent, I would be facing rent distress within a few years, and I make around Vancouver's median wage most of the time. Community of the kind that's been demonstrated in the hall today is the fabric of the city, and it's part of what makes it worth living here. This hotel would tear that fabric apart for the convenience of rootless tourists with high-paying jobs whose money would serve little purpose other than to line the pockets of real estate holding corporations and a handful of neighborhood businesses that target affluent clientele. Mount Pleasant is already highly gentrified. We don't need to accelerate this process further. And I do want to add that the callousness with which some people in support of this motion have spoken about how, quote, some people might have to move is genuinely disturbing. These are people's homes. The staff report's conclusion that this proposal, which will displace dozens of people from the neighborhood they call home, is consistent with the Broadway Plan and Vancouver's official development plan generally, implies that these policies are in fact designed to displace long-term and lower-income tenants from the Broadway corridor. This tension was brought up on the first night of the hearing when Councillor Orr asked why the exception to replace permanent housing with a hotel was being made, and the staff response was that approving the rezoning proposal would accept the letter of existing policy, but not the spirit, which is, as we've said, to protect people's homes. So you have an opportunity here to show that these policies should be to protect the people who live and have lived in the city and not simply sweep them away like garbage. So once again, I'm asking that you please reject this proposed rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling in today. Our next speaker is 76 Gordon McCauley.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Mayor and Council, my name is Gordon McCauley. I am a resident of Vancouver. I'm a business person in Vancouver that has a new facility in Mount Pleasant in our business. I've helped create a couple of substantive businesses in the Vancouver area, and I'm speaking in favor of the application. I gather this process has been going on for a while, so I'll be reasonably brief. The new facility that we opened in Mount Pleasant recently is there despite the fact that there are no hotels in the area. When visitors come to our business, it is inconvenient at a minimum to have folks travel some distance to get to and from hotel accommodation. So it just, to me, putting a hotel there just makes good sense. I also think it is an important addition to the innovation district that has grown there, particularly in the biotechnology business where my career has been spent. The proximity to transit is important. The convenience is important. The proximity to local shops, restaurants is important. I might also say that my doctoral research was in virtual and hybrid work and the evolving nature of the physical workplace. And one of the very key features we see from around the world and absolutely in Canada and absolutely in biotechnology is the prevalence of people working at some distance and coming and visiting offices for extended periods of time. So having this kind of facility close to our business is exactly consistent with all of the research showing the kinds of changes in the workplace that we're all becoming accustomed to. So I strongly encourage you to support this facility. I think it's a very important and positive addition, including the addition of the industrial space, which I think is important within Mount Pleasant, again, because part of what we do is services-based, part of what we do is more industrial. So thank you for your time. I encourage you to vote in favor of this application.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is 77 Allison Wick.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm a Vancouver renter and resident. I'm also a public library worker, and I am calling in to oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and asking Council to reject it today. I'm calling actually from the Mount Pleasant Community Center, which, hearing the last caller speaking in support of this motion, in support of hotels and the need for tourists and for temporary workers in the tech industry to have proximity to all these amenities, I really question how this proposal prioritizes tourists and those who do not live in the city, who do not need long-term housing in the city, prioritizes the interests of those people over the people who currently live here and are actually requesting to continue to live here, that they love this neighborhood, that they want to stay here. Is there no priority for those folks and those of us who live here to have proximity to those amenities, to have proximity to those restaurants, to the schools, to a community center, and to a library. The Mount Pleasant Community Center, the public library, is down the street from this site. So part of this proposal is, instead of a number of seniors, of families, of community members to continue to live at the site, to continue to be able to come and walk to the community center, to use the public library, to use the center, instead, it should be folks who are here a week at a time, a month at a time, to work in the tech industry because there are tech industry companies in the area. I find this cognitive dissonance, to be honest, to be really troubling and to really question, especially why this is being fast-tracked. I mean, given what is on council's agenda, I mean, is reflected in the amount of council members who've actually been able to hear all of the speakers today and last week, who've actually been in attendance to listen to the proposal and to listen to the folks who have concerns and who are sharing their thoughts and their issues with this proposal. How much that our councilors can even engage with us because of the timing of this proposal. Residents were given so little time to even prepare that there is a rezoning hearing happening. And there's a lot of other issues that council is trying to turn their minds to, that this hotel proposal that seeks to evict 42 residents, most of them long-term residents of this neighborhood, should take up so much of council's time at this moment, and that it should be fast-tracked, put in front of council for truly no reason. I can think of not a single benefit that this hotel brings to the area. I mean, I've heard some speakers in support talk about job creation, which I'm quite confused how a hotel that seeks to have no workers would be creating jobs. Trying to balance demolishing housing versus the need for hotels, as speakers before me have said, disregarding that for one person to move is a massive impact and should not be taken as just, simply the cost of doing business, some people need to move. We're talking about changing and disrupting the lives of over 40 people. That's not something that I think council should be taking lightly, that I think our other neighbors are taking lightly at all. The reason for this need to be at this site, and as a number of speakers have said before me, people make up communities. Companies do not make up communities. Biotech companies do not create communities, do not create infrastructure for connection between people and between neighbors. As a resident of the building, May earlier said, a great city does not prioritize visitors over its residents and also over the concerns of its residents. I think from what we've heard from people today, this is not a controversial development. This is a wildly unpopular development that is frankly quite offensive to, I think, anyone who lives in the city of Vancouver, to anyone who lives in the Mount Pleasant neighborhood. I myself have grown up in the Mount Pleasant neighborhood. I live on Commercial now, and I see projects like this as seeking to make quick cash for some developers at the serious expense, the life-altering expense of evicting people from their homes to wherever they might be able to find housing, which, as has been discussed many times today, there's an issue of housing in the city. It's not an issue of hotels.
Allison, thank you.
It's an
That
issue
is
of
your
housing.
time. Thank you for your comments.
Thanks.
Speaker number 78, Yamina Zaidi.
Speaker 78 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker number 79, Pedro Amato.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi. Speak against the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. I've been a resident of Vancouver for about 14 years. I currently live in Fairview, but for many of these years, I lived in Mount Pleasant, about 4 blocks away from 75 East 8th. I have experienced eviction, and I had the nightmarish, dehumanizing experience of searching for affordable housing in the city, the struggle known to many, many around. Vancouverites are not able to afford their own city has been a long-standing issue. One would think the logical thing to do is to protect the affordable housing that we do have. So I ask you, why the rezoning? Why destroy perfectly good housing? Why displace Vancouver residents? And who benefits from this? As a tech worker myself, this hotel proposal is not I ever want to stay at, here or in any other city. We should not deliberately incentivize a digital nomad influx at the expense of the livability of our own city. The councils of members of the city of Vancouver looking out for the people in the city. We cannot continue people because corporations like Nikola Wealth want to make money. You cannot and should not prioritize visitors and their residents. Letting this rezoning and consequently the eviction go through is a direct affront to the sense of security and belonging, not only to the tenants in Marin Manor, but to all those who rent in Vancouver. Do not let zoning go through. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Speaker 80, Jade Ho.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I have been a resident of Vancouver for the past 13 years, and I also have been working as a tenant organizer and a postdoctoral researcher in the Public Health and Social Policy Department. For more than 10 years, I have worked alongside low-income tenants, seniors, migrants, and Indigenous community members in our city. And today I'm speaking against the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. I want to begin with a phrase used in the city report, saying that Myron Minor is described as non-conforming to the Mount Pleasant industrial area. But who exactly is being asked to conform? Is it the senior who has built a life in this neighborhood, the person with a disability who depend on familiar surroundings, the Indigenous elder, immigrant families, or parents raising young children? Well, it should be our policies and this council that conform to the basic principle that people should not lose their homes so wealthy investors and developers can make more money. Approximately 40 people live in this building. That's 40 neighbors with relationships and histories and routines that cannot simply be packed into boxes and recreated somewhere else. What I know from both my research and my organizing is that displacement is never simply about a simple change of address. Losing a home can mean losing the neighbor who checks in on you, the grocery store where staff speaks your language, the bus route that you know, the doctor that you can reach, and the church or community space where you belong. For seniors, migrant people with disabilities, and people living on low incomes, these relationships are not amenities. They are part of how people survive and care for each other. Housing is wellness, housing is safety, housing is the ground beneath every other part of a person's life. And I think it's really crazy we have to tell this council this. The tenant have been told that the TRPP will protect them, but they will have no right of first refusal because the proposed building will literally be a hotel and not housing. City staff has also admitted to the tenant that this will, quote, will not be allowed to remove. Let us say that plainly what it means. Tenants' lives will get worse. Some will be pushed out of the neighborhood. Some may be pushed out of Vancouver altogether. In a city where more and more people are unhoused and living one rent increase away from losing their homes, council is considering deliberately eliminating affordable rental housing. We have also been told that Vancouver is facing a hotel room crisis, but even while hosting the FIFA World Cup, downtown hotel occupancy this June is approximately 76%, down from the 91% in June last year. Whatever the city's long-term tourism goals may be, this number do not justify declaring an emergency and destroying people's homes. Nearly 1/3 of the tenants are Filipino in this building. They live within walking distance to the St. Patrick Church and the proposed Filipino Cultural Center. The city cannot celebrate the Filipino community space in Mount Pleasant while approving the displacement of Filipino families from the same neighborhood. Culture is not a building or a public statement. Culture lives through people, and people need homes in order to remain. Council may also be told that this rezoning is consistent with policy, but policy is not gravity. The Broadway plan did not fall from the sky. The loophole in the hotel development policy was not inevitable, and these were political choices, and the council can choose differently. Council also often speak about inclusion, reconciliation, cultural recognition, and making Vancouver a city for everyone. Today, you have the opportunity to prove that these are more than words. Let's remember this is also an election year, and voters are not just watching, we are feeling firsthand the decision this council makes. The tenants of Myron Minor are already part of Vancouver's future. They are not disposable, and their displacement is not an acceptable cost of development. Refuse this rezoning, protect the 40 homes, and choose people over greed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Next speaker is 81, Zakir Suleiman.
Speaker 81 is not present.
Thank you. Speaker number 82, Angelina Polsini.
Speaker 82 is not present.
Speaker 83, Charlie Dara.
Speaker 83 is not on the line.
Speaker 84, Leila Sarah.
Speaker 84 is not present.
Speaker 85, Ruwan Silva.
They are on the line.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I'm Josh Anderson from Nicola, if you're still there. My name is Ruwan Silva, and I'm calling in today to speak in opposition to the proposed rezoning of my family's home at 75 East 8th Avenue. Unfortunately, my wife, myself, our 21-month-old daughter Hannah, and our 5-month-old son Theo are unable to be there in person because of the unusual timing of this public hearing. I would have loved for all of them to be here so you could see their faces, at least those councillors that took the time to attend the hearing. To many people, this may be just another property on a map. To us, it is home. It is where we brought both our children home from the hospital. It is where Hannah is learning about the world around her, taking her first steps, and learning new words every day. It is where Theo is beginning his life. This building is part of our family story. Like many families in Vancouver, we chose to rent because it was the most practical option for our family. We have built our lives around this neighborhood. We rely on the nearby parks, healthcare, transit, and our jobs. We know our neighbors and they know our children. Hannah has even affectionately given our neighbor's son Leonard the name Aya, which means big brother in my native language, Sinhalese. This community has become an extension of our family. We share food with our neighbors, celebrate small moments together, and always look forward to trying the meals and creations they generously share with us. If this zoning is approved, we stand to lose much more than an apartment. We lose the stability that every family deserves. We lose the community we have built. We face the uncertainty of trying to find another rental home in one of the most expensive and competitive housing markets in Canada. I would also like to acknowledge that Meyer Manor has been a residential building for many decades. Regardless of its current zoning designation, people have lived here, raised families here, and built their lives here. The residents who call this building home are now facing the possibility of losing that home if this property is converted into a hotel. This proposal would permanently remove rental housing at a time when Vancouver is experiencing a serious housing shortage. Every rental home matters. Once these homes are converted into hotel rooms, they are no longer available for families, workers, seniors, and future residents who need a place to live. Council has repeatedly stated that protecting existing rental housing and supporting renters are priorities. Approving this rezoning would move in the opposite direction. Once rental homes are lost, they are extremely difficult to replace, especially in established neighborhoods where people have built their lives. This proposal is not just about buildings or zoning, it's about people. Our building is home to families, seniors, workers, long-term residents who contribute to this community every day. Behind every door is a person or a family with their own story. They are not empty units waiting to be developed. They are homes filled with memories, relationships, and lives. The impact on children should also be considered. Hannah and Theo are too young to understand zoning, development, or housing policy, but they live with the consequences of the decisions made in this room. They deserve the stability of growing up in a community they know. They deserve familiar surroundings, neighbors who know them, and a safe place they can call home. Vancouver can continue to grow and welcome visitors while protecting the homes of the people who already live here. There are other locations, including vacant and underused properties in the nearby residential area that may be better suited for hotel development without displacing existing residents. I respectfully ask Council to consider the human impact of this decision. The benefits of the rezoning may be measured financially, but the costs will be felt for real families who may lose their home and community they have built. When you make your decision, I ask you to think about Hannah and Theo, Leonard and Norman, and all the children and residents who call 75 East 8th Avenue home. Think about the families who simply want the security of knowing they have a place to live. Development is important, but it should strengthen communities, not displace them. I respectfully ask you to reject this rezoning application and protect the existing rental homes. Please stand with the residents who already call this building home. Protect our homes, protect our community, and protect the future of children like Hannah and Theo. Before I close, I'd also like to address the statements made by Nicola Wells regarding charitable contributions. Supporting important causes, including helping people experiencing homelessness, is commendable. However, there is a difficult contradiction when actions intended to address homelessness happens alongside a proposal that would contribute to the housing insecurity
Speaker, that is your
for
time.
existing residents.
Thank you very much for calling in this afternoon. Thank you. Speaker 86, Andrea Kasunik.
Hi, good afternoon, Vancouver City Council. My name is Andrea Kasunik, and I live in Vancouver and have been a renter in the West End for 17 years. I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue, and I respectfully ask Council to reject this application. This proposal threatens the homes of approximately 40 residents, including seniors, people with disabilities, an Indigenous elder, immigrants from around the world, and young families. Among those residents are two of my closest friends who are raising their two young children under the age of 3 in this building. If this rezoning proceeds, they'll lose not only their home, but also the supportive community they've built around their young family. As the mother of a 9-year-old with no family in this province, I know firsthand how important it is to have a village of friends who are like family. When my son was young, my friend from 75 East 8th Avenue was a big part of my support system. She helped me through those difficult early years of parenting, and now as she raises her own children, I want to continue to be able to be there for her in the same way. We call each other family. If this rezoning proceeds, every tenant in that building will have their support systems torn apart. Over the past decade, I've watched far too many young families leave Vancouver because they simply could not afford to stay. Our friends have moved to Victoria, Port Moody, New Westminster, Burnaby, North Vancouver, and out of province. Every one of them wanted to remain in Vancouver. They left because they had no other choice, and they wanted to stay but couldn't make it work. I joke with my husband about not letting our son get close to any new friends, as they will likely move out of the city within the year. Except it's not a joke, it's a consistent reality in Vancouver. Each time a family leaves, our communities become a little weaker. It takes years to build the relationships that help families thrive. Friends who share childcare, pick up children from school, trade babysitting, bring meals when someone is sick, celebrate birthdays together, and simply show up for one another. Those communities can't be rebuilt overnight. If this rezoning is approved, an entire apartment building of people will be forced to start over. Many will have to leave the neighborhood, and many will likely have to leave Vancouver altogether. Children will lose their homes, their schools, their daycare, and the community they know. They won't just be looking for housing, they'll be rebuilding every part of their lives. And for what? A hotel for tech workers? Is that a joke? No, make it make sense. My friends from 75 East 8th Avenue contribute enormously to the city. One of them teaches vulnerable young adults at one of our local colleges, and the other was a small business owner. They work hard, pay taxes, raise their family here, and want nothing more than to continue living in the community they call home. I understand that Council faces difficult decisions about housing and growth, but growth should not come at the cost of displacing stable, long-term rental communities like this one. Approving this rezoning would mean displacing dozens of residents from an established rental building to find housing that they can't afford. When we force families out, we're not just losing residents, we're losing neighbors, volunteers, caregivers, customers, teachers, business owners, and the people who make Vancouver feel like home. Families belong in Vancouver. Long-term renters belong in Vancouver. The residents of 75 East 8th Avenue deserve the opportunity to remain in the community they've built. Tech workers do not deserve a short-term stay at short-term hotel at their expense. I urge Council to consider the human cost of this decision. Housing policy should strengthen communities, not dismantle them. I respectfully ask you to reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Our next speaker is Speaker 87, Regan Bellon.
Speaker 87 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 88, Dana Okwawa.
Speaker 88 is not on the line.
Speaker 89, Flora Purcell.
Speaker 89 is not present.
Speaker 90, Rory Campbell.
Yes.
Go ahead, Rory.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Hi, my name's Rory Campbell. I'm a resident in Vancouver in the Mount Pleasant area, and I'm speaking to voice my opposition to the motion to rezone 75 East 8th Avenue and ask Council to reject it today. Before I dive into my prepared speech, I'd like to note the convenient absence by those few who support this motion of speaking of and to the tenants of Myron Manor in this motion, as if the very real human lived experience at threat is an easy afterthought. As if the only way to support this motion is to turn your soul away from its own humanity. I trust that you and Council have your own humanity in mind as you listen to the pleas of your constituents, as you have been elected to do so. It's been amazing to hear so many impassioned speakers who have stood up for their homes, their neighbors, and basic human rights. May the voices of these people sit with Council in ways that guide them to a verdict that allows these tenants to continue living in their homes as they have been. This proposition to displace the 40-some residents who call this building home carries the colonial legacy of the entitlement to seize the homes of the many for the profit of the few. This project does not benefit the people of Vancouver, it does not benefit the people of this neighborhood, and it absolutely does not benefit the people who are the active tenants of 75 East 8th Avenue. As many have already cited, city staff have admitted to the tenants that this will not be a lateral move and will in fact decrease their quality of life and will likely force them out of the neighborhood and or the city entirely, as many have already spoken to. This project is thus a direct and open derailment of the lives at the heart of this building and this community. Each of these people is connected to a web of friends, family, community, and colleagues who depend on their relationships with these people. The interruption of these lives will be fraught, long-lasting, and likely irreversible. As an elementary school teacher, I spend a lot of my time with my students asking the question, how do we take care of our community? How do we take care of each other? And not once in all of my years of teaching have I heard, we should kick people out of their homes and build hotels on top of where they used to live. As many speakers have brought forward, we do not have a hotel crisis in Vancouver. What we do have is a housing crisis that puts our most marginalized communities further at risk. Housing is a human right. Hotels are a luxury we simply do not need. Please vote in protection of all of these tenants to continue living in security, peace, and dignity. We take care of our communities by recognizing the inherent value of every life and an understanding that our own lives are better off for the connections we hold with our community members. What allows us the energy to give back to the communities we are a part of is a safe space to be ourselves, rest, and exist as beings of this earth outside of our own labor. Right now, Council has a chance to reflect on these lives and all those they are connected to, and vote against the rezoning of their home at 75 East 8th Ave, allowing them to continue their lives as they have been with the stability of the housing they rely on. So again, let me make my position clear for the people in the back. I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and speak to move that Council rejects the rezoning of 75 East 8th Ave. Thank you for your time and listening ears and listening hearts.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is speaker number 91, Azu Ron.
Speaker 91 is not present.
Speaker number 92, Prabhi Diol.
Speaker 92 is not on the line.
Speaker number 93, Jarrett Hagland.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jarrett Hagland. I've lived in Mount Pleasant for 15 years, and I work in the community housing sector. I'm speaking in opposition to this rezoning and in favor of my neighbors. I'm asking all of you to oppose it as well because Vancouver should not be demolishing affordable rental homes to build hotels. This proposal would replace 27 affordable rental units with a 21-story long-stay hotel with no replacement housing. So sure, the majority of households qualify for support under the city's tenant relocation and protection policy, but none of the residents will have the right to return because there will be nothing to return to. The residents of Myron Manor will not receive those protections because their homes are being replaced by a hotel instead of badly needed housing. The city's own report says this policy gap still needs to be considered in an upcoming review of the tenant protection policy. So it seems reasonable to me to wait for that review before making the worst consequences of that oversight, a reality. The applicant has offered relocation support, but assistance finding another apartment is not the same as being able to return home. Anyone who has searched for a rental in Vancouver knows that. They know what these tenants are facing. Relocation support is not a guarantee. In a housing crisis, building new homes is not enough. We need to do everything we can to keep the affordable rentals we have, especially when they will not be replaced by homes for people and tenants have no long-term protections. These residents will likely have to leave their neighborhood, their support system, and they have a very good chance of being pushed out of Vancouver altogether. Vancouver is already ahead of schedule on the hotel targets that were established. There is absolutely no reason to push forward with this proposal. We have all listened to the residents of Myron Manor passionately share what their homes and their community mean to them, and I urge you not just to listen, but to actually hear them. Council has a choice here. You can decide that adding hotel rooms is more important than protecting people who actually live in Vancouver, or you can decide to do the right thing and stand up for the residents of Myron Manor. I'm asking you to put people ahead of hotels and profit. Please, please reject this rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Speaker 94, Tova Gaster.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Tova, and I'm a Vancouver resident calling to oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Ave. I am a renter in Fairview, so the well-being of Myron Manor residents is very close to home for me. These are my neighbors and community members. They don't deserve the devastating disruption of mass eviction, especially not for a hotel that neighborhood residents don't want. And as other speakers have very clearly illuminated, Vancouver does not need.
Speaker, we can't hear you very well.
Yes?
Speaker? Yeah, it's very noisy behind you, so we can't hear you in chambers.
Okay, sorry, let me try it and go elsewhere. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I'm calling from work. So this issue is very close to home for me because my Fairview building is also getting rezoned under the Broadway plan for a high-rise, which will be predominantly market-rate rentals outside of the affordability range of most working Vancouverites. The public hearing for my building was postponed and never rescheduled. So while I'm speaking about Myron Manor now, I'll also emphasize that many of our concerns about housing affordability, unaccountable civic processes, and Broadway plan displacement are shared struggles. The communication from developers and from the city about the rezoning process in my building was extremely confusing and misleading. So it's very concerning, but not at all surprising, to hear that the 75 East 8th tenants have been told that they're entitled to TRPP, but don't have the right of first refusal to return, since there will be no homes for them to return to since it's a hotel. This is a complete 180 from how the Broadway plan and the TRPP was initially sold, with the TRPP called the strongest tenant protections in North America. I've seen those claims proven false in my own building. My neighbors have no idea where they'll go during construction, since it's almost impossible to find an apartment in Vancouver with rent as affordable as their current leases, and they can't plan for the future since they have no idea when or if the new high-rise will actually get built. But at least theoretically, we'll still have apartments to come back to. To turn homes into hotels under the Broadway plan reveal any claims to affordability and livability to be completely false. This is such an absolutely tragic loss for the city, substituting a tight-knit building of working people for an extended stay hotel for tourists who have no personal investment in building their relationships that turn a neighborhood into a community. How can any of you claim to support affordable housing when you're voting to actively destroy it? This is not a neutral city decision or an inevitable market process. Nicole and Wealth, executives and investors, councillors, the balance of displacement is on your hands. Please reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 95 is Belinda Bulato.
Speaker 95 is not on the line.
Speaker 96, Sonnet Hodgson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
My name is Sonnet. I live in Vancouver. I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Ave and ask Council to reject it today. I'm a neighbor who is also facing dim eviction separately from those living in Myron Manor. I know just how stressful and destabilizing it is to be facing eviction, especially as there is no affordable housing in Vancouver to move to. I want to take a moment to just acknowledge the courage of my Myron Manor neighbors for coming together and speaking out against losing their homes. I know this can be incredibly challenging, especially on this inconvenient weekday. As tenants, we often feel we have no power in the face of these huge corporations, but all the more reason to stand together and demand to be heard. Our homes matter. Being able to live in a city where you made your home matters. Tenants of Myron Manor, your struggle is not going unseen. I'm here in solidarity with my neighbors in Myron Manor and all those who are anticipating losing their homes unnecessarily. This development is unnecessary. Vancouver does not need a digital nomad hotel. Vancouver needs affordable housing for people who have made this city home. To remove this existing affordable housing during a housing crisis simply for the reason of giving more wealth to the ultra-rich is just wrong. Council members should be representing the people of Vancouver, not corporate greed or tech billionaires. City staff admitted that the tenants, this will not be a lateral move, meaning tenants will face worse quality of life and likely have to leave the neighborhood if this hotel is built. Destroying affordable rentals and forcing tenants to pay much higher market rates takes money out of people's futures, their retirements, their children's schooling, and threatens their ability to live stable lives. We demand that the city prioritize the future of our community, our neighbors, over the investments of the ultra-rich. The proposed hotel would forever change the character of this neighborhood for the worse. Close to a third of the tenants are Filipino, currently living within walking distance of St. Patrick's Church and the proposed site of the Filipino Cultural Center. The city cannot claim to celebrate Filipino communities placed in Mount Pleasant while evicting long-term Filipino residents from Myron Manor. There is no hotel crisis in Vancouver. The study that claims such a crisis exists was funded by a hotel lobby group. We cannot destroy people's homes to build hotels. Please reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Our next speaker is Speaker 97, Kelsey Dries.
Speaker 97 is not on the line.
Speaker 98, Rhiannon Maberly.
Just checking the line.
Speaker
98 is not on the line.
Speaker 99, Andre Jelescu.
Hello?
Hi. Andre?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Andre Jelescu. I'm a commercial real estate advisor specializing in Mount Pleasant and the surrounding area. Until recently, I also resided just 2 blocks from the site for over 8 years as a renter, so I know this neighborhood both personally and professionally. I'm here tonight in support of this application. I believe this project responds to some very real needs in Mount Pleasant. Over the past decade, I've watched Mount Pleasant evolve into one of Vancouver's most important employment districts, with a growing concentration of technology, life sciences, creative industries, and modern manufacturing businesses. Core industries that offer a rare glimpse of success in a struggling economy. With the Broadway subway line opening nearby, its importance as an employment hub will only continue to grow. I spend much of my time working in this commercial node, touring buildings, meeting with business owners, landlords, and tenants, and advising companies that are expanding, relocating, or investing in Vancouver. One of the challenges I hear consistently is the need for short-term accommodation close to where people work. Many of my clients regularly bring investors, consultants, and project teams into Vancouver for days or weeks at a time. Having accommodation within walking distance of where they're working makes it easier for local businesses to attract tenants, host clients, and deliver projects efficiently. I think we can all agree that the lack of quality short-term accommodation in this area is evident for businesses, medical visitors, residents, and tourists that want to visit this rich ecosystem. A second aspect of this proposal that I believe is especially important is that it also delivers nearly 20,000 square feet of new modern industrial space. High-quality industrial space within Vancouver is increasingly scarce, and with no new projects currently under construction in Mount Pleasant, delivering this type of product, we are likely walking towards a supply shortage, disrupting the growing local business ecosystem that is both central and soon within walking distance of 5 rapid transit stations. We often talk about supporting employment and the surrounding community. In my view, supporting employment in the community at large also means supporting the infrastructure that is required, modern industrial space, excellent transit access, and much-needed quality short-term accommodation. I believe this project delivers on all three. From both my personal experience living nearby and my professional experience working in this market every day, I believe this is a thoughtful project that responds to what Mount Pleasant needs today, and I respectfully encourage Council to support this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Speaker 100, John Teets.
Hi, Council. Hi, Mayor. My name is John Teets. I am calling in on behalf of the Dr. Peter Center, a nonprofit organization that is based in downtown Vancouver, and I'm here to express our support for the rezoning application and to share our sincere appreciation for Nicola Welth's longstanding philanthropic leadership in the Vancouver community. The Dr. Peter Center is a Vancouver-based organization that provides integrated health and social care services to people living with significant health and social complexities, including individuals living with HIV, hepatitis C, substance use, and mental health challenges. Our work is rooted in dignity, inclusion, and practical community care. In relation to this application, we appreciate Nicola Welth's interest in ensuring the project contributes positively to the surrounding community and creates opportunities to support local nonprofit organizations. From our experience, this reflects the way Nicola Welth approaches its work, with genuine commitment to building relationships, investing in communities, and creating lasting social value. We believe Vancouver is strengthened when new developments look beyond the building itself and consider how they can contribute to the neighborhood and to the organizations that they serve. Nicola Welth has a long and generous history of supporting Vancouver-based nonprofit organizations. Since 2018, Nicola Welth has contributed more than $500,000 to support the Dr. Peters daily operations. Their employees have volunteered countless hours, serving breakfast and lunch twice a month, and have organized multiple clothing drives across all of their offices. Their support reflects genuine commitment to giving back to the communities in which they operate. Based on the information shared with us to date, we believe this project presents an opportunity to add to the neighborhood while fostering meaningful community partnerships. We are encouraged by Nicola Welth's ongoing commitment to contributing to the social fabric of the City of Vancouver. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on this application.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Speaker 101, Marlene McGregor. Okay. Marlene is here. We're just going to give her a moment to join us. Welcome, Marlene. You're going to be using the podium to your left. You need some.
I need it lowered so I can sit.
Ira, could you give Marlene a hand, please?
On my walker,
Thank you.
please. Thank you.
Hello.
How low can you go? Okay, then.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Marlene, you have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm a resident of the Mount Pleasant community. I live at 101 East 7th Avenue at the Quebec Manor Co-op. I've lived there for 8 years now. I was on a waiting list to get the accommodations there for 20 years. That's how valuable it was for me and my daughter as a single parent to live in that community and in that housing co-op. I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and ask council to reject it. Let's not forget the wisdom of Fred Rogers. It's a lovely day in the neighborhood, a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Will you be mine? Will you be my neighbor? How many of us grew up or had our children grow up watching Sesame Street and being taught the importance of diversity of our communities and the value of them? I know Fred Rogers helped me become a better parent to my daughter, and she was raised in Mount Pleasant. She was a home birth on Main Street, and we never left our community while we waited for 20 years to get her into the Quebec Manor Co-op. The neighborhood is rich. There's lots going on there. Lots of services. Things like Ravensong Community Health Medical Clinic at 2458 Ontario Street provides vital services for persons in our neighborhood. They provide us with nurses, OTs, physiotherapists, speech therapists, vaccinations for our school-age children. They are, right now, the city is doing an upgrade of Jonathan Rogers Park. They are upgrading a playground that the children of Myron Manor may never get to use. My daughter was using that park when she was 5 years old. It is an important part of the community. There are churches. There is a library. There are schools, all within walking distance of Myron Manor. Sorry, I've lost. So the community, raising children in this community, and for all the people who live in that community, the elders, First Nations, they're all facilities that are vital to that community. If we drive these people away from their housing and send them out far to the suburbs where they can find housing, if it's even affordable, it means that these people will spend less time with their families and more time traveling to get to their workplaces so that they can provide for their families. And we need to keep that in mind. Also, the less time they will have to enjoy the company of their children, of their families. These are important things to anybody, to everybody, regardless of your income, regardless of your ability to choose your housing. These people have also got needs that they need met and that are being met in their community. They are part of our community. They do the same things, kind of things that we do at Quebec Manor, our co-op. We get together for holidays. We help one another when we need help.
Marlene?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming in person, and
I appreciate your time.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments. Our next speaker is 102 Liam Begley.
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Liam.
Hello, Council. I am calling in to speak in opposition to this rezoning. My name is Liam Begley. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a film crew member. I will not speak too long on the solidarity with tenants, as I understand that has been spoken on extensively, but just to say that unhoming and throwing out of the city 40 people to make a little bit of money for a company that recently reinvested in the area seems to me to be not a very good choice and immediately obvious to be a problem. Speaking as a film crew member on the feasibility of this hotel project, I will say that I've heard much about producers and actors being put there and about how there is a great need for more space for them. We were able to put all of the actors and producers we needed in hotels in Vancouver during FIFA without too much trouble. We also would very likely not use Mount Pleasant as a space for that. There actually isn't very much studio or filming space in that area. It's a little harder to get to, And if you want to go with something prestigious, your settings are set in place. The idea that it will be a boon to local filmmaking in the Mount Pleasant area directly, I assume they're referring to the handful of VFX studios. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Just hang on one moment, speaker. Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
I assume that the jobs that they are going to be, the businesses this hotel is meant to support in the film industry in Mount Pleasant directly, is the handful of VFX studios and commercial studios. Commercial shoots usually being 1 to 2 days long, and VFX studios being almost completely remote. I love my brothers and sisters in both of those industries, and I've attempted to join the commercial unit several times without success, but this is not a long-term investment that requires an entirely dedicated hotel. Further, the modeled hotel being posited is a long-term stay, which has the smallest footprint of labor. So this hotel will not create jobs. It will not transform forward industry. It is a purely extractive project. It is designed to extract the largest amount of possible profit out of the smallest possible square footage of space. Every single person I've heard speak in support of this project has been somebody who is at least related to the real estate industry or the hotel industry and has a probability of directly profiting from the completion of this project. Capital is rapacious and single-minded in its pursuit of profit. It needs to be restrained for its own good. Part of the process and meaning for a public hearing is to point out that there will be long-term and inescapable ramifications and consequences for mindless development. If you are going to tear down a building where people live, and not produce more jobs, not produce more housing, you're going to continue to make it harder and harder to live in the city, which means it's harder to spend in the city, which means that nobody can keep a restaurant open, which means that nobody wants to come here for a tourism thing. The city is dying because nobody can goddamn afford to do anything. So destroying another building with another set of families, another generation of Vancouverites who will have to be spread to the four winds, and then turning around and wondering why our tourism industry isn't doing too well. Oh, it must be a lack of hotels. It's not a lack of hotel space. It's a lack of anything to do here because nobody can keep anything going. That would be essentially why I would feel that the arguments that this hotel is good for business in the general sense or good for industry in the general sense are completely and totally false. This hotel is good for exactly one business, this Nicola Capital, and it is only good as the largest possible potential profit off of their investment in that space. Thank you for your time, Council.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Speaker 103, Spencer Neufeld.
Hello?
Hello. Go ahead,
Can you hear me?
Spencer.
Hi. Thank you for your time. My name is Spencer Neufeld. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my partner, Ileana Sinacropi. We are tenants at Myron Manor, and we oppose the rezoning and ask Council to reject it today. We have lived in the building for nearly 2 years and strongly oppose this proposal as it would cause harm to residents and permanently alter the character of Mount Pleasant. If approved, this proposal will displace us and our neighbors, many of whom are pillars in the community who have lived in this building for decades. This proposal would destroy our homes, evict 40 of your constituents, and put extreme financial pressures on elders, families, and people with disabilities. Destroying affordable housing will lead to tenants being displaced and facing unattainable rents, worsening our quality of life and ensuring that our hard-earned money is not going to our futures, our children, or our retirements, but rather to billionaire landlords. We are falling through the cracks of the TRPP. My partner and I unjustly do not qualify for TRPP protections, which are insufficient in the first place, especially for people on fixed and low incomes. The city approved below market rents are nearly 50% higher than what some tenants are currently paying and will force some of us to leave the city. Stating that there is a gap in the TRPP does not put roofs over our heads. As many of my neighbors have stated, city staff has told us in regard to the relocation options that this will not be a lateral move. This process has been unfairly accelerated, causing distress and anxiety among tenants. Communications with the developer have intensified this stress as they have been pushing tenants to take deals and play along with their displacement efforts. We were told we would miss our chance for affordable housing if we didn't sign up quickly and if we didn't give the developer sensitive information. We were told that our homes were in violation of zoning bylaws and the developer used this message as leverage to get us to participate. Meetings were scheduled for midday on weekdays, just like this public hearing, and as such, many tenants are unable to attend. Tenants at Myron Manor have built their lives in this neighborhood. They've raised their kids here, they live close to work, hospitals, grocery stores, churches, their communities. This project will not only cause us to pay substantially more in rent, but a forced relocation will cause reductions in our mental and physical health, a decrease in quality of housing, and in quality of life. This application is especially concerning given the amount of seniors that live in the building, as seniors are the fastest growing group of unhoused people. And it is projects like this one that accelerate this trend. Nikola Wealth bragged to us that they own other industrial buildings in our immediate vicinity. I ask how this council can justify displacing long-term tenants with nowhere to go for a hotel owned by billionaires with plenty of other options that wouldn't require evictions. We could build a hotel down the street. There are so many parking lots and vacant buildings in the Mount Pleasant industrial area that we don't need to displace tenants, especially because those places are owned by the same company. So in a city where affordable housing is in such short supply and wealth inequality is so extreme, I believe it is this council's obligation to prevent the displacement of families and seniors by profit-seeking developers. Affordable housing is a priority for all orders of government in this country, and it blows my mind that this council would consider this proposal to evict vulnerable people for a hotel. It's crucial to protect existing affordable housing stock, not only to incentivize new supply. If approved, this proposal would destroy an extremely valuable affordable housing option in Mount Pleasant, and more importantly, it would destroy our homes, our community, and it will signal that this council does not care for the well-being of Vancouverites. I urge you to please reject this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Speaker 104, Nomi Martinez.
Speaker 104 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 105, Christy Friskin.
Speaker 105 is not on the line.
Speaker 106, Caitlin Stockwell.
Yes, they are on the line.
Okay, go ahead, Caitlin.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Caitlin Stockwell. I'm a Vancouver resident and a lawyer who provides pro bono legal services to tenants through Access Pro Bono. I'm speaking today in opposition to this application for rezoning. This application asks Council to approve the eviction of over 40 residents, including seniors, families, workers, newcomers, from an affordable purpose-built rental building during a housing and cost of living crisis in order to replace it with an extended stay hotel. Without the benefit of enhanced tenant protections, Council has already decided should apply to similar rental buildings in the Broadway Plan area. In addition to disrupting the lives of the current residents and displacing them from their homes, approval of this application would result in a net loss of affordable housing units for the city. It also results in a situation the tenant protections developed for this Broadway Plan area were specifically designed to avoid. Vancouverites being displaced from affordable rental housing in their neighborhoods and ensuring choice and stability as neighborhoods evolve. There's a reason the referral report said this type of rezoning should happen infrequently. It shouldn't be happening at all. As you've heard from many folks today, and as set out in the report, typically where there is an existing purpose-built rental building on a redevelopment site such as this one, the enhanced tenants protections available within the Broadway Plan area would enable tenants to return to the new building at their existing rents once the building is complete. However, these provisions are not applicable where the proposed new building, such as this one, is not residential. The referral report recognizes that situations like the one before you today will be considered in the upcoming TRPP review. Respectfully, though, this doesn't do anything to help the people currently living in this building. Allowing for thoughtful tenant protection policies to be developed for this situation is a very good reason to deny this application, in addition to preventing a net loss of affordable housing units and allowing the residents of Myron Manor to live in the neighborhood where they have built their community. While as set out in the referral report, the applicant has offered to provide additional support to help some tenants find new housing at 20% below citywide rents, There's no commitment to secure the tenant's existing rents, which is a key feature of the enhanced tenant protections. There's also no guarantee that units for these individuals will be provided in the same neighborhood. You've heard very eloquently and powerfully from other speakers and residents about the importance of this neighborhood to the people that live there. The risk of displacing these individuals and families, including those with school-aged children, outside of their neighborhood and at higher rents is again exactly what the enhanced tenants' rights protections developed for the Broadway plan were designed to protect against. Finally, the referral report suggests that the limited additional assistance offered by the applicant would be subject to tenant income eligibility. This is not an eligibility consideration under the enhanced tenant protections within the Broadway plan area. While the report states that the lands are designated as industrial use under the Metro 2050 Regional Growth Strategy and does not permit residential uses, it fails to acknowledge that the city does retain discretion to redesignate small sites like this under the Metro Vancouver Regional Plan. Ultimately, Council can't hide behind Metro Vancouver in making a decision that will displace Vancouverites from their home and result in a net loss of affordable housing units in the interest of a tech worker hotel. If the main concern here from the city's perspective is the protection of industrial lands from being turned into residential areas, putting aside the fact, of course, that this lot is still currently providing for residential use, it seems very odd to demolish an affordable purpose-built rental building to provide for what is largely an expensive short-term rental building, aka an extended stay hotel, with 2 out of its 21 stories for light industrial use. In summary, I respectfully ask Council to reject this application and instead protect the homes of the Myron Manor residents. There's clearly a need for thoughtful tenant protection policy to be developed to respond to the current circumstances and to generally ensure that people aren't displaced from their neighborhoods and community as our city changes and grows. Change must be done thoughtfully and compassionately, or we risk losing communities and neighborhoods that make Vancouver a great place to live for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 106, Caitlin Stockwell. Oh, sorry, my apologies. I missed my spot here. 107, Emily Godette.
Speaker 107 is not on the line.
Thank you. 108, Emily Luba.
Speaker 108 is not on the line.
Speaker 109, Jane Liu.
I believe Speaker 109 is here in person. Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Welcome,
Thank you
Jane.
for having me. My name is Jane Liu. I'm born and raised in Mount Pleasant in Vancouver, and I'm here to request that you vote in opposition to the CD1 rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. Many of the previous speakers have talked extensively about why it would be unethical to displace the current tenants living there, so I'm going to speak a little bit about why I think it's also an unwise financial decision to rezone this location. Recently, we've just finished hosting the FIFA World Cup, which has been the biggest worldwide sporting event in Vancouver since the 2010 Olympics. However, Metro Vancouver hotels were underbooked for the World Cup, with occupancy rates hovering around 50% on game days, which is a significant drop from previous years. This is partly because of an increase in new hotels and short-term rental supplies. If we look to not hotels, but other recent developments in Vancouver, such as the Oak Ridge development, which I happen to live nearby, there are over $700 million in debt across 16 properties. Basically, people recently, they're not interested in buying the same Vancouver real estate they were, and I'm not sure exactly why there would be such a need for short-term hotel stays within the area of Mount Pleasant, especially considering the below projected numbers that we saw for staying in the city in FIFA. Additionally, I am a member of 144 East 6th Avenue in a historical house built in the 1890s called the James Black Gallery. I'm an artist tenant at this location, and we are also facing possible eviction in the next few years due to a similar hotel proposal. Again, what I've said about the previous hotel proposal, but additionally, if you're pushing artists out of this neighborhood, you're pushing the families and the small businesses that make the neighborhood a destination out of the neighborhood. People are not going to want to come to your hotels, and it is no longer going to be a cool neighborhood that people want to hang out in. If you would like to retain your position on councils come October, I think it would be wise to listen to the constituents speaking today, and I think it would be wise to look at the facts regarding developments in Vancouver and hotels. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments today. Our next speaker is 110 Grace Ma.
Hello?
Hi, Grace. Go ahead.
Hello? Yes. Okay. Hello, my name is Grace Ma. I am a Bachelor of Music Composition at the University of British Columbia, Master of Music Composition at University of Texas, Austin. Vancouver has been my home since 2011. Lots of speakers have spoken eloquently about why this project should not go ahead. I will continue to echo these sentiments of opposition. With the hotel replacing residents of a building, residential building, questions of employment come up. Who's going to be employed? Definitely not the local residents when it's for a short-term stay. We do not need more industrial spaces in our dwindling, affordable residential neighborhood. People have mentioned without the robust local residential ecosystem, small businesses and restaurants cannot stay open. People deserve, even workers of all types, deserve long-term homes. They deserve the opportunity to put down their roots. So I do not believe this project will lift up communities in Mount Pleasant or any other neighborhoods in Vancouver. People deserve to grow up, grow old. In Vancouver, we should not be punishing people who built the vibrant communities in the first place. And we should instead be constructing the city that will leave lasting legacy for future generations to remember on 50 to 70 years on and beyond. The tenants at 75 East 8th deserve so much better than what this proposal has put them through. The seniors, disabled people, indigenous people, immigrants, young families, they did not deserve this. The people, kids, families, immigrants, they're going to be losing their communities, their churches, their neighborhoods, the access to local infrastructure, it is a very, very sorry situation. We have had so many statements, and please to listen to the majority of people. We need to respect democracy in Vancouver. I want to be very clear. This awful plan is not an exception. It's an extension of the countless developments across the city that were permitted and approved by council members this city. And if this development and Nicola Wells, if they get their way, if they do not fuck off, the people of Vancouver need to rise up, and we are ready. Long live Myron Manor.
Thank you very much for calling in. Next speaker is 111 Nathan Crompton.
Speaker 111 is not present.
Speaker 112 Sam Alder.
Speaker 112 is not present.
Speaker 113 Hilla Kerner.
Yes, I'm here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello. So, yes, my name is Ila. I'm a resident of Vancouver. Actually, I've been a resident of Mount Pleasant since I immigrated to Canada 21 years ago. I strongly oppose a proposal to evict the tenants of 75 East 8th Avenue to convert it to a hotel. When we immigrated, our small family, myself, my children, who were very little kids at the time, and their father, we didn't know anyone. We didn't have relatives, friends. We had nobody in Vancouver, and we had very basic English. Mount Pleasant became our home, and our neighbors, including the beautiful resident of 75 East 8th Avenue, some of them you heard today, they have been our community. And as you can tell from this hearing, great community, not only those tenants, but their wonderful advocates. I heard the speaker for the applicant last week mentioning a few times that the company will assist 75 East 8th Avenue residents finding new affordable homes in the area. I suspect that he is not a man with a modest income renting a place in Vancouver. If he was, he would have known. This is practically mission impossible. Some of the submissions supporting the proposal argued for the needs of the people who will stay at the hotel. But we know that this proposal is not about the well-being of these imaginary visitors. It is driven by capitalist profit. Everybody knows that there is a dire need of affordable rental housing in Vancouver. It is inconceivable that the council will approve the elimination of existing affordable rental buildings. I'm calling on you, the council of the city of Vancouver, to live up to your mission, serving the people of Vancouver, not capitalist interest. You must reject the proposal to rezone 75 East 8th Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker. Okay, thanks. We're to the public. We're just going to take a brief recess until we restore quorum. Thank you. Council, we'll just actually take a 5-minute recess, everyone. Thank you.
All right, we will resume the public hearing. Our first speaker after the break here, after the recess, is Speaker 114, Esteban Gonzalez.
Hi there, can you hear me?
You bet, go ahead.
Hi, I'm writing today to oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue, and I'm asking council to reject this proposal. I grew up in Mount Pleasant. I moved there as a child with my parents from Mexico, so I know the area well. And I actually had the privilege of living there as an adult, and I eventually faced eviction from that neighborhood. So I really sympathize with the experience of the Myron Manor tenants, and I think that no one should have to face displacement, and the idea of 40 people who have made their lives, who built their relationships in that community being pushed out for a hotel for tech workers, I think is reprehensible. And, for my own personal experience, I know that, even with the tenant relocation plan protections, when you are evicted from, by one of these developments and you're pushed out, you are not going to be able to find housing, within the same price range in that area. And I've experienced this. I was living in a 2-bedroom apartment in Mount Pleasant. And then after I was evicted in 2023, I was paying an additional. I'm now paying an additional $400 for a studio apartment. Whereas before I was living in a 2-bedroom. So the shifts in terms of like you're having to shift into a smaller place, paying more, sometimes in worse conditions, can have a big impact. It's had an impact on me, and there's a lot of families here with children. So trying to find housing that's adequate for your whole family at a much higher cost, I think is going to put a huge burden on all these folks living there. And I think the city should really be focusing on maintaining and building affordable housing, not on displacing tenants in order to create hotels for temporary visitors. And as many speakers have said, there is no hotel crisis in Vancouver. Occupancy rates were very low for FIFA. So I think that this development is completely unnecessary, and it's completely unjust to displace all these tenants to create basically a playground for rich people. So again, I am opposing this development, and I ask you to reject it. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Okay, our next speaker is 115, Sarah Crowhurst.
Hello, City Council, this podium right here. Hello, Council. My name is Sarah Crowhurst. I am a resident of Vancouver and a local E-list comedian, so needless to say, my opinion holds a lot of weight with the public. I'm speaking today in strong opposition of the rezoning of 75th East 8th Avenue, and I would urge Council to vote in opposition of it today. I agree with all of the points raised in opposition by previous speakers, including Speaker 1, who was unfairly denied 3 minutes of speaking time despite speaking for a group including 8 children who are residents of this site that will be redeveloped. I would like to raise a point that I haven't seen discussed at length, and why I believe that every resident of Vancouver is an interested party in this vote and should pay very close attention to how their city councillors vote on this come October. There has been questions of why this site. It is my understanding that Nicola Wealth owns several vacant undeveloped lots in the same area and would be able to avoid much of the bureaucratic process of this vote, as well as the financial cost and devastating human cost of displacing residents in a housing crisis if they simply chose another one of their sites. So why this location? It is come to my attention that this site is just 3 blocks away from where the federal government recently announced that it plans on building a data center, which it calls an AI factory, in partnership with TELUS, the telecommunications company. Nikola Wealth owns significant stock in TELUS that has been depreciating over the years, according to their financial statements. They put forward this application to build a hotel for tech workers last October. Building a hotel for tech workers this close to a mega data center like this feels very strategic to me. And so far, none of the other explanations that Nikola Wealth gave as to why the hotel must be constructed in this site make any sense to me. Therefore, I ask the question, given Nikola Wealth's ties to TELUS, did Nikola Wealth have knowledge of the federal government's plans to build these projects prior to them being announced to the public? If this is the case, then it raises significant concerns. Besides the possibility of unfair business practices involving the federal government, I would like to turn it back to this public consultation. It was fast-tracked by City Council. Tenants here testified that they were given inconsistent and false information by both the developers and city staff regarding the timeline of this rezoning process. Nikola Wealth staff appeared to have knowledge of the timeline of this rezoning process that was not available to the public. The city recommended that councillors vote in support of the proposal before any public consultation was done, before even hearing from the tenants of this building. And so all of this brings me to my second question and why I think this is a matter of the public interest. Are there city staff, members of city staff, or sitting city councillors who stand to benefit financially or materially from the wide array of investments being made here by Nikola Wealth, by Lotus Capital Corporation, by TELUS, and by the federal government, including to the level of illicit campaign donations?
Speaker,
Yes.
making those kinds of claims and accusations about city staff or sitting councillors is in breach of our procedure bylaw.
I'm asking if this could be the case, not asserting that it is.
The way you're putting it, you're insinuating it. I'm afraid you might want to stay on focused on the merits or lack thereof of the project. Thanks very much.
Okay, very well. You're Councillor Klassen, right?
Please continue.
Yes. I urge the City Council to vote no on this application. As I said, there is significant concerns in the matter of public interest around how the federal government is spending money on these data centers, as well as the possibility of collusion and unfair business practices on the part of Nikola Wealth, as well as City Council regarding this application. As I said, it was fast-tracked.
I'd remind you again, sort of making any unfounded accusations is...
This isn't an accusation. I'm saying that it is in the public's interest to demand transparency around this and be assured that this isn't the case by relevant independent bodies. Because the information currently in the public's eye makes it seem like this could be the case.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Gerbillon, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. You referred to information in the public. What information are you referring to?
I'm referring to the announcement of the building of these AI data centers that was announced to the public in May, whereas Nikola Wealth filed this application last October. If it was done with the interest of building it close to these data centers, given that this is a hotel for tech workers, then they're doing it with knowledge that was not in the public's eye, and therefore it couldn't be acted on by other developers.
And you just seem to be making a number of suggestions. So I'm just curious because we have to, at the public hearing, we have to deal with all the information that councillor provided with, and not suggestions, just actual facts. So I'm just asking if you have any other information that...
It is a fact that these data centers were announced in May and that Nikola Wealth put forward this application prior to public knowledge of these data centers.
So it sounds like you're drawing a correlation. Okay, no, I mean, that was I was just asking if you just made a bunch of suggestions, but I didn't hear specifics. So I just wonder if there's anything beyond what you'd already stated.
I would like the city council to vote in opposition because of the human cost and the possibility of corruption.
Okay, I think suggesting corruption is challenging if we don't have any facts. So we just have to consider what's in front of us in terms of policy, but thank you.
So I'll just remind speakers that the procedure bylaw prohibits members of the public from using any sort of defamatory language. Council members and obviously are able to raise a point of order in those regards. Our next speaker is Sam Connolly. 116.
Speaker 116 is not on the line.
The speaker 117 is Darlene Reber.
Hi there. Hello?
Yep, go right ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. I've learned a lot listening to this. I haven't listened to it all day, but I really appreciate what you people at the city are doing. And I also appreciate all the ones that have phoned in to show their concerns for the community at Byron Manor. I've been a Vancouverite. I'm Coast Salish, Métis. I've worked for the federal government for 29 years, and my husband worked for them for 33 years. We're well established in our community, and I just want to say that I feel very sorry for the people in Byron Manor because this has been their choice of living, and they need to have options like we all do, but it seems so unfair to put a hotel where people actually live without giving them the proper compensation. I know you have this TRP relocation for tenants, but you know, when you've never gone through this before, where you're going to find your next home is questionable. And especially these days with everything going up in prices, are they going to find the affordable housing that they have right now? So it's a very scary situation, and I really feel for those people. And I know the city is trying to look for the future of our Vancouver, and these proposals that the developers come with are appreciated. However, sometimes they're a little bit out of the ordinary. And I feel that this particular project is that type of project. I walk my dog around the whole neighborhood, and I walk up to Byron Manor almost every day. And I look around there. We have Raven House just down the block from there, and we have a community theater there, and then we have Jonathan Rogers Park there. This hotel is going to be a big eyesore, and the type of hotel, it's not going to have your fancy guests or families coming from other countries. It's going to be for workers that are only going to be here for a short time. So I feel that we need to object. I encourage you to object to this. I object to it. I hope you refuse this developer's request at this time. I know your city bylaws are preventing for that location to have any residential areas put in there, but we have to remember Vancouver was a growing city. I've got a beautiful book from 1890 that shows the history of the Vancouver area and how it was built up from the native lands to I think it was 1980, and it shows the same picture, the graph, and how it grew. And Byron Manor is part of that history. Whether you like it or not, it was at one point industrial area, but then for some reason the city at that time gave the permission to develop that property, and now 40 families are able to enjoy where they live, for the moment anyways. So I take pride in Vancouver, and I take pride in my community, and I hope the people at Byron Manor can find a safe and a natural place to live their lives out. I think the tenant relocation also needs to be considered as well. It might need to be revised because I also am going to suffer as the same development request because my property, which is at 148, my apartment at 148 East 6 is also put up for the hotel development, and the James Black Gallery as well, right next door to me. My building was built in the early 20s, and it's just a real shame to see that part of history go. I know they're planning to put in remnants of that James Black Gallery and remnants of my building, but it's not the same. And maybe they're old buildings, but it's history. And James Black Gallery is the oldest residential place outside of downtown Vancouver. So I think we have to take consideration in that. And I hope you people can see that this is more than just development and more than just capitalism.
Thanks very much. That's your time. Thanks very much.
All right. Thank you.
Next speaker is speaker 118, Anna Bush.
Speaker 118 is not on the line.
Speaker 119, Zay Hamoud.
Speaker 119 is not present.
Speaker 120, Thomas Croker.
Yeah, hello?
Hi, go ahead.
Hi, hello, Council. My name is Thomas Craker, and I'm calling in to oppose this rezoning. I'm a law student at UBC and a lifelong Vancouverite, and I currently work full-time assisting a lot of tenants pro bono in their legal challenges with their landlords. I'm calling in today in solidarity with the tenants of Mount Pleasant who risk being dem-evicted to make way for rich tech tourists and to enhance the profits of the hotel industry, which is already overly influential in the city. It provides very few jobs and is deeply exploitative in its structure. I agree with all the points in opposition that were so thoughtfully articulated by all of the speakers before me. This rezoning feels like a huge slap in the face to the working people of Vancouver and sends a message that working people do not belong here. Vancouver is already accessible for wealthy digital tech nomads and people who are temporarily here to treat this place as a theme park. While some people may believe Vancouver is a theme park, for most of us, this is actually our home, and we don't need hotels displacing tenants for the sake of greed. We need affordable housing, and affordable housing means protecting the remaining affordable housing that we already have first. We need housing for people, not for laptops. I ask that you show some respect for the people who actually make this city work. This city treats working people with so much hostility that we don't have a right to this city and that the right to be secure here and that we don't have the right to enjoy this city's beauty when it can just be sold off to the highest bidder. I implore council to be reminded of the people they are supposed to represent and serve. Please vote against this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 121, Audrey Wang.
Speaker 121 is not on the line.
Speaker 122, John Kattengal.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Greetings, council members and fellow concerned community members. My name is JT Katungal. I'm a resident of Vancouver, a renter in Fairview, and a first-generation queer migrant from a working-class Filipino-Canadian family. I'm an urban geographer, a professor in the Social Justice Institute, and co-director of the Center for Asian Canadian Research and Engagement at UBC. I conduct community-engaged research in partnership with local racialized and LGBTQ plus community collaborators, focusing in particular on marginalized communities and how they make lives, culture, community in the city in spite of and in response to systems and structures that pose barriers to their flourishing. From these perspectives, I stand in fierce opposition to the proposal to rezone 75 East 8th Avenue and call on council to reject it. The proposal is nothing short of a violation of the city's own commitment to affordability, livability, and equity as enshrined in spirit and in letter in the city's official development plan. In my research, Mount Pleasant comes up a lot as a significant historic site of placemaking, community building, and convergence. among migrant, racialized, indigenous, and working class communities. I urge City Council to recognize, and we've heard this from many, that the proposal before you, premised as it is on a manufactured so-called hotel crisis, will evict long-term migrant, indigenous, Black, and working class residents from Mount Pleasant, with their ability to return foreclosed by planning technicalities that the city has the power to fix, but seems unwilling to. A third of these residents are fellow members of the Filipino-Canadian community. Filipino Canadians are still reeling from the impact of the Lapu-Lapu Day tragedy, and in its aftermath, we heard a lot of promises of support for Filipino Canadians, including from Council. This support will ring hollow if the city supports projects that lead to the eviction of Filipino Canadian residents of Myron Manor and the forced severance of their relationship to Black, Indigenous, working class, and other fellow residents they make community with and call their neighbors. The city's official development plan names, quote, equitable housing in complete neighborhoods, as well as an economy that works for all, end quote, as two of its three main aspirations or big ideas. It also names reconciliation and equity as two foundational principles. Under the banner of equitable housing and complete neighborhoods, the city commits itself to, quote, allowing more housing options and opportunities for everyone to choose a livable neighborhood that meets their needs. And yet this proposal does the exact opposite. It uproots people, limits options, and makes lives worse for residents in favor of nomads, tourists, and short-term visitors. The second big idea in the ODP, an economy that works for all, is also in contradiction to this proposal. As we've heard time and again, the proposal does not work for all. The proposal will line the pockets of the already wealthy, while long-term residents become nothing but sacrificial lambs whose displacement become the very condition for corporate profit-making. If the proposal goes through, the council will sit on its commitment to equity as enshrined in the equity framework and the ODP. These policies promise to protect and renew affordable housing, mitigate displacement, and allow residents to stay in their neighborhoods, especially in the Broadway metro core. FG 1.4.3 in the ODP specifically notes the goal to, quote, prioritize supporting renter households, artists, small businesses, performance venues, and nonprofits to remain in metro core Broadway neighborhoods, end quote. This proposal and the planning department's support for it flies in the face of these commitments and are thus in violation of the very policies and principles that the city has adopted. If council passes this proposal, it will engage in hypocritical self-contradiction and will be party to selling out its residents to corporate greed. I urge council to do the right thing and stay true to its commitments. Listen to your constituents who have spoken overwhelmingly against this proposal, including those who are most at risk of its negative effects. In care for and solidarity with our neighbors in Myron Manor, I urge you to reject the proposed zoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker 123 is Trudy Silva.
Hi, good evening, Council. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi. I'm Trudy Silva, and my family and I live in this building. I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue, and I ask the Council to reject it. We are a young family with two little ones, and I work at a senior center supporting seniors in this community, a job that I walk to every day, which has let me stay closely connected to these neighbors and the neighborhood that I serve. This isn't just where I sleep, it's where I work, where my little ones are growing up, and where our lives are built. We're not the only ones with deep roots in this building. We have our neighbors who call this building their home for over 20 years, and you've heard the statements today. There are elderly residents living on fixed incomes, people with disabilities, and we all chose this building, this street, to put our roots down. We are a real community and not just a collection of units on a rezoning application. I'm on maternity leave right now with a 5-month-old and a toddler under 2. And truly, this has been quite stressful for us. And with this eviction, it looks for a family like ours, trying to find a new affordable home close to schools, close to our church, close to a playground where my little ones can walk to, and caring for a newborn and a toddler is not something we can realistically do. This stress alone, on top of everything that comes with a young family, has been overwhelming. And there simply isn't affordable housing left for us in this city. Finding somewhere affordable will mean moving away from Vancouver altogether. And it doesn't stop just there. I have to find a new job in wherever we land in, because I can't walk to work anymore, and I have to find a new daycare, and I have to find schools for our children. So this isn't just a housing decision, Council. It's forcing my family to rebuild our entire life from scratch. What's being proposed in this place isn't just a hotel for travelers or tourism. It's corporate housing built for out-of-town tech employees passing through the city for work. So the trade-off Council is being asked to approve is uprooting 40 long-term residents, including young children, newborns, seniors, and the indigenous members, to make room for short-term company housing. Before I end my statement, I want to leave the Council with a few questions. Where do you expect a mother on maternity leave with a newborn and a toddler to find an affordable home in this city on short notice? Where do you expect the seniors and long-term residents of this building to go? Why would this council choose to support demoviction, demolishing homes, evicting long-term residents over the people who elected you to represent them? I'm not asking council for a favor. I'm respectfully asking you to please reject this rezoning of our homes, not just the building. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Speaker 124 is Barakat Gutta.
Speaker 124 has withdrawn.
Okay. Speaker 125, Sandra Wolf.
Speaker 125 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 126, Nadia Bolivar.
Speaker 126 is not on the line.
Speaker 127, Jillian McGuire.
Speaker 127 is not on the line.
Speaker 128, Lillian Deeb.
Speaker 128 is not present.
Speaker 129, Milo Canlas.
Speaker 129 is not present.
Speaker 130, Nate Stanley.
Speaker 130 is not present.
Speaker 131, Delois Cook.
Speaker 131 is not on the line.
Speaker 132, Chelsea Bragger.
Speaker 132 is not on the line.
Speaker 133, Carly Kyle Moffat.
Speaker 133 is not on the line.
Speaker 134, Carmen Caro Tenutu.
Yes, they are on the line.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
You bet. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Carmen Cartenuto. I'm a lifelong Vancouverite and resident of Mount Pleasant. I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue, and I ask Council to reject it. The people of Myron Manor are my neighbors. I shop at stores with them, I hang out in parks with them, and I ride transit with them. The idea of my neighbors being displaced for the sake of a hotel is frankly galling. Vancouver is in a housing crisis, not a hotel crisis. And rezoning this lot will do nothing to address that housing crisis, and will instead just benefit the absolute least amount of people in the city, the rich developers and tech company owners. In terms of jobs, this extended stay style of hotel doesn't require the services or staffing of regular hotels and won't create local jobs. It will instead just further the transient feeling of this city. And on a practical note, there are tons of other lots in this neighborhood with no one living in them. lots of which don't even have businesses the public can just walk into. Why not rezone any of them? Vancouver will lose a lot more by evicting the people of Myron Manor than it will lose by relocating one of the many architecture firms or car detailers that are in this area. As was said before, companies don't make communities, people do. Please reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th for a hotel. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Speaker 135, Barbara Johnson.
Speaker 135 is not on the line.
Speaker 136, Jason Beering.
Yes.
Jason?
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah, my name's Jason Bering. I'm a lawyer at a nonprofit in the city. I'm a Vancouver resident in Mount Pleasant, and I call the residents of Myron Manor my neighbors, and they're like family. I think that the council and mayor should vote to reject this proposed redevelopment. As the previous speaker emphasized quite articulately, we are in a housing crisis, not a hotel crisis. We do not need to be giving up and evicting neighbors of ours, many of whom are on limited income, to make room for tech bros visiting from who knows where, who are not going to contribute to our neighborhood or society. There's other places they can say this land is much more useful to our city as a place where people can live and grow up and build community. So far, I've been quite disappointed with the mayor and certain councilors, ABC in particular, and how they've been voting. I have a morsel of faith that you will do the right thing and not give in to the billionaires who will profit from this. Yeah, I just really hope you make the right decision. That's all I have to say.
Thanks very much. Speaker 137's Peter Yench.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hi, yeah, my name is Peter Yench. I'm a resident of Hastings Sunrise, where I'm a homeowner, and I strongly oppose this application, and I hope that council votes to reject it today. I think many of the people who have gone before me have articulated the points against this rezoning much better than I can, and I want to thank them for taking the time out of their day to speak at this. Yeah, I'm frankly appalled that this council is even considering building a hotel where affordable housing currently lives. I spend a lot of time in Mount Pleasant, seeing shows at Redgate, going to James Black Gallery, working at Fab Lab, and I think that it's terrible that this council is considering rejecting or evicting the terrible that this council is considering evicting the people who actually contribute to the Mount Pleasant community in favor of a hotel. Yeah, I hope that the council votes to reject today and listen to the dozens of community members and residents who have spoken up against this eviction.
Thanks, Phil.
That's it. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for calling. Speaker 138, Alexis Callum-Creer.
Speaker 138 is not present.
Okay. Speaker 139, Erica Huntley.
Speaker 139 is not on the line.
Speaker 140, Can Kukosamanglu.
Speaker 140 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 141, Aidan Karen.
Yes.
Aidan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Right.
My name is Aiden Karen, and I want to start off by saying that I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Ave and ask the council to reject it today. Just like so many speakers before me who have stated this, there is no hotel crisis in Vancouver. There, however, is a housing crisis with lots of evidence to back that up. We cannot destroy people's homes to build hotels and further displace more people in the name of profit. This tech hotel doesn't help the people of Vancouver and communities surrounding it. It is just a gift to the rich. And I'm asking council today to please reject the rezoning of 75 East. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Okay. Speaker 142, Jai Sally Carrington.
Hello, can you hear me?
You bet. Go right ahead.
Hi. Hi, my name is J. Sally Carrington. I'm opposing the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and ask council to reject it today. I live and work in the neighborhood. These are my neighbors, and these people are part of my community. What kind of precedent does it set for a city to remove the housing of low-income families, Indigenous people, elders, for temporary housing for people with high-paying jobs who don't live in Vancouver? They're not going to be here for long. They're not going to contribute to our community and, all the things that we work towards. This decision does not serve the people of the city and this neighborhood. This is what hotels are for. And there's not a hotel crisis. There's a housing crisis. I've heard many people say this, and it seems like such an obvious thing these days. The people that live in this housing are going to struggle to find new homes. They're going to have to leave the city likely to find this new housing as rental prices have continued to skyrocket and incomes have not. This is clearly a choice of money over people. This is not a choice that supports the people who actually live in this city, Vancouver. And this is not this does not support the people who need the support. The people who live in this community, the people who live in this house in this building are a community, and a hotel for digital nomads is not going to be a community. They're just going to be temporary people who don't need this space. There's plenty of empty buildings that can be used for this if you need to, but there's plenty of hotels in this city. By rejecting this rezoning, it's an opportunity to show support for the people who you actually claim to support, not making it harder for Vancouverites to live in this city. I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and ask council to reject it today. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Speaker 143, Liz Kuryodev.
Speaker 143 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 145, Joseph Musters.
Speaker 145 is not on the line.
Speaker 146, Tiela Weris.
Speaker 146 is not on the line.
Speaker 147, Connie Giron.
They are on the line.
Hello, speaker. Oh, are you there? Oh, she's in person. Go right ahead.
Hi there. My name is Tawny. I have lived in the Lower Mainland my whole life, growing up in North Vancouver and calling the city of Vancouver home for the past 10 years. I am a healthcare administrator, part of the Hospital Employees Union, and I am also a member of DALIA, Friends of the Filipino People in Struggle, which is a global anti-imperialist alliance. And on behalf of all these members today, I want to strongly condemn the proposed rezoning of number 75 East 8th Avenue and ask the council to unanimously reject it. Anything less than a unanimous vote in opposition to this proposal is a betrayal to everyone who calls the city home. It's likely that I won't make a point today that you haven't already heard, and will likely hear again over the course of the hundreds of speakers who volunteered their time to oppose the rezoning of Myron Manor. I want to highlight how the timeline for this process has been accelerated by months, being forced in right before council leaves for summer break and before the municipal elections in October. These decisions and the process by which they are carried out and ratified serve no one but the billionaires and the developers in the city and know no other logic than the logic of raw profit and accumulation. I was furiously finishing this statement today as I watched speaker after speaker neglect to show up for their speaking time, not because there is a lack of care for this issue, but because it seems that Council has not ensured the adequate time or ability to discuss the serious implications of this proposed rezoning. Instead, posting the rollover date when many of us are unable to attend or to call in to make our voices heard. Shame on the parties responsible for the accelerated timeline of this rezoning proposal. As so many speakers have pointed out, the role of government should be to serve the people who fund it and not the people who invest in it. What else can I say that hasn't already been heard? Shall I bring up the displacement of families and individuals who have lived in this building for decades? The displacement of an Indigenous elder, someone who has a stronger claim to the land than anyone who sits council, making 6 figures to represent the people of this city. Shall I bring up the displacement of Filipino migrant families who have already been displaced from their home country by systemic underdevelopment? Our country is complicit in their displacement from their home country, and now we continue to displace them further from their community, all for the sake of a luxury hotel? Have you no shame? This proposal is not an isolated issue. It is part of a larger pattern that has been made demonstratively clear of the intentions of this council over their term. This proposal, should it be approved, will rob the people of Myron Manor of what they rightfully should claim ownership over, their lives and their dignity. It seems to me, based on how this process has been conducted, that those who we have elected to represent us do not share our interests. How many councillors in this chamber today and watching online from the comfort of their homes have had to deal with the dread and the uncertainty of being subjugated to a brutal process of displacement that values nothing more than raw profit? How many councillors have ever been evicted and have been faced with the impossible choice between homelessness and leaving the city that they love and have called home for decades? We should all know that this process is symbolic. This hearing isn't binding. I am afraid council is going to vote in favor of this hotel because based on their track record, it seems that this government and this system will never serve or reflect the will of the people. To the residents of Myron Manor, your city stands with you. Sa mga residente ng Myron Manor, ang inyong lungsod ay kasama ninyo. I urge council to unanimously reject this proposal. No matter what happens, everyone who has spoken in this process, and so many more, I am sure, will do whatever we can to support you. If this proposal passes, I believe that will demonstrate that this council and this government does not serve you, but I can assure you that the people of Vancouver will. Thank you.
Our next speaker is 148, Stephanie Allen.
Hi there, I'm Stephanie Allen. I live in Vancouver, and I'm a consultant to social purpose organizations such as Community Land Trust, affordable housing developers, and other community serving groups who have committed to put people and planet ahead of profit. I'm in strong opposition to this project like many others, and I want to help. This application is an easy no. What will make it hard for anyone to oppose is if they have chosen to be on the side of private equity instead of the lives of the working class people. Supporting this application is only possible if one can ignore, find boring, or have contempt for the fear and pain expressed by the Myron Manor residents at what losing their home means to them. A person would have to see the life-wrecking impacts of displacing people from their homes as a necessary byproduct of enabling private equity's extraction from our communities and sleep well being aligned with those interests. This application is an easy no when one considers that displacing 40 people will cause serious harm to their lives, recognizing that research shows that for seniors it can lead to fatal consequences. It's only hard to say no when human wellness is viewed as less important than wealth accumulation for the super rich. When decorum and respect are emphasized in public processes that ignore the violence that is displacement of people forced from their homes, and that is normalized through the land use policies, we will continue to fail people. This didn't start today. It's been a mainstay of urban development here in Vancouver under past governments that also found it hard to say no to the powerful when it demanded access to land and homes occupied by people whose lives are regarded as worth less than the interests of the wealthy. Now, speaking as a former private sector developer, the applicant may not have considered some major risks this project represents to their investors. Besides the massive negative impact on the company's environmental, social, and governance profile, given the massive public opposition to this project, they also run the risk of high vacancies at their hotel, given the competition in alternative accommodations that might have more to offer. They might be better served to seek discounted long-term bulk purchase or leasing on one of the many new condo or rental buildings coming online, furnishing these spaces and making them available to this very niche market segment that they hope to serve. It would be a further blow to their brand if they get this project approved, cause major trauma to these residents, be negatively associated with this major displacement, and then realize that the market for this project isn't there and try to seek approval to convert their application to a condo or rental project later. The name Nicola Wealth would then forever be associated with miscalculated risks and disregard for pushing seniors, working class people, children, and families from their homes that they love. So to the applicant, I suggest you withdraw this proposal and find a better plan for investors that doesn't have these lasting negative impacts on your reputation. And to council, this is such an easy no. Unless you see your role as prioritizing the interests of private equity, none of whom will be made homeless by this project not going forward, over the lives of the Myra Manor residents and the voters who have voiced very strongly in opposition to this project. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. Okay, Speaker 149 is Rita Wong.
Sorry, just checking the line. So, Speaker 149 is not on the line.
Speaker 150, Amanda Dominguez.
Speaker 150 is not on the line.
Speaker 151, Ellen Hendricks.
Speaker 151 is not present.
Speaker 152, Max Horiguchi.
Speaker 152 is not present.
Speaker 153, Mingwa Yin.
They are on the line.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
You bet. Go right ahead, Speaker.
All right. Good evening, Vancouver City Council. My name is Ming Yin. I'm a renter in Hastings Sunrise. I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue, and I ask Council to reject it. As a newcomer to Vancouver surviving off a graduate student stipend, I have experienced firsthand the extreme difficulty of finding affordable housing in this city. I have also witnessed firsthand the immense physical and emotional toll that has been inflicted on several of my friends who have faced eviction and have subsequently struggled to find homes. I myself only moved to Metro Vancouver recently, so I can only imagine just how distressing it must be to be told that the building you have called home for years, located in a community where you intend to build a life, a family, is slated for demolition, not least by a landlord whose name could not sound more dystopian if you tried. And all this just to appease some of the richest people in the country. Renters constitute over half of households in Vancouver, and yet time and time again, the city's policies prioritize the wealthy and show little to no care for the rest of us. Where is the morality in destroying affordable rentals during a serious housing and economic crisis? Just so Nicola Wealth's clients, with their multi-million-dollar investments and so-called high net worth, can get even richer and hoard even more money for themselves. What about the worth of Myra Manor's residents? What about the value of a thriving Filipino community with access to a parish and in proximity to the proposed site of the Filipino Cultural Center? What about the value of the city of Vancouver if it actually cared for its more vulnerable residents, such as seniors, people with disabilities, Indigenous and racialized people, instead of paying lip service? The value in people and neighborhoods having stable futures, people being able to invest in their children, retirement, community, instead of having to scrounge for money just so they can make their next rent payment. Surely these are worth more than the capital of people who already have more wealth than most of us can even imagine. As a graduate student who is himself looking for work in the tech industry, I cannot even begin to fathom how anyone in high-tech or biotech could sleep at night in such a digital nomad hotel, knowing that 40 residents, valued members of the local community, were kicked out of their homes to accommodate short-term tech workers. Let's face it, the tech industry already employs plenty of business practices that are far from ethical or fair. Considering the relatively high wages that workers in this sector receive, this proposal feels especially unjust and wrong, not to mention entirely unnecessary. I ask the council today to please reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue for a hotel that will bring no benefits to the local area, but rather immense pain and disruption. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Speaker 154, Catherine Browning.
Hello, my name is Catherine Browning, and I'm here today to voice my strong opposition to the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue to create a hotel for short-stay tech tourists visiting Vancouver. I urge City Council to reject this proposal. I'm 52 years old and a renter in Vancouver, despite having 2 master's degrees and very soon a PhD. I'm a former midwife, a registered nurse, and clinical counselor, and doctoral candidate in clinical psychology, who has spent 30 years working frontline in community health all over Vancouver, from the mansions of Shaughnessy and West Point Grey to the shelters and SROs of the downtown east side. During this time, I have watched so many patients' standard of living, quality of life, and material security be dramatically eroded, in large part because of the ongoing and deepening housing crisis in the city and the widening wealth gap across our population that it represents. I want to share what drew me to this city in the first place. In 1996, it was not the move for highly educated and skilled young professionals at the beginning of their careers to leave the US and move to Canada, but that's what I did. I did it because when I first came to Vancouver as a student in my early 20s, I was extremely impressed by the high standard of living and quality of life that people here enjoyed across the board, regardless of socioeconomic status. I would then see this beautiful aspect of Vancouver begin to quickly vanish. Now my son, who is 27 and at Firefighting Academy in the US, has decided he does not want to return to Vancouver, despite being born and raised here, loving this city and having both me and his younger sibling, as well as his father's extended Filipino family here. He says, "Mom, I won't be able to live in Vancouver, especially when I want to have a family. I can't afford to come back." So while I was a young professional in my 20s and at the beginning of a public career and decided to immigrate here, now my son in his 20s at the start of his public service career feels forced to make the opposite decision. His younger sibling has expressed feeling the same way. Given the unaffordability I face as a renter who lost my foothold in the affordable rental market just prior to the pandemic, and now facing the prospect of my adult children leaving, why would I choose to stay? So after giving 30 years of my career to serving the health of Vancouver's communities, I'm faced with having to leave Vancouver. I was shocked but not surprised when I learned of this proposal. I was moved for the first time to speak publicly to a proposal because I am so galled by the glaring contradiction between Vancouver leadership's professed concern for an affordable, livable, and equitable Vancouver and what this proposal represents, which is the disruption of established communities, displacement of low and moderate income working families, and the enrichment of corporate property developers, and siding with private equity and its corrosive influence on public life. This is a litmus test for me about whether I stay or go, where I spend the rest of my career and make my professional contributions. It's a clear test of where city leadership's priorities lie and its vision for this city. I wholeheartedly call on council to unanimously reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in and speaking. We've got time for one more. Speaker 155, Asha Kaur.
Checking the line. Speaker 155 is not on the line.
Speaker 156, Carolyn Payer.
Speaker 156 is not on the line.
Speaker 157, Sean Mack.
Speaker 157 is not on the line.
Speaker 158, Amber Grant.
Speaker 158 is not on the line.
Speaker 159, Stephanie Smith.
Speaker 159 is not on the line.
Speaker 160, Nolan Gilliwan.
Speaker 160 is not on the line.
Speaker 161, Alex Dick.
Speaker 161 is not on the line.
Speaker 162, Andres Joseph.
Yes, they're on the line.
Andres, go right ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Bet, go ahead.
Great. Hi, my name is Andres. I'm calling to oppose the development at 75 East 8th. I've lived in this building for almost a decade now. I am a local business owner. I support the local economy of Mount Pleasant, and I am a part of the community here. I was born in Vancouver, but I've had the luxury of studying and traveling and living all over the world. But I always come back here because this place is supposed to be home. I'm blown away by the beauty of this place and what it has to offer. However, I am consistently more blown away by how unaffordable this city has become and the strange policies and developments that just keep getting approved. This is nothing new, though, and many speakers before me who are much smarter than myself have clearly explained how a project like this is counterproductive to the housing issues at hand and do not serve to actually improve or support the community or the economics of this neighborhood. It's remarkable how this city loves to tout how much they actually care about providing affordable housing, and every politician acknowledges our affordability crisis and even runs on the principles of trying to solve them, and then does the exact opposite by displacing its supporters and the exact community members they pretend to care about. It's kind of bonkers. Since I've lived in this building, I've seen more than 6 children be born here, and they're currently being raised here. And this is what building and fostering a community actually looks like. I'm for progress and growth. I think we need that, and I think the Broadway plan has so many great elements, but development at the expense of kicking out vulnerable people and their children out of their homes in favor of a hotel that seeks to serve temporary tech workers who have really no stake in our community or our city beyond the salaries that they earn here makes no sense. This is short-term thinking. It does not serve the businesses or the community around it. In my opinion, this is a corporate-focused proposal that aims to just maximize the profit that these developers can get out of the property by giving the lease back to the neighboring community. Frankly, it's insulting to the people facing the challenges of living in a place that has become so unaffordable because of these exact types of developments and the bizarre policies that do not serve the people who actually live here. I strongly oppose this proposal, and I urge the council to do better for the people who live here and make the city what it is. Without real community, the city will continue to become a shell of the place that it once was, and I think that is a great shame. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks very much. All right, council, this meeting is recessed until Friday, July 24th, 2026 at 5 p.m. here in council chamber and electronically to continue with item number 4. I remind council that it is very important you do not engage in any discussion or correspondence in regard to the remaining application. Thanks very much. Thanks, staff.